There is no excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Hollywood isn't history. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. There is no excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Hollywood isn't history. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
And we are going free. A very exciting Sunday afternoon, Monday morning for some of you. How are you all doing? That, of course, we saw before the beginning of the stream. Final blossoms, lessons there from Go Free. And we greatly appreciate him and all that he has done for White Wellbeing. We love you, Final Blossom. Big round of applause for him. And we'll continue to show that video and any others that he makes during and before and even after the shows in the coming future. So many exciting things to talk about. We have to start off with something that is regrettable, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. That is that the wonderful daughter of Albion is not going to be able to make it today. We just found out. About 40 minutes ago. And not going to be, when we have her on, if she wants to say why, what actually took place, then why she won't be able to make it today, then she can let you all know. But perhaps she'll be here with us next Sunday instead on Going Free. But regrettably, she is not going to be with us today. And we also want to say to a different young woman who is in our community serving White Wellbeing, Going Free, wonderful little lady who is in the hospital right now, that we love her and we are sending her our positive energy for a speedy recovery. Now we are going free and we have something absolutely fundamentally quantum shifting going on in the world, ladies and gentlemen. And it is so real that we're only going to be able to sort of allude to it. It is not the fantasy. It is not this. I know everybody is very upset about what took place yesterday in Richmond, Virginia. I have received easily over 24 messages, maybe closer to 36, about how many people are disenchanted with what happened in Richmond. So many folks had high hopes, and that they did not come to fruition. In fact, something very different. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Another thing that is, as you can see, there is no camera today, and I didn't have an opportunity with everything going on, this actual fundamental change, something actual and factual and real happening in the world because of the work that we are doing. We'll talk about that in just a second, just 1 second. We're going to get into it. Something bigger than has ever happened in the entire white positive sphere, ladies and gentlemen, and it is because all of you. The camera, I'm putting the computer together, taking it apart. This is the behemoth, the new computer. And sometimes when things get put back together, they don't necessarily work right away. And as you know, it wasn't working on Wednesday, but I will have it working by this coming Wednesday. I can assure you of that. I will set aside some time. I'll just go another hour or so without sleep tonight, and we will then make it happen. Let me see, what else do we have here? Again, wonderful to see you all. I'm looking over right now at the channel Discipline with NWG, Popcorn Power, Bigot Smalls, 41 BMC, Ezekiel, Alexander, so many great folks over there. Wonderful to see you all. I saw the great Mrs. Jess Horst. She has a new avatar picture, looking very pretty, young lady. Great to see you. Eternalism and Hansa and Red Eagle and the great Underhill. Machiavellius Sucks is here. Yes, stood up. I drove up outside of the house. I honked the horn and threw the door open to the Lamborghini, and no fair maiden stepped outside the Lamborghini. And that just means that I will drive over to one of my friends' houses, and we'll get the guy to come on out, and then we'll go out to the racetrack, and we will do some donuts and zip around at about 150 miles an hour, because that's what guys do when we're stood up by women. Red Pill Bulgaria, hello to you. John is here. We are the Remnants. Angus is here. Wonderful to see. Corey and Jack and Beer Hall Putsch. Irish something or other. Everybody from Ireland is wonderful. Tipsy McStagger. White Southern God. That sounds like a great name. Marsha, the wonderful Marsha is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. Is that Bugle? Somebody went by with a... let's see. Sigma, Pierce Taylor, Donning Armor, Nancy Drew, and Southern Bloom, and Misty all together. Sismic 77. So many wonderful things, I know. Brand Danger, ladies and gentlemen, another great participant in the community for White Wellbeing. So many great people. We're going to be talking about a number of you, not the least of which, of course, is Nathan and Slots and so many others doing wonderful things. But Brand Danger right at the very top of those doing magnificent work for White Wellbeing. And ladies and gentlemen, we even have conservative Texas chick with us. This is how big things are getting. SOX Rebellion is here as well. Old Buddy Productions is here. Great to see you as well. And who else do we have here? Althea is here. Wonderful to see you, sweet lady. And so many others that are contributing. And Tall Kevin is here. Great hero, Apollo. We are doing the real work, ladies and gentlemen. We are making the real changes. We are the elite of the white positive sphere, not because there is a class to be born into, but because we are those who step before and from the herd and say, we are actually going to make a difference in the world. We are going to take steps right now to armor ourselves with a psychological defense to the psychological warfare being waged against us. And then we are going to clothe that. We are going to add the dressings to that armor of our culture, our music, our poetry. So many great artists coming to the fore right now, great individuals who work in numerous fields, by the way, that we are speaking to, that Mr. George is speaking to, and we are tying all of those threads together. Every day, something real is happening. And we're going to be talking about Propertarianism at some point today. We're going to be talking about that farce down in Richmond, but I don't want everybody to be as hard on these guys as they have been, and we're going to try to add a little bit of maybe a ray of hope to that. And we have some questions from some wonderful members about folks like Nick Fuentes and Generation Identitaire and Patriot Front. We're going to be talking about all of those. What can you do? We have the mailbag coming up. We have a great many stories to talk about. We're going to be taking calls. Great music to play. Angarod Celtic just showed up, ladies and gentlemen. I knew I heard a roar of cheers, and so did Dave the Impaler, and Doodle has shown up. That's that. Now we know. And evidence violates community guidelines. It's getting exciting, more exciting by the moment. Let's bring some more people on. Make sure the neon lights are on outside, because we're going to be brighter than Las Vegas on its brightest of days. All their lights on, all their tractor beams on, and the sun high in that desert sky, and we are going to shine like the rise of the western sun, and we are going to take all the glory and all the attention and make the changes in this world that will truly have a meaning for our people and our descendants. And we're going to talk about that right now as best we can. I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally protected with the efforts that I've made to ensure that we are not kicked off again, at least as far as a caused by power. I don't know about the electricity coming out of yours truly, but the temperature here today in Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C., where fireworks were aplenty last night, celebrating Independence Day, and a great Independence Day to all of you out there in the United States. It has been 95 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that's roughly 35 degrees Celsius today. And the temperature is, there was some heat thunder, and probably that means heat lightning today. I heard it, but I didn't see any lightning. But the temperature is dropping, and there is more thunder, which could mean a severe thunderstorm. However, if the power is thrown off, we will be able to continue to broadcast, even if briefly interrupted with the internet signal, because we have now battery backup for the work that we are doing. At least we hope that we will be able to continue to broadcast. And if there's any issues, we will work on resolving them. So here's the thing that I want to talk about right away. And I've got to be careful about how I say this, because this is real. This is what you all have been looking forward to, I hope. And what a contrast to what happened yesterday, and all of you who have reached out to me so dismayed, so despondent, so melancholic, so black-pilled after yesterday, because you had been so invested in Propertarianism and the individuals who are at the fore of Propertarianism and their promises to the world and what they were going to be able to do and make happen in the world. And waiting to see that manifest, waiting to see that in a tangible way. And yes, yours truly had some disagreements with both Kurt Doolittle and John Mark. I understand that John Mark, from some others behind the scenes, is a pretty good guy. I don't know him personally, but when we spoke on Mark Collett's show, seemed like a decent guy. And then we, of course, had the disagreement over on JF's channel, where I made my arguments. And then who is this? It was Kurt Doolittle. I couldn't resist, who came on the day after and gave some pretty backward, asinine arguments to try to refute me. I think everybody saw that, and the laurel of victory was cast in the right direction by those who had sense, and we will actually touch upon that as well. So yes, we will be talking about Kurt Doolittle and a little bit later, but I want to pick you up now. I want to make you excited, because there is a quantum shift happening in the world, ladies and gentlemen. All of you who have been giving your time and your talents to going free, all of you who have been working on yourselves, working on your mean pathogens, all of you who have been then going out into the world, simultaneously treating yourself for your mean pathogens and going to friends and family. In fact, I will start right off and mention that at the end of last week's show, I missed, let's see, I know I have a note here somewhere that, who was it? Where is the note? I'm sure I will, I don't see it right now. So when I come back to it, I will mention, I think just from memory, it was Higgs boson. I don't see the note, but from memory, it was Higgs boson. I think it was a $5 financial gift. And he was saying, from Australia, and he was saying that he got his wife to go free, and now she's using the Going Free lexicon. To all of you who are making these changes in your lives, to all of you going out with signs like Raymond Foster and the individual whose video we played, we could play it here again today, with the no white guilt signs. Everybody going out, passing out, distributing leaflets, promulgating in the United States, numerous states around the world, all of your efforts to do that, all of you who are, and right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm passing out credit. All of you who are going into the comment sections of other content creators and not browbeating the content creators, making a suggestion to them, a nice suggestion, and then moving on to the people who are in those threads, in those live chats, and saying, you're doing a fine job, good on you. And here is something that will improve the work that you are doing for White Wellbeing, really make a difference in the world, to do actual work, to get together and build this house that will serve us for now and into the future. All of you who are doing that, all of you who have been financially gifting from the very beginning. And of course, the financial gift that we received last week in the mailbag, and I still don't have this this woman's name that I can give you, or name for her. Next week, the camera will be working, and I will show you how lovely, absolutely lovely her card is, which I wanted to be able, I had it set out here today. I wanted to show you how beautiful the card is. But as I say, the camera's not working. Her financial gift of $1,000, pulling away from the Southern Baptist organized religion because of the anti-whiteism that it is absolutely sick with, the corruption there, the anti-white corruption, pulling away and deciding to folk tithe those who are making an actual difference in the world, not just entertaining you, not just bringing you edgy takes, not just bringing you intellectual takes, not just complaining about society, not just getting together as people in the white positive sphere have gotten together to say how bad it is, ain't it bad, and then tell each other stories trying to outdo each other for how bad it is. But those who are actually making changes, people like Final Blossom have given $1,000 donation. People like Roy Danton, so many of you given $1, one koala dollar from Australia, one Quebecian dollar, people giving $5, people giving $10, everything in between. All of you who have been doing this and all of this effort, contributing your talents, the videos that you make, all of you have been a part of this, and you have earned the credit, and you will continue to be those who deserve the credit as we move forward with a fundamental shift. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now on a ship to the promised land, and everyone is looking out, holding their hand to their eyes to try to protect their vision from the sun, and their vision can only see to that horizon, but yours can see just a little further. Your vision can bend a little bit with the arc of that globe. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a spheroid, not flat. And you all deserve this big credit of what's happening. Something very special and powerful is about to happen. Something extremely powerful for white well-being. Now, because it's real, because it is real, regrettably, I cannot be more specific about exactly what it is and exactly the time frame and exactly where you will find it. There are some obvious reasons for that. But this I will say to you. In the very near future, you all will keep your eyes open. And the best of you who are going free with the best discernment and keeping an eye on what's happening in our civilization, and speaking specifically about the United States, will see something in the very near future. And we will celebrate it when we see it happening and when we see it growing. And we will continue to do our part, each one of us, to bring this new narrative of white well-being to the United States and to the globe. There will be nothing that will stop us. Your voices have never been small. They have never been weak. They have never been alone. You have only been made to feel that way by the anti-white narrative. And everything is about to change. It will seem small at first, just as the sprout of the sequoia breaks the surface. But ladies and gentlemen, this will grow strong and thick and tall and robust. And there will be branches of freedom and glory and victory for us to build our lives in as we move forward, as I said, as we all have been preaching about this year and this decade. I want you all, I know it's cryptic, but because it's real, it has to be so. The times have begun to change. The flags have begun to lift with the ripple of a new breeze. And that is the winds of change. And it is because of all of you, all of those efforts, all of those dollars, as little as each of you think you are, and as small of an amount as you think it is, we are shifting continents. So no more lack of faith in the work that we are doing. No more feeling downtrodden for the farce that took place yesterday. We now have the power to change all things. And you need only keep your eyes open and your discernment sharp in the days ahead. Be proud, ladies and gentlemen. You, me, we are changing the world. Now, having said that, I'm going to be looking at your comments today. We're going to be looking at news, many things to talk about today, even though we couldn't have the great daughter of Albion with us. But you can speculate all you want. I'm not going to be saying anything specific, either before or after. We are going to continue doing the work that we are doing, and you are going to see fundamental change in this world. And it is because of the work that we are doing in going free that is the change. Nothing else. Nothing else. And I also want to say, for the folks who are reaching out to me, for these content producers, I just have to say, as an aside to this, it's going to go down this alley for a moment, that content producers recently making videos 7 months into this year saying they predict it's going to be a rambunctious year and then a rambunctious decade. Where have you been? We have been saying that, for all of you who are writing me saying this. Now, Jason, you got to go check out these guys. He's got 100,000 views. He's got tens of thousands of views on predicting that it's going to be a wild year. No shit. It's July. We were saying this at the end of 2019. Were we not, ladies and gentlemen? Were we not, in going free, because of the lens that we have up to our eyes to see this world for what it actually is? Were we not saying that this was going to be the decade, and that 2020 was going to be the first year of that decade that was really going to stand out of two great storms, one of darkness, one of light, where the anti-whites were going to be getting what? More violent. Their destruction of Western civilization, the cycle would pick up. It would be more frequent. It would be more bloody. We said this at the end of 2019. We said this before everyone else. And now you're going to come to me and say, Jason, some content producer has 90,000 views predicting that this is going to be a wild year, and that next year is going, and that the decade is going to be a wild decade. Well, no shit. It's time to come over to start going free. Stop being entertained by content producers who do wonderful entertainment. It's edutainment. You're getting some education as well in the entertainment, but stop being just entertained. Start participating. Start making a difference in our world as we are doing here, so that you too then can earn the credit that everybody who has been here has earned, that I just cryptically shared at the beginning of this particular episode of Going Free. And we will see the ramifications of this. And they, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought earthquakes were big, if you thought hurricanes or tornadoes made changes in the world, and of course I'm talking about metaphorically, nothing of the opposite of violence, the absolute antithesis of violence. But if you thought these sorts of things made changes in the world, if you thought the ice caps melting would make a change in the world, well, you just get ready, because those who have the discernment to see beyond that horizon, going free, treating your MPs, will see this as soon as it starts happening. And to every one of you, I salute. To all of you out there, many of you had blind sight when you came to Going Free. You were already talented individuals. That's why you're here now. That's why you're already ahead of everybody else, and you're accomplishing amazing things in Going Free inside of yourself, inside your immediate circles of influence, your family, your friends, your colleagues, where you can do so without being dismissed from your jobs, and the community at large, distributing leaflets and the like. Yes, I continue to mail leaflets out across the country and around the world, ladies and gentlemen. To all of you, you are the ones who deserve. Blind sight is the ability. You're already seeing a little bit. You already have some innate ability to understand the world, to understand the anti-white narrative, and then you begin going. Not everybody is lucky enough to have blind sight. Some of you have to work the entire way up the ladder from absolute ignorance, and that is where we're going to start with our lesson of Going Free today, and we will get to that in just a minute. But I want to make sure that we have recognized everybody. I'm going to take a look at your comments, and I'm going to see what's going on, and I want you all to get excited as hell, because this is going to be some of the most powerful moments in your lives. Some of the most powerful moments in your lives. It is time to start getting fired up. It is time to get animated with love and hope for the future and to get activated out there, saving yourself, saving your family, saving your kin, saving your hearth, saving your community, your state, your country, our people, Western kind. Let me see what everybody's saying, and we're going to get right to some of the information that I need to communicate with you right away. Jack says, I sent you an email about the educational toy line we discussed. Thank you, brother, for getting back to me with that. I'm so busy. I had to write back to Jack. And guy here wants to make toys. Hero wants to make toys for White Wellbeing. And I'm so busy. He sent back this complete email with all these ideas. And I said, please write me again. Move your email to the top. And we're going to be talking. Thank you so much for your dedication and service to White Wellbeing, dear brother. We are going to be making the biggest changes, ladies and gentlemen. Rosie Clown is here. Simon JJ. Richard is here. Let's see. Red Eagle says, I bet the secret is that you're finally putting the Promethean painting on sale. No, I'm afraid not. Not just yet. But this is an epic moment. And we will be able to look back in time at this moment and put our fingers on this specific spot in time and say, that must have been it. That must have been it. So why don't we go ahead and we'll do this. We'll go ahead and get into the going free lesson of the day really quickly, ladies and gentlemen, because this is so important. I was just having a conversation with one of our participants about going free and how difficult it is to get out of the anti-white narrative. Many of you hearing my voice right now are still deeply mired, absolutely stuck in the mess, the swamp of the anti-white narrative. And you think you're free, but you're not. And I know when you're not free. I know what it sounds like. I know what your comments are. And this person I was talking about, her comments, I knew immediately. She thought she was free, but she wasn't. And if you don't go free, ladies and gentlemen, of the anti-white narrative in all ways, it is pole shifting. It is consciousness shifting. It is not a mere change in a word you use. It is a shift in consciousness. And when you make that shift in consciousness, when you truly make it, you will feel a little bit of dizziness, and then everything becomes clear. You'll feel a bit of dizziness, and then you'll retreat back to the anti-white narrative, and you'll do it again and again. In my whole life, since I've dedicated myself at 11 years of age, 7th grade, I have had everyone around me trying to pull me back in. It's like these guys, their stories trying to get out of the mafia, and they keep pulling them back in. My whole life has been people trying to pull me back in to the anti-white narrative. No, you have to think this way. No, you have to think this way. And every time I had to use my willpower against all of those around me. And then when I went on into the white positive sphere, and I said, it's got to be like this. We've got to get into our own narrative. This is not the actual world that they have you living in. And they all said, no, you've got to come back in. You've got to come back into the anti-white narrative. So I say this now because I know how many of you right now feel that same pull to be dragged, kicking and screaming back into the anti-white narrative. No, you've got to see it this way. No, you've got to talk about it this way. You are going to be of iron will. You will be resolute. You will not be moved. When those who are lesser than you in their vision, yet to be given a hand up to the sight that we have, the sight of 2020, when those seek to pull you down, you instead will pull them up. Here's the sign how you know that you're still in the anti-white narrative and you haven't made the shift, or that you keep slipping back into it. When the anti-whites say X, Y, or Z, where the vagues around you say X, Y, or Z, or the politician or the president says X, Y, or Z, and then you say it's not X, it's Y, you have just failed. When your family, when the anti-whites on the news, when the vagues around you, when the politicians, when the presidents say it is X, and you say it's not X, it's Y, you have failed. You are inside the anti-white narrative. Here's what I want you to do. Here is how you are truly going to go free. When these people, the anti-whites, the vagues, the politicians, the presidents, the talking heads, the professors, the doctors, whatever they might be, the academic peacocks, they say something within the anti-white narrative, your response is, that is the anti-white narrative. It is all false. It is all lies. The anti-whites take pieces of reality and they weave them in to their false narrative to make it more believable. It is all fiction. And now, in the real world, it is why. Do you see the fundamental difference? You are not arguing on their field. You are not arguing your data against their data. They are in a lie that is angled to destroy you, that is angled to white erase you in every facet of our lives. When they say a statue has to go, or a page of history has to be torn out, or a new statue, as we see Donald saying about a new garden of statues, and it's going to be absolutely surfeited with anti-whites. When that guy, during his speech, used the last name Armstrong, and instead of the first name Neil, he said Louis, I knew that this was as anti-white as they could get. When anti-whites say these things, you don't say, you shouldn't pull that statue down because that guy also, do you see? When they said X, you don't say, no, it's not X, it's Y. When they say that these crimes are happening against this particular non-white race of people, and then you say, no, look at these stats that show that this other thing is happening, you have just failed. You are inside the anti-white narrative. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen? You are saying it's not X, it's Y. Instead, you dismiss their entire narrative. You dismiss their entire narrative. And then you speak about the world as it is. That is how you get out of the anti-white narrative. That is how you recapture our destiny, reclaim our safety from now these marching hordes, armed to the teeth, demanding ethno-states in the body of this country. That is how you will save the destiny of our people and reclaim all that is rightfully ours, all that we need for our well-being, our security, and the welfare of our children. If anybody doesn't understand that, speak up now, ask your questions, make your comments, and I will answer those, and we will together go free in a way that it is far more powerful than when you're trying to do this sort of thing all alone. We've got a lot of topics to talk about today. We have community comments, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of very exciting things, and we're going to be covering all of that. And we can begin with anything that you all have to say, any financial gifts. You have, of course, entropy at 15%. You can ask questions if you want them to stay in a place where I will be able to see them, questions or comments. You can do so on entropy, the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget, a great participant in this community. They will stay there until you or I delete them. You can tag me as No White Guilt on the No White Guilt channel. That is going to be a place that I'm going to be more likely to see your comments or questions than on the Discipline channel. If you do want to tag me on the Discipline channel, it's Discipline with NWG. I will see that on a different monitor. But again, if you want your comment to remain visible, the question widget on Entropy is the best place to put it. Those who financially gift on Entropy at 15%, and those who financially gift on Cash App at 6%, of course, will be given priority. But all questions and comments will be read. And if they need to be modified for the safety of this channel, as we can see, with all of the censorship going on right now, what did yours truly say? What did we say in this community about a particular group that you could not criticize at this time? And we still see people criticizing it and disappearing. How many times do we have to be right? Why do we have not 10 times, not 1,000 times the numbers that we have, with this many times being correct and this many times others being wrong? Others, everything they touch turn to ash. Others, the things they organize and put together, nonsense up to the point, and then farce when it comes together in the real world. How many times? I guess until the dumbest out there finally get it. But you all can count yourselves as the absolute advanced placement. And that is no joke. You are the best that is out there, ladies and gentlemen. You are the best. The white positive sphere has some of the best in our countries, and you all are the best of the white positive sphere, bar none. Because nobody else can get it. They're too goddamn stolid. They're too bullheaded. They're too stuck in dumb, ancient ways to move out of the mire and come to the truth of what we are doing. Come to the victory of what we are having here in Going Free. God bless every single one of you. So let me swivel around really quickly. I'm going to take a look. I know we have folks over on Cash App already. So we're going to go ahead and get started with some raucous emojis. Let's see what we have here, ladies and gentlemen. We have Alex. Get those raucous emojis going, ladies and gentlemen. $100. Alex, financially gifting $100 and saying, look out for the testimony. The testimony of that $100, dear brother, thank you so very much, is so vitally important. That you say, working class person with $100, and we are all working class here. And I'm going to be asking a question a little bit later in the show when we talk about somebody that I'm not going to go as hard on, because I know a lot of people, they had big hopes. But why is it that a multimillionaire is not funding everything he is doing? Why are they reaching out to working class people asking for donations to fund public events? Working class people, every one of your dollars is put toward white well-being. I don't need any more money for toothpaste, and you all know I'm no millionaire. I am economically just below middle class, working my ass off like the rest of you. But I've got all that I need to pay my bills, cars paid. You all have seen the videos with the struts squeaking in the background because I can't afford new struts, which I would put on myself. But I want you to keep those round of raucous emojis and applause going for Alex again. $100 more. $200 total from this champion, ladies and gentlemen. $200 from Alex. And he writes here, folk tithing to a beloved brother in White Wellbeing. God bless you. God bless you. I know that you're no Mr. Pie, Alex. Thank you so much for stepping up and going without so that we could help fund this revolution of thought in the body of our people. I think I saw Mr. George in the chat go by. I think I saw Mr. George in the chat, and he is going to tell you all that this is not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. The poles have shifted on planet Earth. The world is changing. If you have the sight to see it and the ears to hear it, you will see it. You will hear it. We are making the changes that have never been made. Big heartfelt thanks to Alex. Let's get that round of raucous emojis continued for our great beloved sister. Much love to you, dear lady Laura. $50. $50 from Laura. God bless you, Laura. Thank you so much. We have Dylan financially gifting $11. Thank you so much, good brother. Happy White History Month, he writes. July just feels white. Amen to you, bro. You had no idea. Thank you so much, Dylan. $11. We have Michael. $10 financial gift. $10 from Michael. Thank you so much, Michael. These are the people, ladies and gentlemen. And you all know, you sit at your cubicle, just like I've sat at cubicles. You sit at that drill press, just like I've sat at that drill press. You work that air hammer, just like I've worked the air hammer. And you know how many hours it takes to make these dollars, especially after the anti-whites rip almost half of it away from you before it's even given to you, so that they can then distribute it to groups like we'll talk about here, contact tracers, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'll just say that everything we say here is just for entertainment. None of it's true. I mean, there really isn't how many 12 billion of our taxpayer dollars that have been promised to a small anti-white group to hire people to trace those who have COVID-19. That's not true. That's fake news. You'll just have to look it up for yourself or check with MSNBC or CNN. We will just tell you for the purpose of entertainment, but you can go out and look at it for yourself. So people like Michael right here, when he takes that $10, that's just over half of what he actually earned after it was ripped away and then taxed more with every purchase he makes. And he takes that $10 and he's going to give that to White Wellbeing so that we can change the world, so that he can know that his wife walks down the street in safety, so that she can push that carriage or that pram down the street with their new baby in it and not have to worry about a world that isn't Western anymore happening to them, so that she's not enriched, as the anti-whites would say. He writes here with his $10, lots of love and a few dollars for our going free. God bless you, Michael. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Get those raucous emojis going again. I hope to see some. If they haven't made emojis that are in full seizure mode, they need to make them for this channel alone. I don't know if they're listening over at YouTube. I know they might be dyeing their hair multiple colors at the moment and poisoning themselves with the dye. But we need some emojis on seizure, because we just had the great sloths. We just had the great sloths, and we're going to read something from sloths right now. $100 from sloths right now. And you know what else? He says, sloth says, let's go with an exclamation point. But no, that's not sloths. No. Slots is doing amazing things, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we have here. Is this Slots I have here? This is Slots. Somebody posts on, and you think, folks, I'm seeing this stuff, especially if you tag me or you tag somebody you know that's closer, that you know I'm conversating with at the moment. People like Jared George, people like Althea, people like people that are talking to me or normally tagging me normally, and you tag them. I'm absolutely gonna see it, or that's at least going to raise the chances. And then there's still chance that I'm going to see what you're doing out there. I'm going to know who the heroes are. Your names are going to go into our hall of heroes. Somebody posts, Landon Hoffman fell nearly 40 feet, fell from the balcony of the Minnesota Mall, breaking his skull, face bones, both arms and legs. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to stop right there. This is a beautiful little boy, beautiful little white boy. And I pray to God, we prayed to God that he would live after this anti-white animal threw him over the railing for being white. And of course, none of that's true. You'll have to look it up for yourself. Just look into the news, Mall of America. This Landon thrown over the railing. And of course, the anti-white, this is a hush crime. Remember to call it this, ladies and gentlemen, a hush crime. Didn't want to report this, wanted to quarantine this news, wanted to hide it. Beautiful little boy. We prayed that he would live. Handsome lad. We prayed that he would live, and thanks to the white man's medicine, he did. And now we just pray to God that they could put him back together as best as they could to be as beautiful as he was going to end up being. Broke almost all the bones in his body after this anti-white animal threw him over the railing. And then it's got the hashtag White History Month. Some anti-white filth, some anti-white piece of human filth wrote underneath of this, the perp got caught and convicted. And then the hero, Slots, wasn't going to have it. This is an anti-white for you. How would the anti-white behave if some white man had picked up a non-white child and thrown him 3 stories to a tile concrete base? Would they say, well, the perp got convicted? What's your problem? Why are you mentioning it? Hell no, they wouldn't. So Slots jumps in, saying here, and that makes it okay? Question mark. He shouldn't have been here in the first place. He was and we'll say border crosser, we'll say, one of these other words, because the anti-whites are in charge. You could take their anti-white narrative and flush it down with everything else that goes down the toilet. The white man isn't in charge of jack. And we can't speak our minds. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is something you can take to all of your friends, family, and relatives and let them know that if we were in charge, we would be able to speak our minds. So this anti-white filth writes back to this hero, well, we let in Steve Jobs' father, a Syrian national. And by the way, folks, this is a typical anti-white deflection. And I just want to jump in really quickly. Unless I'm wrong, the guy that I've seen that is Steve Jobs' biological father, he's not exactly in the same class of people that you would put this individual who threw Landon over the railing. I mean, if you've ever seen him, I think you would have a hard time. If you know the population in Syria and their ruling class, and there are some differences there, we're not going to talk about them. People can look into them for themselves. But this was definitely, take a look at that guy. I'm open to being corrected if I didn't see him, but nonetheless. The hero Slots says, why are you obsessed? This is the hero Slots with the proper response. The anti-white says, Steve Jobs' father was let in. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes it okay. I see that Landon was talking. So Sloth says, why are you obsessed with hating white people? Now, are any of you confused with why the hero sloths responded that way? If you are, you haven't gone free long enough. This makes perfect sense to everybody who has gone far enough down this path of going free. Now, there is never a gone free. It's a lifelong process. Some of us are further down the road. Some of us are down the path. Some of us progress more quickly. Some of us had blind sight. They started a little bit further down the path already. Some of us, it takes longer. If you don't know why that sloths responded with, why are you obsessed with hating white people? Then you've got a lot more going free to do. The simple answer is, sloths just spoke to this anti-white person's motivation for his statement rather than his anti-white statement. Do you see the difference? Sloths does. I bet Yiz does. I know Jared George will if he's here with us. I know so many others will. Then the anti-white says, completely losing the conversation, not following. And he tries to respond absolutely fecklessly. Why do you hate non-whites? Sloths responds, you find any minuscule excuse to continue the victimization of white people, professing it as some argument to continue destroying, and then open paren, or allowing the destruction of, close paren, the West and its people. He writes, I do not hate non-whites. I have no white guilt. Why not inform us why you are anti-white? And then, losing even further ground, drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You see how close now the anti-white is coming to denying being anti-white? Do you see how Sloths has the initiative? Do you see how Sloths is winning the conversation? Do you see how observers of this conversation are going to come away with a new narrative for the West? Sloths finally writes back, you aren't confused about that. You are just attempting to continue to denying the atrocities against whites because you are anti-white. You are an anti-white piece of garbage. That is magnificently written by one of our heroes who just also financially gifted $100. A working class guy who is out in the real world combating the anti-white narrative everywhere he finds it and finds $100 in his pocket to give to White Wellbeing. Goddamn, that is a superhero in my eyes, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be one of the folks that is written about by our historians in the years to come. We also have the great hero here, a gentleman, I'll just say, D.B. Cooper, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $5. I'm gonna say, writing here, $5, D.B. Cooper writing with $5. Thank you, my dear friend. And writing Propertarianism, Fuentes, etc. We need collaboration. That we do, and I'm going to be talking about that, my brother. We need to move ahead, and we need to put people and groups of people in proper perspective. We need to stop putting faith in individuals as vehicles, in hopes and things that can never bring more than entertainment or edutainment or an understanding of a particular philosopher or something like that. All of those things are good. All of those things are important, but there's something that's even more important, and that has to be at the heartbeat of the work that we are doing, and that is going free. If you're not going free, you're not doing shit. Do you understand? If you're not going free, you're going to hell. If you're getting entertained or edutained, you're going to hell. It's time to put this at the forefront because this is what works. Everything else can and should be included as the totality of a community, the totality of a sphere. It can fill you out in many different ways. Fill out knowledge base, fill out understanding, fill out arguments that you can bring to bear. But if you are not in our story, if you are not out of the anti-white narrative, if you don't have the psychological defense, you have nothing. I want to say about D.B. Cooper, this guy bought books for everyone in his entire circle. How's that for a hero? Let's get this guy, and he did this a long time back. Let's get this guy a big round of applause himself, earning a big part of the credit for the pole shifting that is taking place in our world. And we have here Yiz, great Yiz is here, financially gifting $5 over on Cash App. Thank you so much. Doing amazing things. Yiz has burst onto the scene. Amazing talent, rising star, like these fireworks for so many folks. Heading up into the night sky last night in the United States. White positivity forever. God bless you, Yiz. Thank you so much for that. 41 BMC. No doubt everybody knows that name so well. $20 financial gift and writing here for White Wellbeing. God bless you, dear brother. We're making it happen. And another hero, another rising star, the focal point of the video I made, what was it, last week, about a new hero speaks. If you haven't seen that video, please watch it. Please share that video. Nathan, financially gifting $5 and writing here, hail to the king of going free. Thank you. That's you. That's every single one of us. God bless you, brother. Thank you for all the work that you are doing for White Wellbeing, for being one of our brightest rising stars. I'm going to take a look at what you all are writing in the live chat. I'm going to get a drink really quick. We'll get on to these stories. Damn, I feel great. This is amazing news. We're going to get to that other stuff. We're going to get to the thoughts on Fuentes, Generation Identitaire, Patriot Front, and of course, propertarianism and where it fits in, what it fits in, how it fits in, or how it might fit in, what happened yesterday in Richmond. I'm in Virginia, ladies and gentlemen. Richmond is the capital of this state. It is south of me by more than a handful of hours. I am right outside the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., Mordor on the Potomac, a stone's throw from Donald's house. It's painted white. You may have seen it on a postcard a time or two. Things on fire in that city recently, but they have put an end to it. Let's take a look over it here at some of the news that we have going on. I do want to mention really quickly to jump into some of that news. Black national anthem for the NFL. Source, and this is ESPN, but of course, that's probably fake as well. You have to check with CNN, MSNBC, and of course, YouTube. NFL plans to play the Black national anthem before week 1 games. So that means if you're unfamiliar, you should be turning this garbage off. You should not be watching any NFL, any baseball, any of this garbage anymore, and using your time to improve yourself, improve your life, improve your family, become a better husband, become a better wife, become a better son, become a better daughter, become a better potential mate. You want to get a beautiful woman who is smart and is lovely to be around. You want to get a handsome man that knows how to protect and will do what a man needs to do to be a father and a hero for our people. Stop wasting your time on these and other things. Better yourself and you will find a better person. All things, of course, if you can't get enough, if you just must get some NFL, all things in moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, lift every voice and sing. Traditionally known as the Black National Anthem, is expected to be performed live or played before every Week 1 NFL game. And so for those of you who don't understand American football, National Football League, just like with other sports, these will be called scrimmages. And then the ones that look more like games are called preseason. So they're played like that's an actual game, but they don't count. So you will have scrimmages and you will have preseason games. And what they're saying here is that prior to the beginning of these, rather than the anthem, national anthem of the United States, perhaps, we'll see, they will play the Black national anthem. The league is considering a variety of other measures during the upcoming season to recognize the victims of police brutality. A source familiar with the league's discussions told on Thursday. The song would be performed before, okay, here you have it. The song would be performed before the Star-Spangled Banner. I guess because it gets preference, the source said. The NFL season's opener is scheduled for September 10. And it'll be between two teams that I could not care less about. And ladies and gentlemen, I was a star athlete. I played college football. So I'm not some guy who's just jealous of athletes that play football. I kicked ass on a football field. I ran a 4.4 40-yard dash. If you don't know what that is, look up on the NFL and see how fast they run the 40-yard dash, and you'll see same speed. A couple guys might be a tiny bit faster. Most of them will be slower, but that's just about right for the positions I played. Having recently displayed increased awareness about the problems of systemic racism, of course, this is heresy, and we translate these things, ladies and gentlemen. We translate them so that we know what's actually being said. The problem of systemic heresy. Heresy. Say it all the time because you're not in their narrative. Don't say racism with an ugly face. Say heresy. And then if your person you're talking with is not sure what heresy to what you're talking about, say heresy to the anti-white narrative, heresy to anti-whiteism. They will all know what anti-whiteism is. I promise. And as I said before, if they don't understand anti-white or anti-whiteism, put your hands up in the air, walk slowly backward, and tell them that the nice gentleman in the white jackets will pay them a visit soon. Awareness about the problem of systemic heresy, the NFL, in collaboration with the NFL Players Association, is also considering listing names of victims on uniforms through decals on helmets or patches or jerseys. The NFL also may produce educational programs about victims, among other plans. Ladies and gentlemen, how non-white and anti-white does the NFL have to become before it's been diversified, before it's not any longer heretical? You know the answer. Until there are no white people left, until there's nothing left that white people produced or feel harmony with or looks like something familiar to us. That is when it ends. And by the way, that is when the NFL falls apart and there's nothing left. No game left to play. No stadiums in which to play them. No finely manicured lawns on which to play those games. That is when they finally achieve their anti-white objective of white erasure. Also in June, the league revealed plans to increase in anti-whiteism, the anti-white footprint, by pledging to donate $250 million to anti-white groups. The NFL, are you a man out there on planet Earth, white man or a non-white man who cares about white well-being, and you are fond of watching the NFL? Have you bought the NFL package on your television? Are you already picking up the goddamn phone to cancel the package? Have you already got on Amazon to cancel the orders for the lawn ornaments or the tea towels or whatever it was that had the team's logo on it? Because the league that you worship is going to be giving at minimum $250 million to anti-white groups. I wonder what they're going to be doing with your $250 million. I'm going to bet that it's not good for Western civilization. The league hopes its efforts demonstrate a, quote, genuine commitment to the public, players, and coaches, and that player voices continue to be heard. That's right, because these coddled anti-white, non-white athletes, because there are certainly going to be non-white athletes that in the NFL that are saying, what in the hell are you doing? You are destroying America. There is no America without white people. There are certainly going to be non-white athletes that are saying that. But there are other ones that are prima donnas. You know, back in the day in football, when football was an all-white game, you had to play with broken bones. I played with a broken bone. You had to play with injuries that needed immediate stitches. I played with injuries like that. Back in the day when the game was all white, you had to play that way. Now they get things called turf toe, and they have to be carried off the field. And then they get tens of thousands of dollars of treatment for their little toe that is injured. They got a little turf toe. These prima donnas, these anti-white, non-white, and the white anti-white prima donnas in the NFL are saying, we need to hear more. We need more anti-whiteism in this league. We need more anti-whiteism by the NFL. We need more anti-whiteism in the commercials that the NFL allows. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't read the other articles, there are going to be more commercials that are anti-white during NFL games, because that is what the NFL is telling all of these companies that want to run commercials during the NFL games. So it's not just the 250 million that are going to be going that they're talking about right now. That's not to mention all of the other programs and et cetera that the NFL funds, and by way of the programs themselves, and then by way of second party programs, and then by way of tertiary donation mechanisms from the NFL. You're only just learning the depth of their corruption if you're just looking into this. But they are also going to be getting millions, hundreds of millions to anti-white projects, because when Budweiser or Bush or any of these others decide to run commercials during the NFL games, and then you think, oh, I'm going to buy another 6-pack of this poison, this piss poison that I'm going to chug during these games while I watch these men that are actual athletes, while I sit on my fat ass, they are going to be running anti-white commercials. And then those companies are going to be taking some of those profits and then giving those to anti-white organizations. Now you wonder why you have to lower that footrest on that easy boy, and you stand up and you look out the bay window of your little rambler house or your little town home, and nobody speaks English. And there is a hoopty driving by with swag hanging from the roof on the inside of the car. And the car is hopping up and down on hydraulics. And you wonder why on the street you can't go out anymore because of the crime. And you wonder why there are paramilitary groups marching down the street with AR-15s chanting power to some other group. You wonder why. Well, maybe it's time to turn the NFL off. Maybe it's time to stop drinking the beer that sponsors this filth, or the tea that as is the case with Laura Towler in the UK, that sponsors this filth. Maybe it's time to give all of that up, ladies and gentlemen. That is from your National Football League. I always have to give a message from them, perhaps from now on. Let's see what you all are saying on Entropy. Over on Entropy, let's go down on financial widgets. Ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting. Get those raucous emojis ready, because we are just getting fired up. Today is going to be a day like no other. If there isn't more thunder in the DC metro area by way of the atmosphere, goddamn, it's going to be coming out of this microphone. Like comedies, $135. Financially gifting $135. In these dark times, the greatest and most heroic act is to spread the curative contagion. Ladies and gentlemen, Like Comedies is talking about going free. That is the curative contagion. In these dark times, the greatest and most heroic act is to spread the curative contagion of going free far and wide. Much love to all our heroes, past and present. And you, my dear brother, are one of them. I salute you. Thank you so much. Here's another one, ladies and gentlemen. A splendid dear lady, and we are going to actually read from the mailbag for her and from a community comment for her. DF, a participant, bar none, going free, $5. And writing here, still going free. God bless you, dear lady. We love you. Financially gifting $3 here over on Entropy. Meme Curatives will save us. What a splendid name that is. What an absolutely marvelous name. Meme Curatives, MCs, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know what it is, if you're new to going free, if you said, what's working? I used to be so enthralled with these other personalities, and then they absolutely made me feel deep shame the other day. What am I to do? Well, friend, you need to get Go Free. It is as cheap as can be on Kindle right now, and you can get the new iterations as they come out free of charge. I understand that's the way it works. And then you can learn what an MC is, a meme curative. $3. Henrik and Lana keep mostly saying anti-whiteness. Yes. Yes. Many people, they get used to saying something and then they keep saying it. And if you say, don't browbeat, you know I love these people. They are the king and queen of the white positive sphere. I love these people. I more than you know. Do not browbeat these people. You can make a recommendation to them and say, hey, whiteness is actually an anti-white concept, and here is how you get trapped by using it. But you're doing a great job. Thank you for everything you're doing. You might just want to think about changing that. If you say that to them, that's beautiful. And then move on. I will try, Meme Curatives will save us rights on. I will try to send a chat to them on a show soon to try to correct them and or ask them to ask you. Too many content creators still say it. We need to correct. Okay, yeah, very well. So this is what we're going to recommend to them, a tool that is better. We're not correcting them. We're not like, for example, we're not browbeating. If Mark thinks that he can use the concept racist, and if he thinks he can win with that, then we hope he can. And we will be ecstatic if he does. Now, we think that concept is not going to work. We created the concept of anti-white to defeat that concept, but we're not going to browbeat Mark about it. We want him to win with the method he chooses. And by God, if he does, I will be the first one to lift that guy off the ground and put him on my shoulders. It's not going to bother me one bit if he wins any way that he can for our people. Same thing with Henrik and Lana. Now, because we love them, we're going to let them know that whiteness is a concept created. We're going to say, brother and sister, you're doing a fantastic job. Just wanted to let you know. I don't know if you know, whiteness is an anti-white concept. It was used by some of the worst anti-whites. It means both. It means a couple things. White people, it means oppression, but it also means that there is no white race. So it means white people, oppression, and that there is no actual white race. Now, don't ask me how can they say that it means white people and that there are no white people. That is the anti-white narrative. Remember, you'd be going wrong if you did that. Whiteness means what they want it to mean. It's in their literature. It's in their books. You can say this very nicely to them. Give them a financial gift. Say this very nicely and make a suggestion. You're not correcting. You're saying this is a tool that will be stronger for you. Right? This is how we correct the people we love. Or rather, not correct. This is how, rather than say correct, this is how we help the people that we love to use better tools than they currently use. And it's understandable. We are all getting better. When you end up saying that you oppose, now, meme curatives will save us. If you're going to be making this to Henrik and Lana, listen closely to this part, because this is the trap. If you end up saying that you oppose anti-whiteness, you are saying that you are for oppression. Whiteness is their term, it's their concept, it's in their narrative. It has the definition I just gave. If you say you oppose anti-whiteness, then you endorse oppression. You also endorse the definition of white people as they define us rather than the way we define ourselves. So that's the way to approach that. We love those people. They do the best work, and we hope that they continue to do so. And we know that those two young boys, those two princes, are going to grow up to be heroes for our people. Thank you so much for that financial gift. Ursa Major, another great champion, $15 US. Thank you so very much. And writing before I even said the announcement, waiting for that major announcement. Thank you so much for that. And if you can feel the ground moving, it'll be because you have that extra sensory power. You have that clairvoyance to see the truth as it approaches, even through the dark clouds that the anti-whites have made above our cities. Tipsy McStagger, 25 koala dollars. Thank you, my dear brother. I made a lot of progress with getting my dad to go free over the weekend. Thank you for giving me the tools to make better arguments for the advancement of white well-being. My God, thank you, dear brother, for that testimony. Thank you for those 25 koala dollars from down there in that beautiful land of Oz. And thank you so much for being one of our champions. Others are going to hear about that. So many of you, God bless every single one, for using these dialectics and bringing your friends and family members over, curing yourself, and then witnessing to the community about the success you're having. Richard Wagner, financially gifting $3 and writing here, armed Black Panthers, the cute little cats that you see in the zoo, are marauding my area, only motivates my desire to spread Go Free further, all caps for further, ladies and gentlemen. Naturally, the anti-white media remains silent on this. Precisely, Richard. Very well stated. Thank you for the testimony. Thank you for the $3, my brother. And yes, that is a hush crime. It is a hush crime. Make sure you call it, everyone, a hush crime when you talk with your friends, family, and strangers. When you talk about armed, militant, anti-white groups. And remember, just like the great Sarah Dye perfectly used our dialectics when she was on with Jared George and myself, she said, the anti-whites, I was with a group of anti-whites who call themselves feminists. If you really have to say the name of the particular group, which it really doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter for us. We're in the center of our story. It only matters if the person is really is absolutely adamant. Gotta know who exactly, what was the group? Then you can say, well, it's the anti-whites that call themselves this. But you always are putting yourself in the center. Remember, we are the hub. Everything else around us are the spokes leading out. They are elements in our story. We are holding the pen. And where did that story begin? It began in our biospirit, and it is articulated in Prometheus Rising. That is where you find the beginning of our story that takes us up to the present. And that then, my dear brothers and sisters, is when you take your pen and you put it to the paper and you write the story of your life. And I'm going to tell you what, Richard Wagner is going to write a heroic story for himself. He is out there spreading white well-being, the curative contagion. Steve Bin Bob, financially gifting $3, just a small donation to show my continuing support. You are a blessed participant in this community, and thank you so much for still being with us. And ladies and gentlemen, she couldn't restrain herself. DF came back again, 25 more dollars. What a magnificent lady. We love you, dear sister. Deposit on the struts, friend. Thank you so much. Yes, the squeaky struts. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I had to stop making videos in my car. The engine still sounds magnificent. You all remember if you watch my videos of me in the car. And in fact, I have a video that I have to finish to teach those of you out there who want to change your battery in your car and save yourselves some money. That I'll finish up that video and I'll make it available soon in my car. But the problem is, it would drive you all insane trying to listen to a video with those struts screaming from the back of the car like, oh, I don't know, kittens singing the opera. Absolutely outrageous. And if you're a mechanic and you know a way to lube them to help reduce that, let me know. I've gotten in there and tried, and it doesn't help. Thank you so much on that, DF. Let's go over here really quickly to the Tall Kevin widget, the question widget. And at the very top, we have Tall Kevin. Jason, for all the ladies tonight, what color shirt are you wearing? What color shirt? It is gray. I have a gray shirt on tonight, and it has a sort of an artistic design of like swirls, and I don't know what it would be called. But I think I'm going to be wearing more of these types of shirts on air. Some of our guys make some of these shirts, and I want to put my dollars that I earn back into the community where I can. That is what I'm wearing tonight, and I will have them on camera more often. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you have forgotten, Mr. George has some magnificent t-shirts. You can go over to thegreatorder.com, find the link on there where it says that there are clothing or something of this nature, and he's got some fantastic t-shirts. I have some, and I've worn them on camera. I'll do so again soon. Thank you very much for that. Focus Warrior, so many anti-whites in the comments this week wanted to ban them, but not a moderator. So here are their names and disgusting messages that you might want to respond to. Please ban them. So there are some objectionable people in our chat right now. Is that what you're saying, brother? I'm going to keep moving for right now. I will take these down, and then maybe at a song break, I can make these people disappear for all time. But you all can set them straight until I get there. And I think, well, Brant Danger is here, and he has a wrench. So if it gets really ugly, he knows that he can just silence them. And if they just keep going over and over and over, and he has to keep silencing them over and over, then Brant, you have the authority to ban somebody that you have to repeatedly silence in the live chat. Okay, we have also Warrior saying, please stop saying that we shouldn't rip Doolittle apart after what he said. Well, we'll get to that. Declaring white men, Volkish Warrior is saying here that Doolittle declared white men inferior to non-white men. And also, don't worry, I spent an hour telling people about you under his video. Oh, thank you so much. Where did he say that? Where did he say that? And Warrior goes on John Mark's channel, 26 minutes, 55 seconds. Kurt tells the BLM guy that blacks, oh, this is vulgar. I'm not going to repeat that. So it says that, well, they're more athletic. They're stronger. I guess Fuentes was right last year when Fuentes, this is Volkish Warrior, is saying that Nick Fuentes called Kurt Doolittle a Fed. So he's saying that Fuentes called Doolittle a Fed. Popcorn Power says local news stories are less filtered than national news stories. You're absolutely correct. They quarantine news stories. We teach that in Going Free, especially those with pictures and video. Precisely. Local news sources are not banned. Maybe we should do more to share such stories to wake people up. Exactly, Popcorn Power. And that is one of the reasons that social media in and of itself, not necessarily content creators, have really damaged the anti-white narrative. Because for decade after decade after decade, local news would talk about what happened in an area, especially if there was video of it or a great many people saw it and it was really the talk of the town or the county or whatever. They would have to cover it to maintain some measure of respectability and believability, but it would never spread nationally, certainly not globally. They would quarantine the story. People started sharing those on Facebook, on what was that one before Facebook everybody had that died off. They shared on that platform, and then everybody started seeing around the world, my God, your town's just like my town's, not an exception. It's everybody's town is the same anti-white garbage. Popcorn Power goes on, do you have any suggestions on how to utilize the recent event in Stone Mountain to our advantage? What term should we use instead of whiteness? Well, whiteness, again, what people are trying to say when they use whiteness is that anti-whites are anti-whiteness. So don't ever say anti-whiteness. And what comes out of us is not whiteness. What comes out of us is Western civilization. It emanates from our biospirit. That emanation, that projection of our biospirit onto the world around us is Western culture. In its each individual projection of the West onto our environment in its aggregate is Western culture, and then the structure is Western civilization. We are Western kind. We are not whiteness. What we do is Western civilization, not whiteness. Whiteness is something that you get a very strong antibiotic for, and then you hope that they don't have to amputate your genitalia to save your life. That is what whiteness is. We never use that term. So thank you very much for asking that question, because I assume there are a great many people who were wondering, what do we actually use in response? Their doctrine is Antiwhiteism. Anti, against, white, a term that we use in a supplemental way to Westman, M-E-N and M-A-N, and Western kind as a whole. Anti-whiteism, ism for the concept, and doctrine. Every single person will get it. They don't need a special education. They don't need to come to a class. They don't need to see a movie where it's used. You just use it and act like the person that you're talking to should already know what it is. And I promise you, they will immediately know what it is. Anti-whiteism is their doctrine. They are anti-whites. If at first you want to say, before you say anti-whiteism, you want to say something to pad it a little bit, you can say anti-white ideology, and then in the next sentence say anti-whiteism. I've been using this since the early 90s. It's 2020. I've never had a problem. Never have anybody ever said, well, what the heck is that? Please, ladies and gentlemen, use that. It's very powerful. Thank you, Popcorn Popper. Fantastic stories. Now, when it comes to what's happening at Stone Mountain, Georgia, we need to be talking about that. We need to be taking the videos. We need to be spreading them everywhere. What's the focus of it? When we share on our social media, what's the focus? We are the focus. Not the group, not the name they choose for themselves. We are the focus. These are anti-whites who are armed to the teeth, promising to white erase us from our civilization. This is where it has reached. Brothers and sisters in Sicily, brothers and sisters in the country of Georgia, in the country of Poland. This is what's happening in the state of Georgia. Anti-whites armed to the teeth, hundreds of them, with the objective of white erasing us from the civilization that we built, and that we have done nothing for the totality of our lives, but bend over backwards to improve their lives while harming and undermining our own. This is what's happening. That is the focus. It's what's happening to us. Our monument on Stone Mountain, our history on these street names, our history in the history books. It is us that is the focus. Not the particular group that, boy, aren't they a bunch of bad guys. Boy, aren't they, just take a look at their crime record. Just take a look at their whatever. It's not them. It's us. Thank you very much, Popcorn Power, for those questions, and it's great to see you. Tall Kevin here, $3. And in the financial gift widget on Entropy. And writing, I paid a super chat on Richard Spencer's stream, and he has a $10 minimum. Only contained your name and your site. I truly am convinced his online existence is just to make money, but not advance white well-being. I get, and then question mark, you too. You mean like me, that I'm meaning to advance white well-being? You're absolutely right. We absolutely are advancing white. That is the sole purpose of my life, That is the sole purpose of everything we do here. That is the reason why I have sacrificed and you all have sacrificed so much, is for white well-being. Absolutely. So Tall Kevin is saying here that there is a donation minimum for Spencer, Richard Spencer. And I guess you put up my name and my website, and did he read? Are you saying he didn't read it even though you gave him that financial gift of $10? Thank you so much, dear brother. Tall Kevin is a great guy, ladies and gentlemen. He's not giving up. Bartleby is here. Another champion. Another champion. $25. A big salute and spotlight for Bartleby. I'm eternally grateful, he writes, to be part of this community. Much love and many blessings to our folk. Much love to you, dear brother, for all that you've been doing. A great participant for a long time. And the things you do, the financial gifts you give, I salute you. God bless you. We also have Rosie here. $25 more. $25 from Rosie. God bless you, dear lady. I knew a Rosie, and she was such a wonderful woman. $25. I'm sure that you are every bit as splendid as she is. And our Rosie here writes, thank you for your teachings. Well, God bless you, Rosie. It is some of me. It is some of you. It is some of Tall Kevin. It is some of Steve Bin Bob. It is some of Nathan. It is some of Miss Jess Horse. Miss Jess Horse just said the other day to me, Promethean greetings, and probably others have said it, and I just didn't realize it. It didn't hit me, but Miss Jess Horse said it to me, and it suddenly hit me. It sounded so beautiful. So we have, I think it was Luke Mason was the first to say Promethean hails. I thought that was fantastic. Started using it. Now we got Promethean greetings. We're going to be using that as well. These teachings are all of us, and we are all going to push it together, shoulder to shoulder. There's nobody standing on any rostrum here. Nobody any higher than anybody else. Let me tell you what. I saw that speech in Richmond. I wasn't there, but I saw that speech in Richmond. And there's nobody here and nobody on any other channel that is claiming to be part of any higher class. We are Western kind. We are brothers and sisters. We are the elect of our people, and we are going to bring our people into a future that is bright and blessed and holy and loving, irrespective of all the hell and the threats and the intimidation that the anti-whites will throw at us. Thank you so much, Rosie. And then we have Tall Kevin back again with another $3 financial gift. And he writes here, is this the same thing written over? Richard Spencer never, no, right. Okay, this is a different comment. Richard Spencer never read my comment about advertising your site. And I timed it perfectly for when he read my super chat. He smirked and probably clicked delete. Why won't he embrace white well-being? Well, that's interesting assessment, Tall Kevin. Thank you for that. Now, we can't obviously confirm that he saw what you wrote with your financial gift. We can't know for sure, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. And there can be a number of reasons why. And perhaps I will speak to that when I talk about these other groups. And the reason why I'm going to be talking about these other groups and individuals is that we had a magnificent woman who is in the chat tonight, DF. She's in the mailbag, ladies and gentlemen, with a letter and asks a question about these things. And we will speak to that in not too long. And so maybe we will speak to that potentially as well. But you know what, Kevin, I'm not surprised. I mean, if you sent this and you timed it just right, you feel really confident that it was your particular. Now, remember, in all fairness to Richard, he is probably looking at a giant wall of financial gifts, and because people really like to feel smart, listening to a smart guy talk about intellectual things. And so he's probably looking at a giant wall. Who knows, technically what he was smirking about. But you could be right. And you all certainly are free to make your own assessments about why you think. I mean, Kevin, if you want to give your opinion of what you think he was doing when he did that, you can write it in the question widget. There, as you know, there's no minimum here, and every question and comment gets read here, whether there is a financial gift attached to it or not. As I say, I might have to change the verbiage to protect the channel. Meme Curatives will save us, writes over in the question widget. I'm new here, just testing. Does anything here under questions get read out loud, even though it's not a donation? Everything. I just spoke. It's like perfect timing. I seriously just scrolled down on the question widget. Yes. And so Meme Curatives is not new to going free, but new to entropy. Everything gets read on the question widget. And there have been a couple times where I've signed off and somebody sent something late, but then just like today, I speak to it at the beginning of the show. So thank you so much for asking that question, and we will try to get, as I say, to every single person's comment and every single request. Let me take a quick look at the two channels, and we'll see. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a music break, and we'll come back and speak to some other news, or maybe, do you all want to hear about propertarianism next? There's probably a lot of folks here, maybe folks in the UK. It's late there. Folks in Germany, I know, are watching, and they might be wanting to go to bed within the next couple of hours. And so they don't have all night long. They might want to hear about yesterday in Richmond, Virginia, what took place with the Propertarians and how I think we should approach it. I just saw a comment by Volkish on the question widget. Says, do I need to threaten you to get to know what happened to Lamont Riddick? No, we'll definitely talk. We'll definitely talk about Lamont. I don't know. I think it might be, brother, when we launch the Crucible standalone, which is not going to be as far off potentially as it had originally seemed. So what we'll do, I think we'll do this. We'll go to a song, and then we will come back. If you all want to talk about propertarianism and what happened in Richmond right away, we can do that. And then we can speak to these other comments. We can get into the mailbag. We can get into these other news stories. We got some great things to talk about. Still, we got the armed anti-whites marching in formation, many of them even military veterans bringing their military expertise of flipping burgers and the kinds of things that they normally do in the military to the battle, and saying that they are going to carve out. And of course, they're emboldened by the anti-white mayor. And I think we'll go to propertarianism. We got a lot of people writing. I've got messages coming in on my phone, people wanting me to speak to that. And I think it's important probably also because, when we had these disagreements, and many of you who were here last year and earlier, when these disagreements came up, that there were disagreements on violence. There were that I spoke out against. There were disagreements on 3 other important, very important topics. And on all 4 of those, I argued against them. And a couple of these individuals from this community, and then a couple dozen of their most fanatical followers, wrote me endlessly horrible statements about family members they made, that just all kinds of disgusting things, saying how absolutely incorrect I am, following me over to Mark's channel and cussing me there, saying how wrong I am. And ladies and gentlemen, I have been vindicated on every single point. I was right about everything. Not only was I right about the violence, which you all saw then, if you all remember, and we'll touch upon this when we come back from the music break, but remember when I talked about the violence and how what's going to end up happening is that you're going to have some poor guys that live in the basement surrounded by MREs and firearms and ammo and the like are going to get arrested and go to jail for the rest of their lives for buying into this let's just call it like the Fed posting version of propertarianism, because I've had some people who are good people have reached out to me and said, look, that person, I'm a propertarian and we don't agree with any of the Civil War stuff. So I know that there are folks out there that draws a very stark line between propertarianism and then all of this violence, all of this Civil War talk. So setting those folks aside. And I said, look, if you continue to speak this way, then these people are going to get arrested. The first time we had those arguments, do you all remember who were there? 2 days later, a guy was arrested in Maryland, the state right above mine, just north of mine, living in the basement, surrounded by MREs, planning to carry out some kind of act, because all there was going to need to be was a spark, some little event somewhere. And then if you remember the argument that specifically John Mark was making and Kurt Doolittle, that one spark and then there would be civil war and the right wing will easily win it because the right wing has the guns. We have all the guns and there's going to be an easy civil war and they're just going to come out. There's going to be one act. And remember that, ladies and gentlemen? And I said, no, this is what's actually going to happen. Somebody's going to get arrested. 2 days later, a guy in the exact circumstance arrested. And then the second time we had this disagreement, do you all remember? It was about a week and a half, 2 weeks later, a guy in Texas arrested. The exact same circumstance. Planning some sort of act that would initiate that civil war that would just magically happen. And we'll talk more about that when we come back. But there are 3 other major points that were brought against me that I spoke out against on Mark's channel, on my channel, on JF's channel. And the statements I made are in those records. And I've been vindicated on every single one. And I'm going to be adamant about this, and I'm going to celebrate it because of all of these pricks out there who came over from that community saying, no. Doolittle is a genius. You know, Kurt. Doolittle is a genius. So you possibly don't know what's going on. If he says it, then that means it's fact. Well, his ass was wrong in every case, and I was right in every case. Why is that important? Not for my ego, not just for these pricks who came over saying this and trying to talk all of you all out of going free, but because we have the lens that shows you the path to victory. And if you put that lens up to your eye, if you put that eyepiece up to your eye, you will see everything I can see. And anyone who would get between you pulling that eyepiece up to your eyes and looking out at that horizon, I am going to shout down and slander and mock and ridicule until you realize that we have the truth and the victory and they have nothing but whatever you want to call it, Fed posting, or there's whatever, Fuentes says he's a Fed or whatever it is. You can call it whatever it is. But I'm always going to stand up for the victory of our people and the recapture of our destiny, and we will be right back.
Here and how we rose to test the strength of our many foes. They shut us down, but they can't see. We never lose, winning is our destiny. And though they shame the things we build, we'll claim what's ours. No white guilt.
Fantastic music right there by Fernald. Amazing piece. Who does not blast that to the heavens? My speakers were rocking. Always speakers up when we're talking about that. Let's get really quickly into this. And because I think a lot of people want to talk about this before we lose those who are going to be heading off to bed. And I guess people just generally are interested in knowing about what took place yesterday. Let me ask really quickly. How many of you knew about what took place yesterday in Richmond, Virginia? Did anybody know? Everybody that I seriously had a slew of folks that wrote to me upset, unhappy, embarrassed. They had a lot of hope for the event that was supposed to take place yesterday. Fernell is here. Great to see you, brother. First Last says, stop pushing the Doolittle button, Jason. Well, I had this screaming Doolittle on the steps of the courthouse or state house, whatever it was, in Richmond where they were. And the connection there was just so. We have Althea Pro saying, pump your gasoline, petrol with this tune. Oh, yeah, blasting while you're at the station. Exactly. Feel No White Guilt is here. Great to see you. DF is in the chat with us. Hello, dear lady. Let's see. What do we have? Melody is here. Great to see you. Billy, Moy, and Corey. And the great Raymond Foster is here. George is here. The Art Works VA. Great to see you. Slots. Danny is here. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. One of our great champions. Wonderful, wonderful to see you. JK160 is here. Sakis is here. All right. So did anybody know about what happened yesterday? There was this big push by Kurt Doolittle and John Mark to hold an event, to sign a document. I think they called it Reformation. Is that what it was? The document of Reformation or something of this nature. Let me see if I can. Declaration of Reformation. Let's see. First of all, let's see if the John Mark channel is even there anymore. Because, you know, when you advocate violence, YouTube immediately bans you. And so let's see. Whoa, it's here. The John Mark channel is still up, over 100,000 subscribers. And it was the Declaration of Reformation. Declaration of Reformation. And I tell you, John Mark has some kind of amazing talent, this guy. The first video he did, America's Solution. And that's one of the things that John Mark and Kurt Doolittle, and by the way, as I'm going to repeat as we're getting started here, I've heard from people behind the scenes, that aren't content creators and the like, they say they know John, they think he's a nice guy, he's a good guy, and okay, I accept it. I hear he's a good guy. I hear this John Mark's a good guy. And he definitely has some kind of amazing, astronomically amazing talent. One of the things that he and Doolittle use a lot of is this two words, solution and scientific. And these two words function like a skeleton key for unwary people. Now, I'm not suggesting, at least for John Mark, that he's using these intentionally as a skeleton key. I don't know. I don't know him personally. Like I said, I hear he's a good guy. But these two words used together, I have a solution for your problem, and it is scientific. That, for the average member of the laity, those words are like abracadabra. And regrettably, they are the kinds of words that are used by charlatans to sell their products. Now, I'm definitely not saying that John Mark is a charlatan or that Kurt Doolittle is a charlatan, but I'm saying that these are the words. I mean, I have a very extensive knowledge in marketing, and if I wanted to manipulate people into buying things, it wouldn't look anything like I'm doing. It would look nothing like I'm doing, because this is not about what we're doing here is recapturing the destiny of Western kind. I'm not trying to sell a widget. If we were trying to sell a widget, I have extensive knowledge. This would look completely different. It would be very plastic and superficial. I'm sure brilliant people we're going to have on Lovely Porridge on tap coming up this week. And he would be able to take a sales spiel like that and absolutely take it apart, show it for what it is, how plastic and fake it is. And by the way, if you're not following Lovely Porridge at Ruination Media, do so right away. He's one of our great content creators, and we need to continue to expand our gravitational pull in the white positive sphere so that we draw everyone that is good, we cull everybody out that is good, and we begin to pull from the MAGA crowd, which we are doing. And so many others said could not be done. But John Mark has an amazing talent. And this, watch out for people saying solution and scientific with anything. Whether you're buying products for the pool you have in your backyard, or I have messages coming in, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for this. And yes, we did. I did want to mention that, again, that Danny is with us. And Danny, ladies and gentlemen, was the wonderful woman who, just to take a step aside, was a wonderful woman who painted like hundreds of rocks with no white guilt and go free and all of this on them. And she was going to distribute them, but then she found them magically already placed all over the place in her community. So she didn't even have to do anything. She just magically found them. So wonderful woman. We salute her. Let's get a round of applause for Danny and her efforts. We love this dear lady. Thank you so much, and great to see you. And we're glad that you're healthy and doing well and in the live chat tonight. But so I want to say, when you are buying something, whether it's pool equipment or your parts for the tractor or whatever it might be, and I had to get some of those parts the other day. If somebody says this is a solution and it's scientific, you should immediately become wary. You should immediately say, all right, where's the toady? Where's the person that's going to say, oh, this product over to my right, produced by some other person? Because it always works in sales. There's like a toady. And this comes from, there's actually a lineage for this word. It actually comes from a toad eater. It was somebody who would claim to eat a toad. They would fake it. It would be a sleight of hand. And then they would take the remedy, the nostrum, from some mountebank, some charlatan would say, I've got this medicine. They roll into town. And then he would take the medicine, and suddenly he would be healed of this giant toad that he just ate, which otherwise would kill a human being. Just swallowing some whole toad down your throat, at least you wouldn't be well at all. Rip your guts up. So there's going to be a toady. There's going to be someone saying, look over here. This over here is the product that is the solution, and it's scientific. And they'll just keep saying those words over and over. So as somebody who has heard that John Mark is a good guy, I'm going to recommend drop the use of solution and scientific. Don't say those words anymore. You sound like a charlatan, and people tell me you're a good guy. So if you're a good guy, that means you're not a charlatan. So stop using that. It just makes you sound like a charlatan. So he has this amazing talent, and he has 2 weeks ago talking about this America's Solution, Declaration of Reformation. This is going to be the solution to all of your problems. It's not going to be hard work. It's going to be a document that you're going to put your name and fingerprints all over. And that got 50,000 views. You really, hats off to this guy. I mean, I got to make like 50 videos to get 50,000 views. And then, not quite a week later, another one, event update, 18,000 views on that. And then another video, I guess talking more about it, with 65,000 views. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So there were a lot of people that were very excited. They thought, well, you're not going to really have, there's going to be a document we're going to sign, and that's going to be the solution, and that it's scientific. So it's all over and done with. And of course, then yesterday happened. And yesterday morning, I was busy actually working in the yard, and had this live stream that John Mark was running. I was hoping that there was going to be some, now despite the fact that we had these disagreements in previous year, I want everybody who is working toward white well-being, if Kurt Doolittle is working toward white well-being, so be it. If John Mark is, good. I want them to be a success. I see this video that John Mark made with America's Solution, Declaration of Reformation, that got 50,000 views. I wish it had 500,000 views. 50,000 views isn't enough. I want these people to have wild success if the outcome is actually white well-being, recapturing our destiny. So by whatever way we can get there, lawfully, legally, keeping people out of trouble, out of jail, I want you all to build beautiful memories. I want you all to become legends in your family's lore. I want your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, or great nephews and great nieces, to say, I remember grandpa, grandma, thus and such. I want you all to have splendid memories with little babies' arms wrapped around your necks. I don't want you in prison. I don't want you shot by some white BATF or FBI or Homeland Security white officer who doesn't want to kill you anyhow, but he's being ordered to, or he's going to go to jail for life. I don't want that to happen. All right. So I want these people to have success. Now, we can all disagree, and I'm an adult, and I've been in a lot of heated disagreements. Men can disagree, and it can get heated on how to arrive at an objective. And I am good with that. I've always been fine with that. And sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Mr. George will tell you, we've had some disagreements. And when Mr. George has been right, I have said, you are right. Now that you've said this, that, or whatever it was, it opened my eyes. I see it this way. And you know what? One of the reasons why Mr. George and I work so good together is because when I have been right, Mr. George has said, you know what? Now that you say that, you're right. This is how we reach our objective. We humiliate ourselves before the spirit of, or humble ourselves before the spirit of the West. That is the true leader of who and what we are, because it is the thing that gave us life and all of our talents. It is the thing that gave all of our greatest heroes of all time those powers for which we honor them. And so I'm fine with that. I am absolutely fine with the disagreements. And so I disagreed with Kurt and with John Mark on a couple things, and we can talk about that. But I'm fine with them doing their thing, and I hope that they are fine with me doing mine. I hope that my effort here to speak out really against some of the harsher things that are being said about them is not going to result in these guys who are maybe already a little bit sore over how this ended up, but deciding, oh, let's sick our giant community of folks on those who are going free to cause a bunch of problems. Because my opinion is this, and this is for you all to hear who are going free, those in the totality of the white positive sphere, and for both Kurt Doolittle and John Mark. This is my position. If you believe that these guys have a new and improved constitution for the future, if you believe that they're onto something with the study of X, Y, or Z from the past, and they have some corrections that will make America, will make living in America a better place, a safer place, a more secure place in the future, then that's wonderful. I'm all for that. If they have developed and are on the path to developing that, here's my opinion. Watch them, watch the videos, be excited that somebody is working out something for the future, and that maybe when we recapture our destiny, that being able to implement some or most or all of these ideas will help to prevent what has happened to us from happening again. Watch that. Be an observer of that. And then come over to us and get busy on the work of recapturing our destiny. Because a new and improved constitution isn't going to be worth anything unless you go free and we recapture our destiny. So there is no reason that the work that Kurt and John Mark are doing should collide with what we are doing. They are working on something for once we recapture our destiny, and we are working on recapturing our destiny. You can very easily do both. But don't do this. Don't believe that you are doing something by observing these two men working on a constitution for the future. You are just observing. You are getting excited. You are having faith that there'll be some security when we recapture our destiny. But that's all you're doing. You have to go free. You have to treat the mean pathogens that are in your mind. You have to get out of the anti-white narrative. You have to spread this curative contagion to your friends, family, and strangers, as we have been doing, and the success is all around us. So, endorse their future constitution. That is the position of no white guilt. Endorse the future constitution, constitutional work and exploration of Kurt Doolittle and John Mark, and then come on back here and let's roll up our sleeves and recapture our destiny. And now I want to say to everybody who wrote me that I know that a lot of you were disenchanted with the event yesterday. So many are writing and saying it was farcical, that it was cringeworthy, that it was embarrassing, that people were having vicarious embarrassment for the folks who attended because believing that they didn't know how it was going to play out. And a lot worse things I'm not going to say. I want to say this, though. I watched the video. So in defense of Kurt Doolittle and John Mark, I know that a bunch of the things that were said about, or some of the things that were said about what took place weren't exactly true. It wasn't as bad as some people are making out. For example, I only saw one person with a tricorn hat. There weren't a handful of people with tricorn hats on. I know that I saw that Doolittle was dressed the way he was, but I don't think it was as bad as saying that he was just looked like he was taking grandkids for ice cream. I mean, these sorts of comments, I know there were a bunch of comments, and you all wrote me in the defense of these guys. It wasn't that bad. It could have been better, but it wasn't as that bad. But I understand where you're coming from. I mean, there was the histrionics, the screaming from the top of the stairs there, which was very peculiar, and a number of other things that I'll just briefly touch upon your comments, since so many people wrote and a lot of people had the same things to say. I also don't believe, in defense of John Mark in particular, that the down votes have been manipulated. I mean, I think there were, let's see exactly. This might start playing when I click on it, but yeah, no, it's silent. So let's see. Well, it now says 1,000 downvotes. So those of you who were, saying that half of the downvotes were removed, I don't know. If you say you have screenshots of that, then so be it. But I don't believe. I mean, I'm more inclined to believe that those are faked, the screenshots of the downvotes being erased. But I don't think that's true. There's 1,000 downvotes here, so I think this is legitimate. But I understand your frustration. And let me also say this. At no event, I have spoken so many times publicly, no one has ever made the ape noise. If you are at an event where I'm speaking and people start to make the ape noise, there was a show called this guy Tim or something. What was that TV show? Tool Time. And he had a fake show on the TV show that not Home Alone. Home Improvement. Home Improvement, I think, was the name of the show. That was the fake show. No. It's the other way around. Yes, Home Improvement was the name of the TV show. Tool Time was the name of the fake show on the TV show. I only saw that show a couple times. But he was a stand-up comedian. And before he had this television show, I had seen him on video as a stand-up comedian. And he started this, guys, we're into like putting a blower on the lawnmower. And then he would make this ape noise. And that was his thing that he was known for doing. And then he would make it and the audience would make it back. And they did that on his TV show as well. Well, if I am ever speaking anywhere and people begin to make the ape noise, you have my absolute blessing to tell them to immediately stop. They can holler, hell yes. They can say right on. They can say God bless. They can do anything else. They can say, they of course absolutely can make any of the shouts that are made in the military, hoorah, and they can do all of that, but do not make the ape noise ever where I am speaking. And you have my absolute blessing that if somebody makes the ape noise, to not permit them or to tell them, please do not do that. Jason does not like the ape noise. So yeah, I heard the ape noise. That was terribly embarrassing that they were making the ape noise. But having said that, I don't believe that Kurt encouraged them to do the ape noise. Somebody probably started doing it themselves, and then some person did it and then the crowd picked it up. I don't believe that Kurt started the ape noise. And so in his defense, but yeah, let's see what you all have said. This started off, and I'm not sure exactly about this, and I actually had somebody take a look at this for me. It looked like Kurt said, and this is the real substance here that I want to speak to, that I feel is really dangerous about what was said yesterday. So you had the really silly things, the tricorn hat, the ape noise, and you had, and I'll mention maybe a couple because there are comments here. I've got all these comments. But then there are some things that are very serious that you need to stay away from. I have to say, it's incumbent upon me to say to you, don't do this. Do not participate in this. Don't hold this opinion. And remember, if you have any comments about what I'm saying, you can tag me at No White Guilt. But if it scrolls off, make sure you copy and paste it on like a Word doc and put it into so that you can either put it in the live chat again or go put it in the question widget on Entropy, because it won't be lost there. Only you or I can delete it. So Kurt Doolittle may have said at one point in the speech, this law, quote, this law, before we strike back, has meaning other than violence, close quote. Now, this is the one that I'm not sure of. I had to have some other people listen to, because I think wind blows through the megahorn, megaphone as he's saying this part. But this was the closest he came that I heard to saying that he's not encouraging violence. But he's saying we're not encouraging violence until we are. Quote, this law before we strike back has meaning other than violence, close quote. Now, we also said here, quote, we are not making a request, we are making a demand, close quote. You as a white person, ladies and gentlemen, do not demand anything in this sort of fashion from the anti-white regime. Do not bother citing the First Amendment to me. This is silly. This is childish, and it is dangerous. You have no power to enforce anything or to force anything on the federal government or the state governments of the United States. This is not even a symbolic victory. So you have absolute victories in the world and symbolic victories. And this wasn't even a symbolic victory. You can't go out and say, we are not making a request, we are making a demand, and it be an actual demand. Not it's something as metaphorical. So he also says, and a couple things that I just decided that were kind of peculiar. For 5,000 years he screamed into the microphone as though what he is about to deliver has all of the weight of 5,000 years, and also God himself, the creator of the universe himself, behind what Kurt is delivering to you. And then he says, and quote, and for the next 5,000 years, we will drag mankind into peerage with the gods. Now, this for the next 5,000 years statement is to look just like the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. There was another character, another person who lived in the real world that said something about thousands of years and reigns of certain things. And perhaps this is just him being tone deaf. Perhaps it's megalomania. But I did think this was something that was dangerous and not something that any of you should be repeating. So Doolittle declared this credo that contained a list of demands as well as, quote, hereby criminalizing, close quote, certain behaviors. So again, we have no power to criminalize any behavior. And the moment you begin to say that elected officials, we declare that the behavior of the elected officials is criminalized, you will get the attention of the security forces in that country, because they are not going to allow you to enforce and to pretend to enforce and to potentially take steps to enforce punishment for a crime committed by elected officials. Does that make sense? People in law enforcement don't know whether you're crazy as a June bug, as we say down here in the South, and you are going to try to punish some sort of official because your leader of your group has criminalized certain behavior, and now this public official has committed this behavior, and you are going to go out and punish him or her for it. This is very, very dangerous vis-a-vis the security forces of whatever country you live in. And then, of course, we have, this is the solution. And also, ladies and gentlemen, and this is, I think, speaking to a lot of your pain out there. When you have a group of, 30 guys, and they had some of these Second Amendment guys mixed into the crowd. And of course, we will get to the Black Lives Matter leaders that were present at this event. But in Black Lives Matter, group of wonderful people doing working for the well-being of their people in the way that they can, in the way that they are allowed to. It's not a direction that we go, but we serve white well-being with love, hope, and in all ways lawful behavior. And the Black Lives Matter folks they're able to serve the well-being of their people in a different way. So more power to them and the good work that they are doing for their community. I wish we could be as active for our community as they are for their community. But I understand all of your complaints about, this. You got 30 guys out there, and your leader is screaming into a bullhorn in penny loafers and shorts, and about how he's criminalizing behavior, and we hereby criminalize, and we are not making requests, we are demanding this, and it is a bad look. I mean, just quite frankly, I get it. It's a bad look. It makes all of you who were part of this, either physically or just spiritually watching it, remotely viewing by way of, I guess it was on YouTube or Twitter, it made you feel pathetic. And I'm sorry for that. I know you wrote me. Folks, I have a couple messages with paragraphs of people whose hearts were broken from how just pathetic they feel. I get it. He writes here, or he says here, the solution, again with the word solution, a set of articles and amendments to our Constitution, a charter to our people to bring it about by peaceful settlement or not. Close quote. That is what Curt Doolittle said on the steps during his speech. By peaceful settlement or not. If anyone talks about violence in the white positive sphere, run like hell. They are magically not going to go to jail, but you will. And I am not going to allow this to go by on this level with over 100,000 subscribers and all of the support that they have over there, and know that there are wives and of people who support this stuff going on. There are husbands out there who have wives that are supporting this, and they have children. And I'm not going to allow these individuals to get locked up so that they're then in one-parent households, and the children are deprived of their mother or father. And I, Jason Köhne, no white guilt, could have said, run like hell. And I didn't, and then they ended up locked up. So I'm saying it now, and I want everybody who's going free to say it with me to the entirety of the white positive sphere. There are numerous calls for violence in this speech. And the multimillionaire Curt Doolittle is not going to go to jail. You will. He says here, quote, we will bear the burden of reciprocity. And he used reciprocity as a rallying cry. Please, nobody else write me. I mean, you can write it right now in the live chat, but no more emails, no more long paragraphs about how pathetic the slogan of reciprocity is. I agree. It's sad. It is not a rallying cry. I mean, coming together for agreements that work out to the mutual benefit of both is just not, I get it. Quote, the only reason not to, okay, here's another one of these by Curt Doolittle. Quote, the only reason not to kill is non-aggression. And we are being aggressed against. Close quote. Did you hear that? The only reason not to kill is non-aggression, and we are being aggressed against. Every jury in the United States will read that as a call for violence. Every single one. Every grand jury will read that as a call for violence. We, quote, we will defend that law regardless of the cost, close quote. Now he says several times, screams several times, regardless of the cost. Every single grand jury and jury in the United States, upon hearing regardless of the cost, will believe that you are willing to commit murder and terrorism to arrive at your objective. Especially when you're not saying we are going to get the coloring books into the bookstore that we like regardless of the cost. That would be interpreted one way. But when you're saying things like the only reason not to kill is non-aggression and we are being aggressed against, and then we will defend this law at all or regardless of the cost, that means you are going to commit terrorism to achieve your goals. To every grand jury and jury, and then lifetime in jail. He says, quote, Rome fell because men of conscience, men like us, would not do what they must regardless of the cost. Again, and we see this quote at the end of the speech, regardless of the cost, it's time. It is time. Well, what is it time for? I can promise you that every police department, every FBI office is going to think, after hearing this and reading the transcript, that it's time for violence. And he also says, and we start, quote, we start today. And then this is the sentence that will guarantee, no matter how much of a pacifist you are, no matter how afraid of firearms or even firecrackers you are, no matter how much you work only with newly born fawns, your whole life's work has been. This is the statement that if you are following and subscribing to this, will ensure that you go to jail for the rest of your life. Quote, and by this truth, ability to speak, we will choose our destiny by honest discourse and honest discourse alone, or we will resolve it by honest violence. Ladies and gentlemen, run like hell and never look back. If you want, as I said, I reiterate, if you want to check in and see how they are coming with the writing of a constitution for an America once we recapture our destiny, so be it. But roll up your sleeves, go free with us, and let's make a change in the world. Anybody saying, quote, and by this truth, ability to speak, we will choose our destiny by honest discourse and honest discourse alone, or we will resolve it by honest violence, has set you up to go to jail for the rest of your life. For charges I have seen over the years, I've been in the white positive sphere for decades, I have seen people go to jail by way of federal law enforcement because they had gasoline, nails, and duct tape in their garage, just because law enforcement wanted to have a reason and those people talked tough. If you are subscribing to someone who is speaking like this, and you are in the audience shouting, yes, yes, online or in person, and making the ape noise, that's all the evidence that law enforcement needs to build a file on you, to begin watching you, and you know how corrupt law enforcement is in the United States now. Do not rely on the fiction of legality to protect you from imprisonment. Our prisons are full with political prisoners, white political prisoners. Some of them go in there as everyday Joes, and then to survive in there, they have to become neo-Nazis or they get murdered. And you will too. Now, we also had the comment, and I just for everybody who's writing me, when the crowd started chanting white supremacy sucks, this was just part of the people complaining about reciprocity as an absolutely limp dick response or slogan for any group, that some of them in the audience and listening started shouting reciprocity back, completely within the anti-white narrative. Yes, that's totally feckless. And then, as though to make, they were just wondering, how can we make matters worse? Some of them started shouting, we're not white supremacists. I heard that. So, and then, yes, I also heard Doolittle say, quote, they are violating reciprocity, aren't they? And, quote, we are being aggressed against, close quote. Well, you had reality clashing with playtime in that scenario, didn't you? And that's what we do differently here. We are not in a nursery room in Going Free. We are in the real world. When anti-whites are shouting white supremacy sucks, we know what's actually going on. We are not going to shout reciprocity back at them. We are not going to shout back, we're not white supremacists. That's playtime. What's also playtime and simultaneously extremely dangerous for you is then saying what Kurt Doolittle says, quote, they are violating reciprocity, aren't they? We allow them to speak, but they're not allowing us to speak. And then he says, and I'm going to tell you what, it's not a DA will be able to read into this, a brand new DNA or DA, district attorney, will be able to read into this your jail sentence when Kurt says, quote, we are being aggressed against. Because don't you remember earlier in that speech, Kurt Doolittle says, quote, the only reason to not kill is non-aggression, and we are being aggressed against. So it is an easy inference to make that if those people chanting white supremacy sucks are aggressing against you, then the recourse is to kill them. You will go to jail. And then, yes, and to wrap this up, I'll take a look at your comments. Actually, no, I got to get into the other things where I'm really passionate about. I'll just say the last couple things here quickly. Doolittle did turn the megaphone over to a member of Black Lives Matter, a leader of Black Lives Matter. And to my shock and dismay, and to many of your shock and dismay as well, the crowd applauded the Black Lives Matter leader. And then the Black Lives Matter leader, I thought actually he gave a better speech in his little speech than Doolittle. And then he told this crowd to raise one finger in the air, and shockingly, everybody raised their index finger. I was surprised by that, actually. I thought they were going to raise a very different finger in the air, but they raised an index finger as he demanded of them, as he ordered them to do. They all were obedient, including Doolittle. And here's the thing. There are some of you have been writing me saying that Doolittle is pals with Black Lives Matter and he's set up to have them there. And I don't believe that's true. If there's more evidence to come out of that, then let that be seen. What I think happened was these Black Lives Matter guys saw this was happening. They wanted to get some measure of credibility for their group because they have had a lot of things going on, that some interesting ways that they serve the well-being of their community. And they were permitted to participate in this rally at that point. And then after the speech, if you watch the video, Doolittle is exhausted. He sits down on the steps. And then the black guys just walk up and they kind of just tell him, hey, we're just like you, and you're going to hand over the microphone. And he just obeys. I mean, I have seen so many times that seen non-white people kind of just order white people around, and the white people will just obey because they're white guilted, because they're afraid of them, because of whatever. And the tool that Doolittle was using to proclaim to the world that we as white men and women are going to take back our destiny with this document, a black guy just walks up and says, "Give me that." And he says, "Yes, sir." And he hands it right over. That was really despicable and cringeworthy. And then it got even worse. When the Black Lives Matter said, "Do this for me, raise a finger in the air." And they all raised the index finger in the air. And Doolittle was one of the first ones to raise his finger in the air. And then they all chanted after the Black Lives Matter, I am the change today, or I am change today, whatever it was, something like this. And Doolittle just dutifully obeyed. Doolittle dutifully obeyed when he was told to turn over the megaphone and then to raise his little index finger in the air and then to chant on command when the black man told him to do so. And then put up the, I don't know what it's called when you do like you used to do at the heavy metal concerts, like when they would put the devil's horns up or whatever it was, like you were at a metal concert. And then he did that like an absolute joy. And then I think, yeah, he says at the very end, Doolittle says, oh, that's right. He says, the first law under rule of law is bearing arms regardless of your goddamn race or color. That's what he said. The first law under rule of law is I remember it. I don't even have it because it was so stupefying. The first law under rule of law is bearing arms regardless of your goddamn race or color. And then he said, and now you can go home and party. And he did these devil fingers or this. I'm not saying he's a devil worshiper. I'm just saying this is the heavy metal concert sort of thing that they used to do. Oh, yeah. And I did see to the guy who wrote me, and you don't have to cuss that much in your writing. I mean, just I know you're pissed off, but if you were to take all the curse words out, it would have been half as long, your missive to me. So just don't curse anymore in your messages, please. I did see Kurt Doolittle. I did see the Black Lives Matter guy raise his fist in the air and give that salute that we all know what this salute means. You can look it up for yourself. You know, it means all wonderful things for white people when an anti-white, non-white person raises a fist in the air in a salute. The guy raises a fist in the air for the salute, and then right in front of Doolittle, and then turns right around, and Doolittle and this guy hug each other. And then, oh yeah, I did hear Doolittle liken himself to the founding fathers when he said, I like words and syllables. That's what I like, words and syllables. And the more, the better. And the longer the run-on sentence is preferable. And who else wrote like this? The founding fathers. So likening himself to the founding fathers, that was precious, I thought. So here are the questions I have. Why did they ask for donations? Why did John Mark and Doolittle ask for donations from working class Americans, white Americans? Doolittle is a multimillionaire. Prior to appearing on Tap with Mr. George and I, Doolittle went out of his way to tell Mr. George and I that he just got a ticket because he had to drive his Ferrari around the block. It had been sitting for too long, and he had to take it out, and it just zipped around the block and then had to deal with a ticket driving his Ferrari. He's a multimillionaire. Why is he asking you all to fund his get-together? He could pay for all of your flights. Some of the, I think I was told in one message that somebody came from Hawaii to see this. Somebody came from California. Doolittle could have paid for your tickets first class here and back for this tragedy of this comedy of errors. That's one of my questions. Oh. Final thing, dear lady, yes, sent me the clip of John Mark saying at the end, and this is, I agree, dear lady, John Mark says at the very end of the video to somebody standing beside him, and the audio picks it up. I don't know if he thought he had already turned off the live stream, but he says, quote, "I haven't signed that thing yet, so I got to go sign it." And then the live stream ends, which is curious. I mean, if this was as grave and important and serious and monumental of a moment in American history and the history of Western kind, referring to the document as a thing, I haven't signed that thing yet, it might mean, dear lady, what you're suggesting, that he doesn't take it seriously himself. But I'm not going to go that far as to say that I'm going to guess that he was organizing an event, he was trying to live stream, he had anti-whites all around him, and he was out in the sun. It was, I think it was upper 80s. I just think he was overwhelmed. He probably wasn't terribly happy, I'm guessing, with some of the things that took place as well. And at that point, he was just trying to get over to this profound document and put his John Hancock to it. And so he was really speaking with a colloquialism when he said, I haven't signed that thing yet, rather than admitting without actually saying so that he doesn't take it very seriously. But I understand your point. Now I really quickly want to just say to the 4 things and the 3 things I didn't mention. Let me get a drink of that I'm vindicated on now. Actually, I'll take a look at what you said, and then I'll talk about these things because I'm inclined to get a little fired up. Because I'm furious that that these arguments made by these people inhibited brothers and sisters of Western kind from coming to going free. There's no doubt it undermined the work that we were doing. These arguments where they were 100% wrong and looking with the lens of going free, everyone 100% right. So let me see what you all are saying. I'll take a quick look. Ezekiel is over there on the Discipline channel saying amen and love you, brother. Same back at you. Eric is over there. And Sovereign Erie, great to see you. You're fantastic. Saying hit the like button. I appreciate that. More power to you. Let's see. DJ is here as well. Great to see you, brother. Don't see any questions there. Let me jump over to the question widget on the No White Guilt, or not question widget, but the No White Guilt live stream. I got a bunch of messages coming in. There are so many people on the phone, on some other platforms. So many people so pissed off. Yes, somebody wrote in. You all can't see this message. Somebody wrote in saying that maybe John Mark was in heat. And that's why he called it that thing. I don't know how horny he was. I mean, he was probably had heat exhaustion, but I don't know how horny he actually was. If he was in heat, then he can tell us about what put him into that state. There might have been a honey out there. I don't know. In that kind of heat, you know, they'd be showing a lot of that kind of summer's day. They'd be showing a lot of skin. Sakis writes here, my first going free was the one after you debated John Mark on Tutar. I feel like a year later, things have come full circle. God bless you, Sakis, for saying that. You are going to be really valuable in this conversation because you were there then, and you heard the arguments I made. You probably were listening carefully in the subsequent shows where I chimed in on these arguments in different places, and you heard me speak to their objections that they were making to me, the kind of things that they were saying that you couldn't possibly be right. Doolittle is a genius. Don't you know that? So you were there. And yes, we have come full circle. We've come all the way around. And this is important for another reason as well, because we want this to be a lesson for those who have yet to hear about going free, for those who are seekers, for those who are wandering and lost in the forest of the anti-white narrative. And they're wondering, where should I go? Where should I invest my time? Who has the right message? You all will now carry the story of this lesson, of all of these lessons, that when put into question and my arguments were put up against the going free arguments, were put up against the arguments that Doolittle made, and you all heard them. You all heard the arguments that John Mark made, but more specifically, the sophomoric arguments that Doolittle made with that really bizarre giggling that he did on JF's channel, where he tried to mock me, and good on JF for not taking that bait. I think Doolittle was trying to do this, and you'll see when very rich people or parvenus or people who are born into wealth, they'll rope people in. You see them do it all the time. There's one guy who's really good at it in the sphere. They'll rope people in by saying, "Oh, you're just like me, aren't you? Look at all of these plebes in the world around us. You're not one of them. You're one of these aristocrats like me." And Doolittle was trying to do that with JF, and JF didn't fall for it. Either JF saw what he was doing, which he probably did, because JF is a really bright guy, or he just it just didn't make any sense to him what he was trying to do. Or he saw it and he thought, "I'm not going to do that to Jason." Especially after JF saw my character, demonstration of my character when we had an issue over there. So, Sakis, you'll be important to hear from. William Runner says, "I feel so bad for our people that have been taken in by this fraud." Thank you for mentioning that. I feel terrible too. That is the exact sentiment that I had, and why I felt that this was so important to speak to here today on Going Free. I feel terrible for all of them who thought that, like I said again, if you look at what they're doing and you believe that this is going to be a constitution for the future, and when we recapture our destiny, maybe this will be able to help us maintain a more stable, more equitable society. Bravo. Continue to think that, continue to observe that, continue to applaud these guys when they, hey, we've got another iteration or whatever, and we've come up with some more things we think that need to be corrected. Whatever it is, applaud that by all means. But if you were over there thinking, and as many were, and William Runner knows well, because he knows these folks that are suffering from this. If you were one of those who were over there, one of those especially who wrote me and said, I thought that they had the answers, especially when they keep using solution, scientific, solution, scientific, solution, scientific. And you thought that you were going to be able to just sit back. You thought that an army of the dead were going to rise and save us. My heart breaks for you, especially after seeing this. So let's see what else we have here. And a lot of people are writing cringe about it. It's so cringy. Yes, it was. No guilt, only pride says, "Oh my God, it got worse." Yes, it did get worse. Some people talking about what that salute means. Sakis again saying Jason was right about propertarianism a year ago. Let's see. I'm just scrolling now. Remember to tag me. A lot of people are surprised, writing "wow" and "oh my God" and "pathetic." And JK160 says about Doolittle. Doolittle got manhandled like Bernie Sanders did. Yeah, he absolutely just let that black man have his way with him. It's a good thing that Doolittle's wife wasn't present. They'd be delivering a baby in 9 months. Hanzo writes here, "You've got ladies watching. Try not to." Oh, yes. Well, I'm sorry I said that. Thank you for. Yes, indeed. I was very disgusted. I apologize if I use any objectionable language. Thank you, Hansa. Let's see, what else do we have? First Last saying, "Speak it, Jason." Now it's about to get on fire. I'm about to get fired up because of this. And I'm going to try, Hansa, to keep the words as clean as we can for all the ladies and or children that might be listening to this. And I know there are a lot of wonderful ladies and children out there who are listening, far more than anywhere else in the white positive sphere. Richard saying, remember the rich people party you went to a few years ago? The wealthy whites can't even understand you. Yeah, they're so well, I mean, like whites of all economic levels, very mired in anti-whiteism. They can't even see straight, but we're making them see straight. And this thing I talked about earlier in the show, real change coming to the world. We have Zero Talent financially gifting over on Cash App $5, saying everything he had to say with those $5. Thank you, dear brother. Great participant, always here, always financially gifting. Great to see you. Let's take a quick look at entropy and see if we have, okay, we have Ohesian Rebel financially gifting $10, writing Doolittle is an embarrassment. I don't understand how he has 10 followers. We will stick with you, brother. Thank you so much, Ohesian Rebel. You know, in his defense, he was some sort of a programmer, right? He was perfectly placed financially and with his training and who knows what other sort of human capital and connections. That often is how it works. And of course, with chance working on his side, alacrity often plays into the alacrity of an individual. Plays into these sorts of things, and chance, and ended up doing very well in a specific position. And I would imagine that he could do very well there again. I don't know that what he tried yesterday is really his cup of tea. But thank you, Ohesian Rebel, for the $10 and the comment over here. And we have Promethean Promulgation financially gifting with $10. Thank you so much as well. Service to white well-being is a great medicine. It is highly addictive and requires constantly increasing the dosage. But that isn't a problem. Amen to that. Yes, that's the thing. As you're going free, when you initially start going free, and we've got questions from folks we're going to read. We've got some more testimonials of successes. When you get started, and we'll talk about one young man's question here soon as well. When you first get started, those first MPs, very easy to see. It's like when you're a fat blob and you want to start losing weight, the first couple pounds come easy. But the more you work, the harder it gets. The more you are treating the MPs that are most easily found at the surface, you have to dig deeper and you find more. And then you dig deeper and you find more. And it takes harder to get those out. Those MPs that you learned at your earliest age are the ones that are most fundamentally connected to your actual personality. Those are the ones that are the hardest to change. And that is what you really have to work. It's a lifetime of work, but we're going to be there for you. On the question widget, we have Mr. Warrior. Hard to hear you praise JF when that scumbag bragged on Twitter about working with anti-white Antifa to deplatform Fuentes. Why do you keep being friendly to despicable men like him and Spencer? Well, I'm not being friendly to JF or Spencer or lauding them as individuals. I was lauding a specific act or specific behavior in a specific moment when JF decided to not follow Doolittle into a disparaging yours truly, which is what Doolittle was really trying to get him to do, and he just didn't go. And so certainly I'm going to be fine with that. And of course I have to make room for the possibility that what Spencer smirked at was something other than Tall Kevin's, his financial gift, and his comment with my links. And we would hope that he would be smirking perhaps at something else. But that's what I have to say. And you have some, he has a link here to something, and we will, oh, these are some wonderful people from the Middle East putting up an ISIS banner somewhere. And where was that, in the UK? Did they fly that banner in the UK? Popcorn Power says Scott Adams has advocated the idea of publicizing that there is no reciprocity. You said that is a losing position. Why? Scott Adams has advocated the idea of publicizing that there is no reciprocity. You said that is a losing position. I don't recall disagreeing with Scott Adams on this position. The slogan reciprocity is pathetic. That is focusing on mutual benefit with a fetishizing of your pleasure and property. And what is important is the biospirit. Your pleasure, there is no pleasure without the biospirit. There is no, who cares about property without the biospirit? It's nothing. Now, I do want to say a caveat for folks who have written to me back when we had these disagreements. They said, okay, there's propertarianism is one thing, and this call for civil war, or this preaching about the potential of civil war, this is something else that has linked itself to property, but they're two different things. So those people who are listening, live or in replay, who like the Propertarian doctrine or what have you, this is not I am not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm not digging into Propertarianism itself. I am not a fan of libertarianism, and I know there's some differences between libertarianism and Propertarianism. These independent companies, privately owned entities, are a big part of white erasure, are a big part of anti-whiteism. We cannot allow there to be, when we recapture our destiny, mortal gods on planet Earth in the form of corporations or in the form of individual human beings. We can't allow there to be such things, because when there are, then they are able to do the kind of things that are happening to us today. So even though I'm not criticizing you as a Propertarian, I'm not in these criticisms, I'm not necessarily going to end up being a fan of Propertarianism either. I don't know that it necessarily, if you're telling me that Propertarianism is compatible with service to white well-being, then you can make that argument. I'll certainly take a look at it. But you can't, the bottom line is you can't fetishize property and or pleasure or a human need or want, this sort of thing. It has to be focused on the biospirit of our people. Everything else is later. Person, great name, writes over here, on the matter of those who advocated violence, what do you make of, is that K Morris or Kai Moros? I don't, give me a quote from that guy. I don't know what specifically he may have said or may not have said. This is what I will say. Right now, let me turn off the AC. Right now, we have law enforcement is listening to us. And I want them to know, as well as all of you, because this is very important, that not only do we reject all violence, and this is where the big divide happened when we had these debates, first with John Mark and then Kurt Doolittle. Not only do we reject violence, but we also profess that any act of violence ostensibly committed or prepared to be committed by someone who believes that it will work in some way for the benefit of our people, that act will absolutely harm us. We aver that every act of violence will harm what we are doing for white well-being. There is no violent act that could do us any good whatsoever. Zero. None. Anybody caught in their basement with MREs and firearms and bullets, or makeshift bombs that can't even work even if they wanted them to or whatever, and thinking, all I have to do, and remember this from the original debate, was this idea that, well, and you'll remember these particular guys saying, all we need is one spark. This is where these debates started. All we need is one spark in this country, and then there's going to be a civil war. The right wing is going to rise up. One event. The right wing will rise up, and the right wing has all the guns. So the right wing will take this country back. And I argued back then what I'm saying right now. I said it right on TWR when with Mark Collette this week on the alt-right, Tutar. I said that if you say any act of violence will kick off a series of events that will restore our country, you are calling for that to happen. You are going to cause some person to think, well, all it's going to take is some act, blowing up some railway line, or blowing over a water tower, or setting a city block on fire, or one act is going to kick it off. And so some mentally deranged person, or some desperate person, or some psychotic person might get it into their heads, I'm going to head out and start this so that we can save America. And we don't want that to happen. And that's when I said on Tutar, we absolutely aver that any act of violence is only going to work to our harm. We aver it. Do you hear that, FBI listening? Get out your dictionary and look it up. We aver that to be the case. And what ended up happening? 2 days later, a guy in Maryland got arrested looking the exact part that I said they would look. In the basement with maps on the walls. The guy had maps on the walls. I mean, did I call it? MREs, the guy had MREs. Actually living in a basement. Firearms, stacks of ammo. And remember, folks, what I said? I said, you think you're going to be talking on some secure network. And the guy you're going to be, and first of all, you think it's secure. If the federal government of the United States wants to listen in, they can listen in. They can look at what you're writing. Forget about this. Well, I got this app that's really secure. The bars that you're seeing in front of you are from your crib, dumbass. Almost cursed there, Hansa. The bars in the front of your face are your crib. But I said, even if you find an app encrypted from end to end and magically you can communicate without the federal government of the United States reading or listening to what you're doing and saying, then the guy you're on the phone with and messaging is an agent. And that is exactly what happened to the guy in Maryland. He was messaging an FBI guy on the other side of the country about his plans. 2 days after that disagreement. And then when it came up again, and I said, do not do this, same thing's going to happen. It was like a week and a half, 2 weeks later, same exact scenario in Texas. And I said, vindicated, vindicated. But what ended up happening? I was vindicated. But what ended up happening? I also made arguments, 3 more arguments against this Kurt Doolittle. And the guy might be a good guy, John Mark. I don't know to what degrees he was echoing what Doolittle was saying. Perhaps you can tell me. But they were making these arguments about 3 other things. The first was the just-in-time supply chain. Do you all remember that? This country is on the verge of falling over. It's on the verge of absolute anarchy. The government not able to control the country because everything is just-in-time supply chain. You screw something up, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, supplies don't reach the stores, and then they told you all that the inner city folks will be rushing out into suburbia and slaughtering and stealing. Remember they said that? And I said, no, that's not going to happen. And then going back to this original comment linked to, I guess in one of these three links to the first thing I was talking about, and that is there'll be a civil war. You all remember I made the argument, no, there won't be. No one's going to rise up. And the reason why is there's no oppositional pole. There's no oppositional authority structure. There is no ideology. There is no oppositional culture. There is no oppositional leadership. There is no oppositional pole. There can't be a civil war. But these guys went on and on about one spark in America somewhere. Something happens somewhere, and the right wing is going to immediately rise up. There's going to be a civil war. One hiccup somewhere in the just-in-time supply chain, and the cities will fall apart, and the population from the cities will rush out into suburbia and eat everybody alive. And then the final thing was the cities don't have enough police officers to maintain control of the cities. The cities will easily be taken. Remember this argument? And they came forward. I had all of these nitwits come after me. Heads so deep in the sand come after me, and they said, well, look at what Doolittle said here. Here's the data of how many police officers per how many people of the members of the population, and what the police officers are actually armed with, and how many people they're actually able to communicate with, and how many roads they can actually, all of this data, useless garbage, coming to me, telling me how wrong I was and how right this Doolittle was. And we ended up losing all of those people who could have gone free at that time. Instead of getting started going free and us being further down the road on recapturing our destiny, these people ended up following this. I'm trying to keep it calm. They ended up following this guy with these arguments that he was making, coming again and again. Well, who's right? Who ended up being vindicated? Have we had, ladies and gentlemen, a spark in the country? Have we? We didn't have one little thing that didn't happen and didn't kick off a civil war of the invisible goddamn right-wing army. We've had weeks and weeks of 60-plus cities on fire, and there hasn't been a civil war. Not even a hint of a grand right-wing army rising up to do the work that you wouldn't do at your family's dinner table, at the Thanksgiving meals, at the Christmas get-together, where you weren't brave enough to stand up and say enough of this anti-white garbage, because there was going to be this grand right-wing army that at the drop of a hat, something big happened in this country, ladies and gentlemen, and the right wing is going to go to war. It's going to be a big civil war, and we have all the guns. The right wing has all the guns, and they're going to be taking back this country. There's going to be a big civil war. Where are you going to find? You got to watch this Doolittle guy, and you got to watch him write this new constitution, because I tell you what, folks, he's a genius, and he's going to be producing a new constitution. You need to sit by and do nothing but sit on your hands and watch Doolittle create magic. He'll have a constitution for you, and you won't have to do anything. Big army coming soon. Remember that? Solution, scientific, solution, scientific, solution, scientific. Where is your grand right-wing army? There wasn't a single event, chumps. Cities 60 plus have been on fire for weeks, And there has been no civil war, and there is no possibility of a civil war. I was right. You all were wrong. You got that? Now, if you want to be men, it's all on record now. If you both want to be men, you can make a video and get out and say, you know what? We were wrong. We thought that there was going to be a single event and then a grand right-wing army would stand up and take back this country. And not only was there not a little spark, but we've had city blocks on fire. We've had police officers murdered by the score or by the dozen. And by the way, none of that's actually happening. Let me say that for YouTube. You have to look into it for yourself at CNN. This is all just for entertainment purposes. But people are getting police officers shot, run over, stabbed, throat stabbed. No right-wing army. How about this? The other argument they made, the police and the authorities won't be able to maintain the cities. These anti-whites that, of course, since they're inside the anti-white narrative and they have the paradigm of left and right, they call them the leftist. The anti-whites will just take the cities over because there aren't enough police officers. Wrong again. Just as I said, you had anti-white mayors ordering police on their knees and to get on their faces. And the anti-whites, the leftists, still didn't take over the cities. They still could not take over the cities. It was childish. It was infantile to say, I don't care how much data you have about how many police officers there are per how many civilians there are in the cities. I don't care how many electrical towers there are and how many water plants there are and where the weak junctures are. I don't care. I told you all then that they would not be able to take over the cities, and even with anti-white mayors giving several blocks to anti-whites, they still could not take over the cities. Exactly as I said. This is vindication time. It's time, Kurt Doolittle. It is time, John Mark, to apologize. You both were wildly wrong. And then finally, just-in-time supply chain. Everything would fall apart if we had just a few days of things being interrupted. Well, folks, I think a plague has done more than interrupt things for a few days. Is this hard to figure out who was right on that one? I said, no, it wouldn't. This is the United States of America. It has redundancies on redundancies on redundancies on redundancies. They're not going to allow the anti-whites that run the anti-white regime in the United States are not going to allow the state and federal government to fall because the meat truck can't make it to your grocery store. It was infantile to say so. So they were saying on record that all it would take is a little hiccup in the just-in-time supply chain and everything would fall apart. Well, we now have had 6 months of just-in-time interrupted. 6 months. And nothing, not a single branch of the anti-white demonic tree has fallen. I am vindicated again in toto with all of the disagreements I had. So it's up to these two guys. If they want to come out now and say that they're going to acknowledge how wrong they were in those debates, in those conversations, and be men about it, I welcome that for them to do that. They can tweet at me and say how wrong they were on these 3 points. No civil war rose up at any spark. No anti-whites could easily take over any cities. No cities taken over by the mobs in the streets. And no just-in-time put an end to civilization by it being a little hiccup interrupting it. You all can make a video and apologize, or you can tweet it. But the people you have to apologize to are all of those folks who decided not to go free and decided instead to follow this idea that some constitution, some tweaks to the Constitution was somehow going to magically usher in a victory for us, and that all we had to do otherwise is wait for an army of the dead to rise from the soil and wage a civil war against the anti-whites. And of course, Sakis and the rest will remember the arguments I made. I made lengthy arguments about how this nonsense that like the right wing has all the guns. The anti-whites in leadership, I said back then, and now you all, maybe you can see it's true. If anybody doubted me back last year, if anybody doubted me, now you can see it's true after you see how the anti-whites have behaved in power. And remember, this is not special to me. I'm not some sort of elite like Kurt Doolittle looking down upon the rest of us from lofty heights. I'm shoulder to shoulder with you guys. I'm as greasy and dirty in the muck with all of you in this fight. I can see this because I've been going free longer than most of you. And the more you go free, the easier and clearer this will become for you as well. I said that there wasn't going to be this grand civil war, that there wasn't going to be any army rising from the dead, that there wasn't going to be the cities falling. I told you, and now you can see to the point, the specific point I want to make, that if any, what they refer to as boogaloo, just nonsense, were to start up some group here or some group there, and there can be no boogaloo either, because again, there aren't any poles of opposition. Instead of just a pole of oppositional pole, there aren't oppositional poles. The anti-whites in power, I said, would immediately back the dump trucks up to the anti-white neighborhoods. They would tip up their the load, and M60s, M16s, grenade launchers, laws is what they're called, tow missiles, they would all just fall out of the back onto the streets, and you damn well know they would. If they ordered police officers, now you've seen it with your own two eyes. If they ordered police officers to not even use the weapons, less than lethal weapons that they have, like the sound cannons and everything like that make you instantly vomit, that would instantly put an end, water cannons that would instantly put an end to a mob of people, weapons that they would use on us instantly, by the way, if we were to be out there like that. They ordered them not to use those things and to get out into the streets and to apologize and to allow themselves to be run over by trucks, to allow themselves to be shot, to allow themselves to be stabbed. If the anti-whites in these positions of power would order the law enforcement to do that, which they did all over this country, you damn well know that I'm right now, that if good old boys here or there decided that they were going to take up their AR-15s and their bright orange jackets and decide to start shooting from Mayberry outward, that they would just back the trucks right up into the ghetto and into the anti-white, these dens of drugs and depravity. They would back the trucks up where these anti-whites are, and they would give them all the weaponry they need to blow your ass into smithereens. And not only that, but then they would order the military and National Guard to come after you. We are in no position to wage any sort of violence, nor do we want to. We want everything to remain as stable as possible while we change people's minds about what story they are going to live in this world, so that those of our people who are in power will be able to act in a way that accords with white well-being. And it will be infinitely harder for the anti-whites who are in power to wage their morality against us. Does that make sense? How many more times do we need to be right? How many people did we lose over the past year and who are now crying into their beer over what happened in Richmond yesterday? How pathetic did they make the totality of the white positive sphere? You know, all of these different anti-whites who call themselves Antifa and all the rest, you know they are laughing their asses off right now like hyenas after seeing that pathetic spectacle in Richmond. Let me see what you all have to say. And then we can get on with some more of this news. We'll take calls tonight. And I think I got through that. I didn't do a bunch of cussing. But I do want to end on the point that I've been making throughout my criticism. Number one, I've heard that John Mark from others is a good guy. Number two, if you want to continue to support the work of the creation of a constitution for some point in the future when we recaptured our destiny, you want to observe that and support that by applauding it. More power to you. But at the same time, you need to roll up your sleeves and get to work recapturing our destiny, because there is no use otherwise. This idea that you are going to recapture our destiny by proclaiming some sort of document to the world is quixotic to the point of causing children to squint at you and say, you got to be kidding. That's too serious. That's too silly. Nobody could believe that. We're not even going to entertain that in our fantasies about the Easter Bunny. Let's see what you all are writing over here, and we'll get to... I had to restrain myself a lot there. I think I did well. All right. I know I got a lot of comments coming in here in the background. And I thank you all. Tina Veek likes this Moros guy. He's a good speaker and has a good mind. The part about violence is taken out of context, I think. Haven't read much of him. No, I haven't either. But if he, I'll just say generally speaking, if there's any threat of violence, or if an argument is made, that the argument that John Mark was making a year and a half ago, that one little act of violence, and then there is going to be this great event, this great civil war, and we will have our country back. If you make that argument, people will respond. And then you'll see some guy will end up going to kill innocent non-white people, or maybe innocent white people that hold anti-white opinions. And we don't want innocent people harmed. Certainly don't want people harmed because of a view they hold. We're not going to allow them to harm us, but we don't want any innocent people harmed. At the same time, we will defend ourselves if somebody comes after us. But what is going to end up happening when you set up a context like that, and if this is what this Moros guy is doing, then I reject it. Not saying he's doing it. Don't know what he's doing. But if he's saying, well, if there's an act of violence, then we'll magically gain our civilization back, then that is run from him as fast as you can. And I understand where this comes from, where this place comes from. You feel powerless because you are. You are powerless inside the anti-white narrative. You're not powerless in our story. In our story, you're a hero. In our story, you change minds. In our story, you save lives. In our story, you protect our children. In our story, you preserve what we've made. In our story, you recapture our destiny. If you stay in the anti-white narrative, you are powerless. You are pathetic. You are a loser. I'm not saying that as a way to burn you down. I'm saying that is the definition of a white man and woman inside the anti-white narrative. And then you have this urge to speak with bravado in response to it. And this braggadocious speech is what harms us over and over and over again. And then occasionally you have some mentally unwell person, especially all of these people who are on psychotropics now, who hear the braggadocious speech, they hear the bravado, and then they think, it's my calling, the other voice in my head, or whatever the person is saying. I should be the one that does that. And then they go out and they murder innocent people. And then Those people's lives are lost. Their loved ones, non-white people or not, white people, they have to go with the pain for the rest of their lives of losing their loved ones. We don't want to be responsible for inflicting that on them. And then, of course, what ends up happening to us? Even those of us who are not, every single time, you all know that have been here, every single time an act of violence like this has happened from one of these idiots, the anti-whites don't go after the people who are preaching violence. They go after us. They go censoring our channels. They go censoring, kicking us off of web servers. So we have to reject anybody talking about violence. And besides, look at all of these people talking about violence. It's like I've said before. It's the kind of guy who, and most of these people, by the way, they wouldn't even be able to kill a rodent, and that was right in front of them. It would just be too, I can't end the life of the animal right there in front of me. It would be too tough for them. But then they're going to go and get online or get on a mic or get into a pub or a bar and start saying, well, we've got to just, and then fill in some horrific verbiage to this group over here. Give me a break. Very often, these are the kind of guys also, and women who can rest their beer on their belly and it won't fall off. They can just set it right there. And they're sitting in some sort of like tattered lawn chair. They're really powerful people, let me tell you. And other times, they're really braggadocious right after they get done playing Dungeons and Dragons. And I loved D&D when I was a kid. Don't get me wrong. I still think it's, as an adult, I don't have time to play it, but I thought it was really cool. And it's probably still really cool and a lot of fun for young people to play. Using your imagination instead of video games, probably a lot better. But to go from video gaming or D&D gaming or whatever, and then the very next hour they're talking about fill in the atrocities to whatever group. Come on, you're not fooling anybody. Hansa, okay. Okay, so Hansa says, from what I heard, people are talking about that this morose person advocated for self-defense but not offense. Don't even, no. Yeah, this is what we say about self. We will defend ourselves if we are attacked. But do not ever say, do not think that there's a line. And I'm saying this because I love you all, because I want to keep you out of jail, because I don't want the FBI or whatever police service in your country is their responsibility or services to be watching you for no reason. Do not think that you can walk up to a line and say, oh, well, I've got my list of firearms, list of booby traps, or list of whatever, and I am ready to do X, Y, or Z if they come on my property. Don't do that. Don't do that. They're not going to. You're in your mind, you are relying on the fiction of the law to protect you. It's not going to protect you. You can say you'll defend yourself if you're attacked. You'll defend your family if they're attacked. You don't have to say more. If you actually are some ultimate fighting superhero, Rambo, and you can hold two M60s belt fed and blaze away, hit two different targets, 180 degrees apart, you don't have to tell people. You just have that skill. And if you ever have to employ it, then do so. Hopefully, God willing, you never have to. But do not think that you're going to walk up to some kind of line and say, by God, we'll put them down. If they don't ever do that, because they'll use that as the excuse to take your right to self-defense away, to take your freedom away, to take your right to travel away, many different things. Althea says, Doolittle said, we only need a spark. There's been a bonfire for 5 weeks. Where are Doolittle and John Mark saving us during this anti-white violence and Western civilization destruction? Great point, dear lady. Yeah, the spark of, and the examples they gave. Now, I assume that if they're not going to be honorable men and come forward and say, we're sorry, we were wrong, you were right, that there'll be a lot of goalposts moving now. And it'll be like, well, when we said spark, what we actually meant was nuclear bomb going off. Come on. They gave examples of what it meant. Kirk Doolittle even made a video that people watched, and I'm not going to, you can go watch it again. Will somebody say in live chat what he made a video giving instructions to do? Has to do with a bottle filled with kerosene, and right into the live chat what that weapon is. And he gave a video telling people how to do that. So the spark was not a nuclear war. The spark was not biological or chemical agent being released and killing hundreds of thousands. No, the spark was things like they would talk about electric lines being blown up and falling over. Remember, because my counter argument was, if somebody does that, then what's going to happen is there are going to be people in an ambulance, and they're going to get stuck in traffic and they're going to die, and because they can't get to the hospital. Do you remember this? Come on. I mean, this is, if these guys are honest, they've got to come out and say they were wrong about all of those things and I was right, and they're sorry for preventing people from going free as a consequence. If they're not going to be honorable, it'll be goalpost moving. They said things like blowing up a power line, blowing up a water tower, blowing up railroad track. These were the kinds of things that were the spark that were going to start the Civil War. If the left, quote unquote, left did that. All right, let's see. Nordic Nightmare should be, no white guilt should be bother trying to help AW go free, or are they a lost cause? AW. And maybe that should we bother trying to help AW go free? Or are they a lost cause? Somebody needs to write really quick what AW is. Jason vindicated over and over. Thank you so much. My boy Jason was right on the money. Thank you so much. And this is all just by going free. You will all be able to do this and see this by going free. And going free is not mystical. You're not contacting Neptune and past lives. And you dig into this document. It's all tangible. It's all tangible. It's all in the world, all around you. You see it instantly. It's very clearly elucidated. Hansa says, Spark, only half the city's burning down. You're totally correct. It's humiliating. Yeah, it really is humiliating. Thank you, Hansa. It is humiliating. They said it was going to be this event. You have all of these cities, and there is no civil war, exactly as I said. Mrs. Horst showing a bunch of flames. Thank you, dear lady. Coconut is here. Great to see you with applause. The great Irish Ice is here, ladies and gentlemen. Southern Daily News is here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for, I'm sure some of you, and we know Sakis is one of them, so if there are any others who ended up when those debates started and said, I think I'm going to go with going free instead of Kurt Doolittle. If any of you else are here, speak up now. Let's hear from you, because I know there were a lot more that went with the solution, scientific, solution, scientific, solution, scientific. Sit back and watch it happen, folks, because it's solution, it's scientific, and then there is going to be a great magical army that's going to rise up, do everything for you. So a great many more people went that direction than came this direction, and that's terrible. Because we ended up, how much further would we be along spreading going free? William Runner, so right on the money, brother. Speak it. Thank you, brother. Moving through the live chat. What a great day this is. My God. This great news at the beginning of the show. Actual tangible difference in the world. A quantum shift. A quantum shift. And I hate that word. I absolutely hate it, and I have refused to use it because it became vogue years ago to just add the word quantum to everything that you wanted to amplify in a positive way or in a neutral way. It was never used in a negative way, or I can't recall. And so I said, I'm never using that. But this is such a big shift. There is just no other way to put it. It is a quantum shift. It's a quantum change. And you will be seeing it unfold. And it's because of all of you, all of us doing this work. And then to have this great vindication today, really coming together. Love it. This could not be better. You all should, this week, you should be walking on air everywhere. You should make Jesus jealous. He only walked on water. You're going to walk on air. Higgs Boson is here. We talked earlier in the show. You'll have to go back, brother. I don't know if you were here, but about your financial gift and your comment earlier on in the show. Some people have requested you read the D-Live diamonds. All right, maybe I'll take a look over there. How much is a diamond worth? Is that $1? Or is that $10? I'm not going to read the pennies. I mean, that's what we got into the before, and it was just totally, I was getting like 50 pennies, and I just can't. That's too many. Too many comments and questions. So I can't give preference to people who give a penny, because then we'll never finish the stream. I mean, I go for 8 hours. And then you all probably saw how long, whatever glitch it was or whatever it was on purpose with YouTube, that it took, what was it, 2 days or more before the stream actually became available on desktop and laptop. It could play on handheld devices, but not on desktop or laptop. Brand Danger, I choose you because you knew what you were talking about. I keep my eye on all the others that can be allied with us, though. They're just not with us yet. That's brilliant, Brand Danger. That's brilliant. I like that. He's here because we're doing the real work, but keeping an eye on everybody else, imbibing that information, but because they're not with us yet. And I think that I know that not everybody has to come over to going free. We want there to be this, there's like this multifarious approach to the reclamation of our destiny. And because of that, it is more likely that one or more of us will be able to reach that destiny, recapture it. What we have to do, though, is we do have to call out things that are obviously destructive, whether intentional or unintentional. And if people choose to be stubborn, intractable when it comes to these things, then they have to be called out for that as well. But yeah, we want these, we want these folks, and we can talk about these groups and what they're doing, as KD asked in the letter as well. And we will talk about Dave the Impaler is here. Great to see you, Dave. Thoughts on the pregnant white woman who was arrested for defending herself from a mob. Her husband lost his job by association. Thank you for bringing that story up. There's been so much going on, good brother. And in fact, Laura was the first one to get to me with that story. I had no idea what was happening. I still have scant info on it. I'm going to have to pull it up maybe during one of the songs and see if we can find some more news on these people. But this is, some of you who are going free can immediately jump in the chat. How is this happening? The law is dilated for white people. If you were a non-white person who had been verbally assaulted and you were fearing for your safety because white people were acting crazy around you and shouting at you, and then those white people pursued you, and I believe what happened was they even bumped their car or hit their car, caused some damage, the media would absolutely applaud you getting out of your car and protecting yourselves from these evil heretics, these white devils, protecting yourself. They would call you heroic. They would talk about the heresy of the white people that were doing this to these non-white people and how awful it is, and ad infinitum. But reversed, inside the anti-white narrative where law enforcement is going to operate, they're going to dilate the law. They are looking right now, anti-whites in positions of power, if they haven't done it yet, they are looking at every single way on state and federal level to press charges on the filthy rich white people who came outside when 300 people walked up into their property and they had the AR-15 and the little pistol. They are looking at every possibility to criminally charge them. And I last heard that they were also looking into private legal approaches. So lawfare, one way or another. And they will do everything they can. So it makes perfect sense that they would do this. And we need to speak up for these people. This is a great way to help our brothers and sisters to go free. Because don't get fixated. Remember, we need you all doing this. The great Syntheside is here. Great to see you. And so is Watch Rider is here. Great to see you. Every time an incident happens, you need to say to yourself, how can I use this to advance white well-being? You don't have $1 million. You're not going to be able to say, I'm going to employ that guy. That'd be great if you could. If you owned a business near him and he does the work that your business does and you can hire him, do so. But what you can do is, if possible, you can reach out to these people and you can say, you need to go free. This is why this happened to you. Because of your victimization, you deserve to know how to get out of this. You deserve to know how to reclaim your life. Don't they? Don't they deserve to know how to reclaim their life more than others? Even after this victimization, I would say yes. If you can get to them with going free, do so. But if you can't, most of you won't be able to. Then we need to get to our brothers and sisters and say, have you heard about the pregnant woman who was arrested for defending herself from a mob? Her husband lost his job too by association. If this is the one you're talking, if I'm on the right story, because I'm sure there are others. And when your audience says, no, I haven't heard about it, you say, oh, that's because it's a hush crime. Well, what's a hush crime? Let me tell you about what a hush crime is. And then you begin talking about going free. That is how you do justice for that man, that pregnant woman, and that child that will soon be delivered into a hostile anti-white world. You make sure that the pain that is being inflicted on them is going to wake up, is going to bring so many of our brothers and sisters over to going free that there won't be an opportunity for more pregnant white women and to be attacked and their husbands to lose their jobs. That is the best way to do justice by them. Just saying, damn, I can't believe it happened again. That's what happens in other communities in the white positive sphere. That's not what we do. If you want to say, damn, that's just terrible that happened. Can't believe it. Another horrible story. And then the other guy says, well, I got one worse than that. I got a video on my phone. Let me show you right now. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. You either, if you can reach out to these people and get them going free, do so. If you can't, you make their suffering be the fire that wakes up 5, 10, 500 of our brothers and sisters out there and help them go free. That is how you get back at the anti-whites. That is how you get back at the anti-whites that did this to these people. You want to get back at the anti-whites that harassed the woman? You want to get back at the anti-white who fired the husband? You do what I just said. Thank you for bringing that up, Dave. Those people deserve that attention. Bigot Smalls is here. Andre is here. The great imminent rain, Promethean Hales, has entered the building, ladies and gentlemen. Red Eagle, of course, is still here. And I mentioned Underhill earlier, I think. Such a great community. Euro Yankee is here. Great to see you. Let's see. Higgs Bosons said, yes, he was here earlier and saw it. Yes, Althea wrote in the live chat, Althea Pro wrote in the live chat what Kurt Doolittle was teaching. This is what they said. All this had to happen. I don't remember the exact, I think he said maybe a couple dozen or something fires started. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, and then the big civil war that will save us. Thank you, Althea. White Healing, okay, says the diamonds are about $1.20. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take a look at the diamonds over there on D Live. What's the next rung up from a diamond? These folks are not actually, regrettably, these aren't actually dollars. And we encourage you, if you are going to financially gift, to gift on Entropy or Cash App. And both are user friendly and you can gift there. When you gift on D Live, if you really feel like you have to do it, then do it. Your actual currency is converted to something called Lino points. And we have not attempted to take any of these out of the account yet. And since D Live has not been terribly nice to us, they haven't given us the lowest rung of participation on that platform because we're white positive, and we don't anticipate that we will be given that position in the future. We're not 100% sure that anything that you gift on that platform is something that we will absolutely be able to take out. Now, doesn't mean that we won't be able to get your financial gifts out. It might take some creative doing. It might have to go from us to someone else and then extracted so we can get it. But we absolutely do not want any of your financial gifts lost to this anti-white, non-white owned platform. And so that's why we're not saying it will absolutely happen, that it'll be lost, but we're just saying these other two places are safer because we know you make the financial gift and it reaches us after the portions are taken by the platforms. The great Nullis is here, and we played one of his magnificent poems the other day on the Garage Party. An excellent marathon stream. Confidence, patience, and discipline are what we need, writes Nullis. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Another great rising star high in our sky in the white positive sphere. Watchrider says about $10 mark. Is that the next rung up from the diamond? And then what's it called? Sword of Logic. We need more of us speeding the hashtag GoFree hashtag on Twitter and spreading the lexicon of going free. I counted 4 of us, including yourself, last night. We can do more. Sword Logic, absolutely. We absolutely can do more. We need 104 of us spreading it on going free. Folks, we have a community big enough that these MAGA types and all, they're seeing this. They went out to that speech that Donald gave under the at Mount Rushmore, and they some of whom were spat on by anti-white, non-white people who said, "You stole." Somebody from Kansas or something shows up. They want to come see. They want to participate. A happy little white family. Of course, this didn't happen. You'll have to check with YouTube and CNN to see if it actually happened. But so there were certainly claims. You have like this, some little family, some innocent white family here or there from this or that place, and they get together and they get their kids in their little knee-high socks, and they want to go out for a nice little patriotic time and hear the president speak. And as innocent as newborn babes, father and mother as well. And then they show up and they're getting spat on. These folks are going to be looking elsewhere. Let's be the community that shows them the light and that takes them to the reclamation of the destiny of our people, so that they can be innocent again. Thank you for that comment as well. All right, we're beginning to jump on to some more news. And or see Syntheside says cheers. And see if you all have any more comments. Red Eagle says D Live is absolutely anti-white. Fuentes is the biggest streamer And yet they bully him. Don't keep records of his show, cut him when he's live, and ignore his emails for a week. Yeah, not a surprise at all. Not a surprise at all. Watch Rider, I think the Ninjagini is the next up. Well, how much is if a Ninjagini is the next up, what's that worth in actual dollars? Imminent Rain says, Promethean hails so hard, brother Jason. Promethean hails to you. Spencer's Thoughts is here. After the car is the plane. Oh, okay. Spencer's Thoughts has some thoughts here. After the car is the plane, called a Ninjet. It's worth about 120 US dollars. Really? No. Are you? $12. Watchrider says, salutations, and I love listening to your long stream while I'm at the gym. Rock on, brother. Get in shape and get healthy, and remember, you are the message. When you're talking about go free, you are the message. So you want to be clean cut, as healthy as you can be, as fit as you can be, and then you take this message and build the reputation. We've talked about this before, that you are always improving yourself, always an honorable person. And then when you bring the message of going free to people, that is the frame in which they receive it. Popcorn Power says $9 US once you take it completely out. Well, I've got a little bit of conflicting information here. So if somebody could write into, maybe put it instead of here, put it in the question widget on entropy. We'll play a song and then we'll come back. I am going to go to the mailbag and these comments, community comments. We'll talk about Nick Fuentes. Why don't we do that? We'll talk about Generation Identitaire, and we'll talk about Patriot Front. A lot of things going on. But if somebody could write into the question widget just the lowest number or the lowest item that you get on DLive, and then what that's worth in actual dollars, and then right beside it, the next thing, and then what that's worth in actual. So I have an idea. I mean, the points mean nothing to me. And then we will come back and we will continue to rock with this awesome, absolutely off the charts day that you should be feeling more power than you ever have in your lives. And if you don't realize it right now, you'll look back. I promise you that. You'll look back on this day and you'll finally feel the power that we're having. Why don't we begin with a little bit of power right now, and this gentleman right here.
Hey, how's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Take it easy. G'day. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. People are saying, good job, mate, good job. I'm saying, love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It works. Know why guilt was right. It's about time people start listening. So I'm going on another mission today with me sign. No white guilt, and this time I'm thinking I might actually take a hammer with me, some nails, and leave her up somewhere nice and high where lots of people will see her. I've got a few spares anyway, so don't worry. I can put a few around, leave them there, and it's all good. We'll still have more fun. Alright. G'day. Just an update. I've just been walking through with my sign, and I just had one lady stop with her kids, and she asked if she could get a photo. And then she even asked if she was going to crop me out of the side of the photo. And she's like, oh, can I get you in the photo with it? And I was like, yeah, straight up. And so she just took a picture of me then. She's probably going to share it on her Facebook, right? A bloke standing in the middle of the shopping centre with a big off no white guilt sign. They're probably going to share it on her Facebook or other social media or something. Send it to all her mates. Maybe Snapchat it to her family. And this is real action. This is taking the message to the people. This is true preaching. You know, you can't sit on the internet and complain about the world. If you don't like it, you got to get out, you got to talk to people, you got to try to make a real difference in a positive, loving way. That's true action. That's what real heroes, that's what warriors do. Okay? So don't think you're tough sitting on the internet complaining. Get out, make a difference.
Prometheus, any words set fire into your mind. I try to enter, send you straight to the center. Question by a spirit, get you fired up. Then bright quest fire my spirit. When I get up, feel it gets dark. Wait till you hear it. When I fess up, never gonna end. I get up and I quest hard. Yes, you heard me right. Yeah, this verse is tied. Right with the mind of a Promethean. Promethean, Promethean, Promethean. Right with your mind. Promethean, Promethean. Teller of many words sent far into your mind. I try to enter, sent ya straight to the center. Western by spirit, get you fired up. Then bright quest fire my spirit. When I get up till it gets dark. Wait till you hear it when I fess up. Never gonna end, I get up and I quest hard. Yes, you heard me right. Yeah, this verse is tight. Right with the mind of a Promethean, Promethean, Promethean. Promethean, 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 fire, fire's burning. Promethean, 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 shit. Sitting by now. I might freestyle this bit. Get a bit wild, who knows what I'll say. Not even me, hey, but at the end of the day, it's all the same. Anyway, I just spray like a can nail on the wall, you know. Climbing, don't matter how tall. I do some parkour, we roll and we rhyme. Running down the street, you're never gonna catch me. Keep trying, but you can't keep up. Not with these feet, not with me, nah, not with this breed. Brother, you can't even conceive of what I got going on in the back of my mind. Just like any time of the day, hey, but you wanna play, mate? I don't think so. What, you think you're great? Nah, I don't even say I'm good, and I can still fuck you up. You don't know what's going on, mate. So don't run a fuss in my town. You might hear a sound. Nah, you probably won't, cause I'm like a fucking shadow. And you don't wanna know what happens next, so don't go down that road. Nah, I love you all.
Can't roster the Foster.
What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for computers? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for modern clothing? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for law and order? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for republic form of government? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you, that I can show you all the ways that I'm grateful and pay back to you all that I owe you for your people doing all of this. Same anti-white person who would want you to feel white guilt for something that was done, maybe was, maybe wasn't, by a white person in the past, a white person who broke with what we consider to be upstanding, good, normal behavior for our community. They want you to suffer and make amends to them for that. By the way, they are not the non-white person who was harmed, and you are not the white person who was doing the harming. And yet they want you to make it up to them. Think about that. That same anti-white person who is asking you to take the blame or demanding that you take the blame and make amends is not at the same time turning to you and saying, what are all the ways that I can thank you for electricity? What are all the ways that I can thank you and make it up to you for clean running water? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for computers? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for modern clothing? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for law and order? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you for a republic form of government? What are all the ways that I can make it up to you, that I can show you all the ways that I'm grateful and pay back to you all that I owe you for your people doing all of this for us? They're not saying that. I would want to know how anti-white, why they're so anti-white, that they want to blame me, that they want me to feel shame, that they want me to be white guilty. I realized all of their great war heroes, all of their great poets, all of their great doctors, all of that is in me because it's the same biosphere. And I can take ownership and pride over all of that that is in keeping with and has achieved what we consider the ideal. And if you do that, there's no end to the power that will radiate through you. There's no end to the power that will radiate through you. All right, let me change the audio. All right, the audio should be fixed. Is it? Are you hearing me okay? Are you getting a lot of background noise? There has to be a change to play that audio directly through so that it sounds better for you all. And we got a lot of things still to talk about tonight. I want to talk about these armed anti-white, non-white militias that I'm sure if you ask CNN are not happening. And I jumped on over to DLive really quickly. I see there's a lemon, an ice cream cone, a diamond, a Ninja Genie, and a Ninja Jet. And I have been told, you all can tell me if this is right, that essentially each one of these Leno points is like 1 penny. So that would mean a diamond is $1, and of course Ninja Genie 10. If that's correct, then let me know. That's what I was told during the break that we just had. Magnificent activity there by one of our heroes down under, carrying the message of going free to our brothers and sisters on the other side of the planet. And for that, his work and many others over there in Australia, New Zealand, etc., we are deeply grateful. There isn't a single one of our brothers and sisters that we are going to think not important enough to bring the message of going free to. Now, if they want to turn away from us, if they want to reject us, then that is to their own detriment to do so. Red Eagle says D-Live takes 25%. Popcorn Power says that's basically correct. Lemons are 1 cent. Okay. Well, I have it up now. The car is $10, right? And then the jet is $100, right? Okay. Well, now we'll see if I recall when I would come over here a little bit more normally that unless I had this screen open, the previous Leno points that were gifted would not be present on my account. So I'm going to jump to the back of my account really quickly and see where, if I can find, if it's possible, the previous. No, see, it only shows in the activity feed, it only shows what just happened instead of what's been happening over the course of the stream. So I just see that somebody just followed. But for those who gifted Leno points, I will be opening the treasure chest toward the end of the stream tonight. And I guess the way it works is the more people who have participated, the more you have participated, the higher the likelihood that you'll get some of those points back. But as I scroll through right now, the live chat over there, I don't see at the very top here, I see, it looks like Angharad Celtic gave some Leno points, save our something or other. It says at the very top, but it doesn't say anything that you could have written with them. But I have this screen open now, and Lady Zoller says, I always use entropy for NWG. Thank you so much, dear lady. And so we got some other stories we want to talk about. Let's go right to this, the mailbag. And we have a financial gift in the mailbag today from Stefan, a great participant. And it's almost every single week in the mailbag. I find something from Stefan, and we have here $10 US. Thank you so much, dear brother. And he writes, hope all is well. It's beyond well, my friend. What's happening right now is beyond well. That's all I can say. And we have the great, let's make sure we got the name he wants me to use. Take a look here. All right. Is the great Randy, again, coming out of the mailbag, dear friend, with a financial gift of $20 and saying everything he wanted to say with those 20 United States dollars. Thank you very much. And then we have the wonderful DF who is here tonight in the mailbag as well. And it is such a shame that I am not able to show you, certainly tonight, but I wouldn't be able to do this, I guess, for the privacy of people who are writing me, the letters themselves. But I must say that so many of our ladies write as though they have the hand of an angel. This is beautiful penmanship and truly remarkable. Dear Jason, let me make sure I can read. There's nothing here that gives anything away. Hope this finds you well. Since I have been home so much, thanks to the beer virus, I have been online a great deal more and am very conscious of the uptick in Antiwhiteism, as well as the grotesque amount of censorship and the spineless villainy signaling by people and cops trying to save themselves from the onslaught. So I have questions I hope you might discuss in one of your wonderful live streams. Thank you for that. I would like to know your opinion on Nick Fuentes and America First, on Generation Identitaire, and on Patriot Front. I've been following them a bit, but I'm not good at discerning between the helpful and the clumsy or dangerous in the white positive sphere. I'd also like to know what I can do that is useful while I remain anonymous to protect my income. Because I believe action is required at this point. Sincerely, DF. Well, thank you so much, you dear lady. What a wonderful participant. And she's here tonight. And that is truly splendid of you. Thank you for writing me. Thank you for your financial gifts. And we will absolutely speak to your questions right now. And I think it's a really great set of questions. The place from which the question emanates is really important, because it is difficult to discern. You come into the white positive sphere, who's doing something that's effective? Who's doing something that is more for my entertainment? Who's doing something for something clumsy, as DF says? Who's doing something that's dangerous? Well, we just talked about one aspect of quite a little bit of what Kurt Doolittle and John Mark are doing that is dangerous. Now, the aspect of writing a constitution where they're fixing what they believe to be errors in the current constitution, that is not dangerous. And so we encourage them to continue with that. And if folks want to continue to observe that, I am delighted with them doing so. The other parts, the Civil War part, and these other claims of violence about how they will do honest violence and that sort of garbage, very dangerous. Don't participate in any way, shape, or form where they say something like that. And where you hear that anywhere, dear lady, and everyone listening, as I said earlier, get away from that as quickly as you can. If you care about the people who are involved, you can tell them the same thing. You can tell them what we've talked about here, and what others who are smarter than I am, who have addressed this issue of being acting with strength and speaking with bravado, allowing your, as we say, your ego to write checks your body can't cash. We need not do that, because you will be locked up for those bad checks that your ego writes. And I can guarantee it. I've seen it far too many times. There's far too many families broken up because of it. So very important. Thank you for asking that. Now, the first person you mentioned is Nick Fuentes in America First. And I believe did you call it a movement? What Nick is doing, and I don't know if he's going to like my assessment or not, or probably not care. I mean, he has a colossal channel and following, and it might be of just no interest to him whatsoever. But it's not a movement. What Nick is doing is not a movement. It's not a vehicle. And I'm not saying this in a mean way. This is my assessment of what he does. So I'm going to start off with speaking to this America First. Unless I'm wrong, you called it a movement. It's not a movement. It's not a vehicle for recapturing what has been taken from us. It's not a political entity. He will, certainly at this point, impossible for him to run and win anything, politically speaking. Now, that doesn't mean that what he's doing in the sphere that he's doing it is not of value. Certainly not. It's the exact opposite. Fuentes is very talented and funny, and there are few, precious few, and I mean this as a compliment, who are more snarky, more flippant, more irreverent of the current system, and the anti-whites who champion themselves as the leaders of all that is right-wing or conservative or patriotic, people like Kirk and the rest. He does a truly fantastic job mocking these individuals and burning them down. So if I had to say what exactly Nick Fuentes and America First is, I would say he is, and since he is, and I know people have written to me and said, hey, Jason, he's now using anti-white. Jason, he's now saying recapture our destiny. I think that's brilliant, fantastic. I hope he continues to use this lexicon and the dialectics and moves out of the anti-white narrative. But since he is still largely inside the anti-white narrative, that's the material he's covering using the verbiage they use. And so therefore, on their political spectrum of left and right, I would say that he is a right-wing Jay Leno. America First is the Jay Leno show. And it's splendid. It's a hell of a lot of fun. People laugh their asses off. And it's also an interactive Jay Leno show. It's in a way that you can't have with actual or old antiquated television. With the internet, you can speak directly with Nick. You can he can tell you to go to events, and then you can say things at events that will get him to maybe laud you on his show. So it is, in my opinion, it is a right-wing Nick, and the American First movement is a right-wing Jay Leno movement or show, and I think it's fabulous. And Nick has really come into his stride by doing this, and I hope he continues to entertain and in the midst of that entertainment, educate about the anti-whites, about what's going on, what they would refer to as the left or the Marxists or the communists or whatever. I hope he continues, because it's a place where so many folks are going to be able to sort of ease into the water of this swimming pool, if you will, and because they'll be able to come in by way of comedy, and that's a splendid thing. So I think that Nick is doing a great job over there, and I endorse what he's doing and the way that he's doing this like late night show, like a Jay Leno show. And these Groyper guys that go out and they mock and they trip up these Charlie Kirk and all of these low-hanging fruit guys, and show them for the anti-whites that they are. No doubt that there are white kids who will be successful in their adult careers, and they will inherit a great deal of money from mom and dad when they pass, and they're probably being given money every year by mom and dad to avoid taxation as much as possible by the anti-whites. And these folks, I mean, they will be followers of the fake or faux right wing or whatever you want to call it, and being led down these alleys where there's no escape from the anti-whites. And then, they will end up hearing one of these followers of the Nick Fuentes, Jay Leno, America First show, and that person will be trying to get his or her name mentioned by Nick, and so they'll say something cunning at a meeting or a rally or something, and then these kids will say, "Well, where's that coming from?" They'll end up watching Nick. Nick will disarm them with comedy and irreverence and being flippant. As I say, there are few who can be as irreverent and flippant as Nick Fuentes, and I mean that as an absolute compliment. It takes intelligence to be funny and to tell a joke, and so it's absolutely a compliment. But it's not a movement, and I hope I make that clear. I haven't seen anything, and unless somebody wants to correct me, I haven't seen anything particularly detrimental, if you will, coming out of what they're doing, at least at the moment. I don't watch Nick. I get people will send me a clip here or a clip there, sometimes lauding, sometimes complaining. But I think where he is and how he's doing it, and you see he's facing uphill battle with the people at D Live, shutting his streams down and not, they don't list us. We've had times when we've been the highest viewed stream on D Live and nowhere to be found on their page. So I know exactly what he's going through. I hope he does it for many more years. I wish him the best of luck. Now, as for Generation Identitaire and Patriot Front, I can kind of take care of them together because they are very similar. And there are a lot of positives there and some negatives. The first thing I want to talk about that's positive about both of these groups is that you have mostly young men, a few young women, who are nationalists, they're patriots, they love our people, they love Western civilization, they are active, they want to make a difference in the world, they are visionaries, they have that idealism, many of them, of youth, and they want to get out into the world and get into the face, not literally, but maybe in some cases literally, of anti-whiteism and take it on. They don't want to live the rest of their lives in an anti-white hell. They don't want to raise a family in an anti-white hell. And for that, I salute and laud every single one of them. It is a splendid thing to see. Now, having said that, I have some criticisms for both groups as well. And that is that both are functioning inside the anti-white narrative. And we know how detrimental that is. As a consequence, they come up with slogans inside of the anti-white narrative. And if they're going to be posting banners, which is fabulous that they do, posting stickers, which is fabulous, posting leaflets out, what they need to do is they need to go free. They need to study what we are doing here. They need to look inward at themselves, treat their mean pathogens, see the world anew. And when they do, they'll see it clearly. And then they'll have better slogans. They'll have more effect as a consequence of putting up their banners. So they're doing good now. The only one that I'm harshly critical of is Generation Identitaire is using the anti-white racist slogan, which is an oxymoron. Anti-white I created as a concept to defeat. Now, I say I created because I didn't know that if anybody else was using it, and it wasn't in my dictionary. And others were using it, but not on any scale that I was aware of. But it was a concept to defeat a concept. So you have contradictory concepts there. And there is a certain group of anti-white non-whites who are cunningly using this phrase now. And you know they would not use it if it worked for us. They use it because it rehabilitates their concept, racism. And that is the concept that is the central pillar of anti-whiteism that has brought Western kind so low, that has brought us where we are today. We, in my position, should absolutely never recognize that concept as something legitimate. And you legitimize it when you use it. And when you tack anti-white to it, it's all the worse, in my opinion. Of course, we had Tim who made the great statement that if you use, how did he put it again? About their, if you use their, not their lexicon, how did he say it? Then you advance their ideology. Something of that. Something like that. If it comes back to me, I'll say it. But that's exactly what it is. You do not want to use this concept, in my opinion. We've talked about it, and Generation Identitaire is posting it. Now, the other criticism is this for both groups. They both have this absolute, I think it is the dumbest thing ever. And no, I don't mean insult. I mean it from a place of love. Stop with your group-wide fight trainings. This is so infinitely deleterious. This is the kind of thing that they will show juries video of. It won't matter that the anti-white came onto your lawn and started bludgeoning you, and that's why you shot him. They will show the video of you in fight training, with the group fight training, as a focus of and function of the group learning how to fight, and the jury will convict you. Stop with this. Stop. You have to stop immediately. You have to stop yesterday. If you want to fight train, if you want to train in marksmanship and all of these things, I applaud that. More power to you. You can be a member of Generation Identitaire or Patriot Front and think you want to learn how to defend yourself. Great. Get another guy or guy from the group. Head out to the gym. Get in the boxing ring. Learn jiu-jitsu. Bring yourself and your buddies there as individuals learning how to defend yourselves. Do not make it an organization activity. For Christ's sake. You're not intimidating anybody. It's not exciting. It's just going to be evidence to put you in jail. And these people in Generation Identitaire have already caused people to go to jail. This standing on the border stuff to get some great video footage. Now, I don't know all of the details, and I'm open to being corrected if I speak falsehood here. But there are I don't want any good men and women participating in some activity for white well-being under any banner or flag or organization name. I don't want you to go to jail. I don't want you to ruin your prospect of being able to earn a living. I don't want you to have your life so encumbered that you commit suicide. I want you to live a fantastic life in service to our people, raise a happy family, and bring children into this world in love for white well-being, and they will go farther than we were able to go. That is what I want for you. And I say out of love to you all, stop being such dumbasses. Because this is the thing where this comes from. The SA had fight training. That was a specific fighting organization from a different time period that is so out of place. And all you do now is look like the antagonist in the anti-white narrative when your organization has fight training. There is nothing tough when you show videos with you're out there with your boxing gloves and boxing mitts, and you're throwing and catching the punches, and you're out in the sun running around looking like black and white footage. You just look like foolish people to those who are trying to actually do good for our people, and you are signing your own arrest warrant. Stop it now. As an organization, always do peaceful things. As an organization, get together for family events. As an organization, get together for picnics. As an organization, get together to drop a banner. As an organization, get together to drop leaflets. As an organization, get together for a singles dance and try to bring young men and women together. But if you want to learn how to shoot better and you got a couple buddies in the organization, well, grab a couple buddies, and then you 2 or 3 or whatever it is outside of the organization, you head out to the range and learn how to shoot better. If you want to learn how to fight better, grab a couple buddies outside of the organization's activities and go and learn how to defend yourselves. And if you object to this advice, then you may find yourself cursing your decision from behind bars as some husky guy sweats over top of you. So what else did we have here? Katie was asking about, DF, I'm sorry, was asking about what can she do? What can she do for white well-being? And I think one of her comments actually online, let's see, am I wrong? I think this is KD, already talks about some of the things you're doing, but I do have some recommendations. And these come to you through me, not in response to your letter, but were made by Fraulein Dresden to me, that one of the things that we can be doing right now that is very easy is contacting every single library that you can get the phone number of and say, I would like to borrow, and then name all of the books that we are, providing you with. And any of the others from those who are also going free and have provided materials, the library will say, we don't have those. And then say, well, then please order them right away. And the library might say, well, right now we're not ordering books because of COVID-19, but we will put it on the list and we will order it for you as soon as we are able. You can do that right away. And that will provide these books to our young who will be at the library, and they will be looking for material. And I tell you, they will find this material. You can also go to the library yourself with leaflets. This is something that I did. Thousands went to the library, and I would put leaflets inside of books. I would just walk along, taking a quick look at each book and toss a leaflet and move on to the next one. I did have a librarian, I think it once, that I thought, did she see me put a leaflet in a book? But I never had like an altercation. And if so, if some librarian catches you doing it, just say, okay, sorry, and walk away. You don't have to give them your name, but it is a fabulous way to spread the message, especially to our youth who are going to be sent to the library for classes and projects. Yes, COVID-19 is going to be a bit in the way right now, but it's not going to always be in the way. So that is another great thing that you can do. And these are things that you can do anonymously. And that's a big thing that we want to make sure that you are doing, DF. You want to remain anonymous, so you don't have to climb a pole like Raymond Foster. Please don't. And hammer in a no white guilt banner. But you can do these things. And of course, the one thing that you can do anonymously, dear lady, is you can make new accounts on social media, and you can then use those accounts, these faux accounts, to go and post videos that they have been made by the hundreds now. I mean, we have Fernell has made videos of different things that I've said on Going Free streams, and of course we have on Twitter, HB 2014. There are so many. Raymond Foster has made so many now. You think that some of these pieces are absolutely going to appeal to some folks, other pieces, others. You can go on to Facebook groups that are MAGA types, or Second Amendment types, or First Amendment types, and you can say, well, this is fantastic. I agree with you all completely. You know what else I found is this. This is pretty interesting too. Have a look. Some people are going to be afraid because they're so deep in the anti-white narrative, so suffering from from white noir. Others are going to see it and get excited. And that is what we want to happen. That will be the momentum that builds. So let me take a quick look at your message here. Jason, this is online. Virtual hug gladly accepted. Thank you so much for your kind words. My work for White Wellbeing has been the most satisfying endeavor of my life. And it would not have been possible without Go Free and your Going Free streams. I found other content producers before I found you. And as wonderful as they are at what they do, they did not help me to go free. I was still riddled with meme pathogens that crippled me. Then one day, I saw a post by Taylor Garza listing all his favorite content producers, and you were one of them. I'm going to stop right there in this message from KD to point out that Taylor Garza, simple act of posting his favorite content producers was enough for KD to find us. And I will tell you that KD has done some great things for us and will do great things. And now those who KD reach out to will bring more folks in who will do wonderful things for us. You think that you are insignificant when really you have the power of Thor himself. I continue. I listened to your most recent Going Free stream and thought, quote, this man is it. I honestly believe that your work is the most important work being done for our people today. I can only imagine what I might have accomplished in life if I had known about your work in my teens or 20s. Now, I am making up for lost time. I'm writing articles and helping Brant Danger with his School of the West. Much of my free time is spent in these endeavors, and I have never been so happy, despite watching Western civilization crumble before my eyes. I will die knowing. Just listen to that again, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to that testimony. Much of my free time is spent in these endeavors, and I have never been so happy despite watching Western civilization crumble before my eyes. That's purpose, ladies and gentlemen. That's purpose. You won't get that by being entertained. You won't get that by being educated about a philosopher. You can do those things. They can do things for you. Positive things, salubrious things. But they're not going to give you purpose. This woman has just said she's never been happier in her life because of purpose, going free, serving white well-being. She goes on, I will die knowing I did all I could for our people. And in heaven, I will help polish the top of the Jason Köhne statue that reaches the clouds. God bless you, dear lady. God bless you, Katie. You are an amazing person. We will meet one of these days. Many blessings, KD. Well, God, Lord willing, we absolutely will, young lady. That is magnificent. Thank you for all of your service. Those very kind words and that wonderful little joke. I love it. I love that you have and are feeling the same purpose in your life that I feel, and that it brings you the kind of joy that it brings me. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to what we're doing here, Going Free, know this, that you can have happiness. The anti-whites are going to continue making things worse. Remember, I said that was going to be the case. I know, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, yes, this or that content producer may have said that 2020 is going to be a rocky ride now in July. But we said this in 2019. We said that it was going to be getting worse. We said that the anti-whites were going to be getting more powerful and that our victory wasn't going to be seen in a diminution of their ability to inflict harm. In fact, they were going to get worse. But that there were going to be two storms, one of light and one of darkness. And you can be one of those happy hearts, one of those joyous hearts in the midst of conflict. Like this lady, you can have that meaning. All you need to do is go free. All you need to do is follow the work that we are doing and apply it to your life, not as a book you pick up and read and put down and never think about again, but as a way of life. Something that is lucid, tangible, and actionable. Nothing mysterious about it. And then you pick up the pen and you write in the pages of the heroism that you will commit to in this story. And we look forward to your great deeds, just as we acknowledge and celebrate KD's. God bless you, dear lady. We got Red Eagle here. I saw some disheartening comments on yesterday's video. Here's my response to these people. While losers like Ramsey, Paul, and Styx are inviting the rabid anti-white Sargon on their show, Jason here is fighting the good fight for our race. So what if he isn't as funny as Nick Fuentes and the like, or as bombastic as Alex the Fat Jones? Jason isn't an entertainer. He's one of the few shining lights out there, bringing real change to our lives, and all in the service of white well-being. God bless you, Red Eagle. So are you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being there in those comments and speaking out to those people, helping them to come over to what we are doing here to make a change in their lives and therefore change in all of our lives. We have Bonnie Blue last. A big thank you, all caps, to Jason for highlighting amazing people in our community. Nathan, Yiz, Raymond are the ones that come to mind right now. They are doing such brave work. Jason's white pill attitude has attracted the best people. There are so many white pilling videos on these 4 channels alone that I can hardly keep up with them all. Every day, I get a spiritual uplift that keeps me going under some very challenging circumstances. God bless you all. God bless you, Bonnie Blue Last. That is magnificent a thing to write a great testimony. And indeed, when we go to battle, this is the metaphorical battle of ideas, the metaphorical battle for our souls, our spirit, the spirit of the West. What is going to happen to us in our future, our homes, our communities? When we go into that battle, we have to go into it with a light and happy and resolved heart. And that is what we do here, making change in the best way possible and changing the lives, not only of our participants, but of those who are only just now coming to realize how bad things truly are. Thank you so much. And we have here, who is this? This is a young man. I don't want to say his name. He wants to remain anonymous. Dear Mr. Köhne, greetings from Southern Europe. Thank you for your outstanding work in serving white well-being. I'm halfway through reading Go Free, and I couldn't be more grateful for your book and your show. Although I've been voicing my opposition to anti-whiteism and white erasure for a while now, mostly anonymously online, I don't recall feeling this excited and hopeful since when I found Bugs and White Rabbit Radio years ago. But frankly, Going Free is even better, in my opinion. Its perspective, approach, and lexicon are just wonderful. And I'll just jump in here and say that Tim is an amazing hero and doing fantastic work. They're doing great work. They've been doing great work for a long time over there. I salute everything they do. Anyway, this young man writes, since I'm very new to your work, I don't know if you've addressed this topic already or not. I've discovered a brutal MP in my belief system. And then he goes on here and he essentially says, in asking me to address this on the show, the MP that he found in himself did not know, it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, did not know that he was suffering with this MP until he started going free. And this will be your experience as well. You will find mean pathogens that you are unaware you're suffering with until you finally start going free. You finally start looking inward and you say, whoa, this is like a premise of my life. This is attached to my character. This is attached to who I think I am. My actual identity as a person, it's connected to this because I learned it so early or was imprinted so vigorously by the anti-whites. And essentially what this MP boiled down to for this young man is that non-white males are better in all things. So he has learned over the span of his life that non-white males, and this is a host of MPs that actually cause this belief system. So they all feed into this conclusion that non-white males are better in all things. And just think about that for a moment, that this could be your son. This could be your grandson. That is because of anti-whiteism, because of what he's learning in news and entertainment media, because of what he's learning at school, kindergarten, elementary, primary school, junior, middle high school, high school, university, learns music, learns marketing, learns, concludes that non-white males are better than white males in all ways. And as a consequence, white females are going to desire them above white males. That is heartbreaking in the extreme. That is soul crushing. Will a white male who has come to this conclusion, will he ever be a hero? If he doesn't treat not just this young man, but all of the other young white guys out there, middle-aged white guys out there, if they have this belief, will they ever be able to be heroes? Will they ever be able to rise to their potential? Will they ever be able to tap into the true spirit of the West inside of them? The white men that walked on the moon, that cracked the code of genes, that have cured disease, that have conquered the unknown, that have discovered and unlocked more riddles of the universe than everyone else combined. And of course, that's not true. That's just a statement I'm making up. You have to ask CNN for the truth. Will he ever do anything great? Will he be a great boyfriend? Will he be a great husband? Will he be a great father? What would he pass on to sons? What could he pass on to daughters? With this conclusion sewn into his heart by anti-whites. We often are talking about, and rightly so, the white little girls and what they're being taught, what they're being brainwashed with. But we must never forget our little boys. They can never be heroes if they conclude what this young man has come to believe based on these MPs. This, I will tell you, my young friend, is a disease, a thought disease in your mind. There's no truth to it. There are going to be, as is the case with all human beings of all races, there are going to be non-white individuals out there who are going to be better at this or better at that than you, just like there will be white men out there that will be better at this or better at that than you. But you are going to have to come to grips, and you have to use the exercises and go free with the reality that this is poison in your brain, that there is no truth to it, that it was sown there so that you would conclude such a thing. These are called, what I call, thought chains. They have set you up on a trajectory that they know the outcome of, and they allow you to arrive at the outcome so that you feel like it was your doing, like it was your discovery, when in reality, they've just led you to that conclusion. It is the 200 level IQ of control of the human animal. And the first step to healing yourself is to realize that is exactly what happened to you. None of that is true. There is no non-white male who is better at you than anything because he's non-white. There might be a non-white out there who is better at sprinting or better at whatever, but it's not a race of people based on their race that they are better than you at X. So continue to work through going free. You can continue to write me with more specifics and begin with that first step on this path to healing and redemption. That you were given a series of mean pathogens that were intended by vicious anti-whites to cause you to conclude an idea that would prevent you from ever being a heroic white man. And let me tell you what, there is no way in hell that that there is a healthy white woman in this world that would ever have a non-white male over a white male because the non-white male was non-white. No white female is going to make that decision. That decision, a focusing on the race of the non-white male, could only be made by a white female who is deeply suffering from white guilt and white noir. And she is doing everything she can to escape this race that she has come to believe is pure evil personified on planet Earth. So just kick that out of your mind right now. And it's going to take a lot of work to do so. But every time, go free. Every time you have these thoughts, you have to address it. CCD. Confront, challenge, dispel. Look in Going Free. It's all straightforward. Nothing esoteric, nothing mysterious. It's going to take repetition, just like doing reps at the gym, just like doing curls to make your biceps bigger and bench to make your chest stronger. You're going to have to do it by way of repetition. And when you do it enough, you'll know the day when it finally begins to make sense to you that you've been poisoned and now you're on the path to recovery. Thank you for that letter. And I know there are a great many people who are suffering the same MPs. A lot of young men out there have come to that same erroneous conclusion. Now, we also had, and I'll see what you all have to say, but we also had right before the show a guy who wrote in, and I wanted to get more information from him, and I don't know, maybe he did. Maybe at the next song we play, I will look to see if he wrote. But he wrote, Jay Thomas said he had posted an "It's okay to be white" slogan somewhere on maybe Twitter, and then anti-whites, it looks like, were harassing him. One of them wrote, "Imagine being so insecure that you have to say this." So this is one of the weaknesses of that slogan. Remember what Underhill said, "It's okay to be white is okay, but no white guilt is better." And reflect on what we read earlier by Slotz and how he approached the argument with an anti-white. You could very easily just say to that individual right back and say, "I have no white guilt," and then watch them try to respond to that. But I will look and see if you contacted me again. I asked for a little bit more information. Maybe you gave it, and I can speak more to your specific question. Thank you for that. Over here on the financial widget, financially gifting widget, we have Mark financially gifting $5 hopping dollars from Australia. The anti-white message is so powerful. Look how they treated Nobel Prize winner James Watson and William Shockley. How do professionals advocate white advocacy whilst not being made non-persons? Well, by doing so from a going free position. Now remember, these positions that we take, the lexicon and the dialectics, are far more defensible beachheads. This is how I created them and or adopted them, where I found them out in the world and I saw them and I decided to put them in the practice, experiment with them, and then adopted them. Is I was always looking for a defensible beachhead for us in our argumentation. So if you take the lexicon and dialectics of going free, you are in a far better position now than you would be if you were inside the anti-white narrative and using their lexicon and dialectics to try to defend yourself. Now you're going to have to measure your particular professional scenario, what kind of individuals head your company, your management, immediate management, the next level up, because of course you would feel their decisions come down from above. If these are the kind of people that are rabidly anti-white, they can't stop talking about every new anti-white goal they have. Well, it's going to be tough in that environment to try to talk about going free and white well-being. But otherwise, by saying that you have no white guilt, you would be able to go before an anti-white tribunal and honestly say to these people that you have no white guilt. All you said to your coworker was, you have no white guilt for what's going on. You didn't do anything. You didn't participate. You didn't keep anybody down. You didn't hold anybody down. You didn't not hire anybody because. You did not find anybody. You just have no white guilt. You are not going to be held responsible. These sorts of beachheads are the kind of things that, again, we go back to thought chains, put you on a path that you can't go wrong. You won't need me there to have the ideas come to mind. If you are out of the anti-white narrative, if you stay in our story, you use this lexicon, you will come up with the correct responses to these sorts of anti-white attacks. But if you are talking about our victimization, if you are talking about what anti-whites are doing for us out of a place of concern for our people, rather than a focus on the bad behavior of anti-whites, you are far stronger than the other way around. So familiarize yourself more with the verbiage that we use, and then you will be more able to defend yourself, friends and family, etc. Now, as far as like what could Watson have done? I mean, that was I suppose, I guarantee, if I would have had his ear, I could have given him verbiage for our people in a way that would have been made it far harder for the anti-whites to do what they did to this man, to these guys. But nonetheless, there are going to be some situations where there's no escape because you live in an anti-white narrative, and others where you're going to be infinitely better situated to have a conversation with an employer or prospective clients and the like about positions you take. Thank you very much for that question, Mark, and for those $5 Australian. Lisa Zoller over here. Great to see you, dear lady. Financially gifting $10 and writing, thank you, brother. Much love. Well, much love back to you, sister. I very much appreciate that. Let's take a look at the question widget. We have some more news, I know, but I do want to get to your calls earlier so we can have more calls and not run out of time for calls. Now, where is the news that I wanted to? We had the contact tracers, which is a very scary thing I wanted to speak to. And let's see. Yes, maybe this is it. All right. I will swing around. No, first I'll look at the question widget and see if there are any new questions on the question widget. Okay, Person says in the late 90s, he wrote a bullet point pamphlet called Revolution and How to Do It in a Modern Society. Dangerfield and Hirath recently interviewed him separately. Moros admittedly writes, quote, the most popular and useless form of political violence consists in direct action, and direct action is the path of defeat. Okay, I assume what he means by direct action would be like trying to harm police officers or something of that nature. Yes, you don't want to commit any violence. So if that's what he's saying, no violence, then absolutely support that. And you don't want to create a rewards system where something good happens by committing violence. Even though you try to say, well, but we're peaceful. But you know what? If a little violence would happen, then it would all work out well for us. You don't do that. And if anybody does, run from them. And tell everybody else to as well. Tall Kevin says, Richard Spencer is a classic intellectual peacock. Talks about obscure philosophers, authors, review movies, but lacks the courage to write his own book to help advance our people. Unlike yourself, Jason. Well, I appreciate those very kind words about me, Tall Kevin. I really, now you see why I like this guy. Great guy, Tall Kevin. No, I really appreciate that, brother. I know he writes articles, been writing articles for a long time. And, but your point is taken. He does absolutely talk about highbrow things and gets a lot of people to listen. But thank you very much for the comment. Popcorn Power, please consider deleting questions that you've already answered in entropy so you can concentrate. Yes, good point. And we'll start with those two. Let's see. And we got these two. And okay, and we have a diamond. Okay, we did figure out that. Thank you very much. The reason why the answer is so complex is because D-Live takes a cut, including when they try to take it out. Don't trust any of us. I see. Okay. Bogish Warrior has some links here. Meme Curatives says, new to entropy. I mean, I tried sending $3 and we got it, didn't we? Or no? Yes. Yeah, we did. Well done. And okay, got rid of that. And Wokish Warrior is talking about the one finger in the air. It's an Islamic gesture, meaning Allah is the one God. The one thing. Oh, that's the picture. Okay, so you're showing. So you're saying that these people who held the one finger up in the air with Kurt Doolittle and John Mark, this is what they were saying with the one finger, the index finger up in the air. Very surprised that folks. I think I might have given the other finger if he said, do this for me. I think I would have something, a different type of salute. On the matter of those who advocate violence. Okay, we got that one earlier. Thank you. And Hater Time. Interesting name. Financially gifting $10. Thank you so much. How do people meet single women going free? I would like to start a family, but I'm not religious, and dating apps are full of degenerates. Do not get, if you want to go over to White Date by Liv Hyde, then you can find that link over on knowwhiteguilt.org. And remember, it's up to you to protect yourself. They do their best over there, hunting down folks who are not actually there to find another white person to potentially date, marry, have a family with. But ultimately, it falls on you. So she's not to blame. This is the case in all things, whether it's the Nat Alt thing that Way of the World is doing and Laura's doing, where they connect people to be pen pals and then potentially meet. It's all up to you. And the responsibility, or not connect, falls on you to make sure that your identity is safe, that you physically are safe. It's not these people's fault by facilitating communication. They do their best to vet, but there's only so much that can be done. Ultimately falls on you. So you could go there and try to find somebody. But when it comes to the basic, the mainstream dating apps, stay away from the garbage. It's going to come down to, regrettably, for females, looks and looks alone. The data is out. It's been known for years. Guys with any sense knew this, that we're observing this. And then the data comes out that 80% of the women are trying to hook up with 10 to 20% of the guys on the dating apps. And the guys are trying to meet 80% of the women. So this idea that men are the only ones that are hyper-focused on looks is the inverse of reality. So don't do that. Also, don't look for somebody who is already going free, somebody who's already thinking like we think, or nearly what we think, or what have you. That would be a wonderful treasure to come across. But it is a treasure. And instead, what you want, what is much more likely to happen, is to find a woman who is already amenable, or is at least rather amenable to our positions. So in other words, as long as she isn't rabidly anti-white or villainy signaling her ass off, her skirt off everywhere she goes, if she's doing that, then forget about it. And you can, when you're with these people, with these ladies, and I'm going to say, don't have sex with these people while you are interviewing them. That will interfere with the, I'm going to call it interview rather than courtship, because courtship is so antiquated sounding. But let me just turn off the AC. But you don't want sex to interfere. And if you are trying to find out who a woman is, and the reverse, same thing true for young ladies out there trying to find out who a guy is, you'll end up overlooking signs that would lead you away from that person if you can't stop thinking about getting together with him to have sex again. So it's tough, but it's life. It's the way it is. So where can you find them? You say you're not religious and you hate the dating apps. Well, do you have, I would say maybe first of all, do you necessarily have to be fervently religious to want to be a part of a community? Do you have a spiritual nature? Do you know of, if it's not a church, is there a pagan group nearby? But beyond that, you have this infinite internet of people in the white positive sphere. There are women all over. In this community specifically, there are ladies, more ladies going free than any other part of the white positive sphere, for a great many reasons, because there are real men here. And that's what you're going to have to be. And maybe one of the first things you're going to want to do is pick a name for your account that's a little bit more maybe mature, maybe a little bit more out of the anti-white narrative. And because you're not a hater, you're a lover. You love our people. You want to defend our people. And then talk with these people. Be a normal human being. Talk on threads. Talk in the live chat. Find out the other platforms they're on. Facebook, VK. A lot of people are going over to Parler. Make friends. That should be the first part of the process. And slowly grow a relationship. Do not ever start sending sex messages. Just be a normal person, and you will find a normal person. That I can promise you. I hope this helps. And if you have any more questions, don't be afraid to write them in the question widget. You don't have to financially gift again if you have something specific. But also remember, if it's in person, there are also groups like Patriot Front. There are a lot of other groups out there that you can find out about, and you're learning the lessons here about what to avoid. We've kept people out of jail. People who were talking to folks, and after going free, they realized, whoa, these folks I'm talking to are probably undercover police officers, and they left. I have no doubt they were undercover police officers. So you know already what to think about what's going on when you show up at these groups. What are they asking you to do? What are they asking you to participate in? And if these groups end up going down these roads where they have singles get-togethers and this sort of thing, and this is what's happening more and more. Communities are coming together exactly as I had planned, exactly as we are working toward. It's a beautiful thing to see a magnificent and grand strategy coming together. You will no doubt be able to find a family, but be the man that you would want a good woman to marry. That's where you got to start. Be the man that you would want a good woman to marry. Be the man that you would want your daughter to marry. And then you'll no doubt find a good woman. All right, let's see what you all are saying. And then we will move on and maybe take some calls. I'm being very careful not to have my personal electricity streak through the microphone and kick me off of my stream. But if it happens, please just go crazy. Let me know. And I will refresh that screen, and let's see what we have over here. And hopefully the YouTube won't play tricks with the live chat screen, because Lord knows they would never want to manipulate what we're doing here. Never try to undermine what we're doing. I mean, the last week's Sunday show took 2 days to finally come up. Who knows how long it'll take this time. Maybe we won't go all the way up to 7 minutes. Oh, I got a screenshot, by the way. I don't know exactly how many hours, minutes, and seconds it says on YouTube, but we actually stopped at 7 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Talk about the white man making the trains run on time. Red Pill Bulgaria is saying, oh, Caitlin Cook sings about, she's an anti-white, singing that white babies are the ugliest thing. Ooh, well, then she gives a terrible description about white babies. Well, that's the kind of thing that white guys out there, have that video saved on your phone. Be sure to show that to the white women in your lives. When they hear their babies are the ugliest things, and they hear what this woman is saying, and she's not just some rare one-off out in the periphery of the population, but she is in the middle of what is considered regime music, then you'll go a long way with getting her, and maybe this is for the young man we were just talking to getting her to get away from the anti-white narrative. Hansa says, you mean the phrase no white guilt, or do you mean the channel? The phrase no white guilt. The phrase. Just use that phrase no white guilt. In fact, let's go ahead and take a quick look at this other hero.
Yeah, that's it. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty for being white. That's an anti-white slur, miss. You're just saying that because I'm white. You're anti-white. There you go.
I love this guy. This video is absolutely amazing. He's walking beside a park. He has a sign that says no white guilt. A white female who is clearly rabidly anti-white sees the sign saying no white guilt, and she falls immediately into the trap that we have set for her. She reveals that her hatred and her objectives have nothing to do with all of the pretexts that anti-whites give the poor crying children and all of this and that and the other thing that happened in the past. And, oh, well, this is fair. And, oh, look at the logical. All of that is lies. And everybody in that park saw this firsthand. They were all educated about this. This gentleman, this young man, responded perfectly, an absolute hero for white well-being. She screams, you are, and of course uses the anti-white slur racist as foxtrot in front of all of these people out having their little picnics, sitting in the park. And she gets to see this young man respond by saying, you're just saying that's an anti-white slur. You're just saying that because I'm white. Talk about if you could see inside people's heads when they heard him say that, and they saw her say and heard her say what she responded or stated, and then they saw his response, it would have been like a giant sheet of glass exploding their worldview. That's just an anti-white slur, ma'am. You're only saying that because I'm white. That changed lives that day. And if you doubt at all, then you haven't gone free long enough. That I can promise you. You've got a long way to go. This was beautiful what this young man did. And there was also a big lesson there that I pointed out, that she immediately gets on her phone. If you're inside the anti-white narrative, you haven't dealt with anti-whites, you'll think that the first thing she's doing is to take a photo. That's the second thing she'd like to do, is to get a photo of him to try to capture his image. The first thing she does, I've blurred the video on purpose to protect this young man, changed his voice a little bit to protect him. First thing she does is get on her phone and she begins scrolling through contacts. She's looking for violent anti-whites to call to come and physically assault him, because she doesn't have he has no white guilt. He has no white, he's a heretic. He needs to be physically assaulted. We want all of our brothers and sisters to see that they attack on the grounds that we have no white guilt. They're not attacking because 200 years ago this, 2,000 years ago that. They're not attacking because invisible structural this or that. They're attacking and destroying because they hate white people. And they need you to be guilted so that you will lower your defenses so that they can victimize you and white erase us from our civilization. There is nothing an anti-white hates more than a white person who doesn't have white guilt. It is one of the most powerful acts. It is one of the most revolutionary acts that you can make on planet Earth today, is to state that you have no white guilt. If you doubt it, then try it. And you watch these other heroes that are using it. You know, when you had Thomas Jefferson, you had Patrick Henry, you had their revolutionary acts, and then you see people trying to LARP as those individuals doing the same thing on the 4th of July and failing miserably. That is from a different time period. That is not a revolutionary act. Today, standing up in your classroom and saying, I have no white guilt. If you can get away with it without losing your job, we don't want you to lose your job. If you can get away with it and say, look, I have no white guilt. And that's the thing about no white guilt. You can say it with force. You can say it with conviction. You can say it gently. You can say, hey, you can say it in a way to persuade. You can say to somebody, hey, you know what? I realize that what you're saying there, my non-white coworker, that, you know, your people are upset about X, Y, or Z, but I don't have any white guilt. I'm not responsible for that. And I really don't want you making arguments with me and having a conversation with me that makes me feel like I should feel guilty for these things. I have no white guilt. So I've said this to non-white people that I've worked for, worked with, managed. I've said that to non-white people who were acquaintances and said, look, I have no white guilt. So if you're going to say anti-white things about me, or if you're going to try to get me to apologize for that, it's never going to happen. I have no white guilt. And I never have I had a situation where the people exploded on me. And I did have situations where they clearly did not want to associate with me anymore for not having white guilt. And that was superb because I didn't want to associate with them. I found out that they were actually anti-whites. But the ones that stuck around throughout my life, they were fine with me not having white guilt. They knew that there was no getting me to say, yeah, you could take that statue, white erase that. Yeah, you could white erase the name for that park. And now we could talk about that tonight too. The national parks that they're looking to change. What was the one that the woman said? Yosemitism National Park and some others. Yeah, I think that if you try this, and you can use it in 1,000 different ways, as I said, you will find that it is remarkably powerful, and it will put an end to the victimization of you as an individual, your family, and our community as a people. Think about when you are around other adults and their children around. And one of those adults, I was at a situation at a beach once, and there were some other adults around, friends of a friend, and the wife started saying some anti-white things, and I interrupted her and I said, hey, you know, that really sounds anti-white to me. I said it in just this sort of way. I said, you know, that really sounds anti-white to me. I don't know if you're trying to be anti-white. Really sounds anti-white. And I don't have any white guilt. I have no white guilt whatsoever. So I'd really appreciate if you would stop making these anti-white sort of sounding statements. And it was like I had, what is a great description of the power of that revolutionary act of saying no white guilt. It was like I had torn the pages out of the books of our lives and just scattered them on the floor. The world, her eyes got big as saucers. The world no longer made sense to her. She was the one who could be offended and then get others to stop talking. And now I had just turned the tables on her. I had said, there's nothing you can say that's going to white guilt me. And I really don't like this anti-white, like tone you're taking. Would you please stop? And it was over. She obviously got extremely flustered, didn't know the wiring wasn't there for how to respond to that. She knew she was seen then as a bad guy. She couldn't respond to that. That was the end of it. And it was done in a way that was as cordial and amicable as could possibly have been done. And all of those children were then protected from the anti-white screed that she was vomiting forth. Now, her children, who knows what will end up happening to them? Maybe they'll remember that day. They were certainly old enough to potentially remember that day for the rest of their lives, and to remember, wow, that man really shut mom up. Mom was really, she was anti-white. She was really saying some anti-white things, wasn't she? Now they have a whole concept that they can put mom's thoughts in. Who knows what became of them? Maybe they ended up becoming good people. Maybe they'll end up going free. But the other children, they didn't deserve to hear that trash. I don't think their parents, I didn't see them spewing any anti-white vile into the otherwise fun that we were having. So take those opportunities to stand up and use no white guilt as aggressively or as passively as you need to use it. Thank you for that question. Rory Herbert says, good morning from England. Well, good morning to you. Thank you for getting up with us and going free. That's magnificent. Spencer's thoughts. There are a lot of our guys on D Live. You pull decent numbers there, even without reading the chat. So I recommended checking out the diamonds and up. All right. Well, now since it's on, hopefully it's recording. And I apologize to those who have given me points over there and it didn't record you. That's on D Live. And you can please send them angry mail that you would like it, that if you give somebody points that you want it seen on their account until they delete it or until a week goes by or whatever. That those are your points that you're giving away after all. Red Eagle. Oh, is this the same thing? Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing about saying the white babies are ugly. All right. Got some more. Oh, the damn thing jumped on me. What's that MC that we have about equality and excellence? There is no excellence where there is equality, and eventually there isn't even competence. That's why YouTube functions the way it is. And we will all just grow accustomed to things working worse and worse. And we'll think, well, that's the natural state. No, it's not the natural state. Watch Rider said about the salute earlier that it is an ISIS salute as well, Watch Rider says. Brand Danger has provided the link for white dating. Thank you, dear brother. We want families. I see Western Crusader is here. Great to see you, dear brother. We want to see folks getting together and starting families. White Rider is here, and that's right. It was him. Kept his white ass out of jail. And thank you very much, brother, for sharing that testimony. And since you did, there was another, maybe 6 months after you, who sent me an email. And it was a similar scenario. The guy had been talking with, I think it was one individual. And the individual was suggesting some sort of violence. And I'm not going to say exactly, but some sort of violence. And who knows what could have ended up happening there. They say, oh, just go show up at this place at this hour. And then, he ends up getting a bullet through the head. A bomb goes off. And then we're all blamed here for it. Red Eagle says, no comment on the leaks synced to you on Tall Kevin. Also, I asked Kevin, he said he's 6'3". Oh, Tall Kevin. That's why I gotcha. I'll take a look at the links. I don't know. I thought they were comments that we spoke to earlier. I thought you were just providing me the evidence. But I'll take a look. Seika says, if we don't stick up for ourselves, then who will? Precisely. Very well stated. Red Eagle, again, I can't understand how they can't find it justifiable to beat us up for having a banner with no white guilt on it. Well, No, that's the thing. They can't find a justify. They out themselves to our brother. Remember, there is only one group of minds that we care about, and that is the hundreds of millions of our white brothers and sisters that have normal sensibilities. Those are the minds we care about. And when they see anti-whites, now they have normal sensibilities. So when they are in the anti-white narrative, which is where they are, and they hear anti-whites using the myths of pretexts to advance anti-whiteism, they surrender again and again. Well, it's logical. Well, we owe them. Well, all of these things. When you go out there with no white guilt, and the anti-whites out themselves and say, oh no, you better have white guilt because that makes you lower your defense so I can inflict harm. All of those millions, hundreds of millions of white people, they say, well, now hold on a minute. Trust in that, my friends. Trust in that. They say, hold on. I'm not going to have white guilt. Hansa says here, and it'll be great. It's a great thing to witness when you see anti-whites suddenly backpedaling really quickly, trying to move that goalpost again. Oh, no. This is about the tears on brown children's faces. Sure it is. You just said that I should feel guilt. Hansa says, tell about the way the Antifa hit you, and you chased him down and tickled him. Tickled him, yes. Everyone would enjoy hearing about that story. I was sucker punched by, there's not really a lot to say. It's in the book. In Born Guilty, you all can find it there if you don't have that book. And I imagine and hope that this book will become much more widely known as we approach the presidential election. And I might be asking all of you, we might be doing some crowdsourcing for some ideas. And it's going to be a very exciting time in the coming weeks. I'm really looking forward to that. I was sucker punched. So I made sure to pursue the sucker puncher, and I tickled him. I tickled him until he decided he would never sucker punch again. Seika says, are you ever going to be a speaker at Amrin conference? I'd fly down from Canada to be there for it. Well, you know what, Seika? Right, Mr. Taylor. Jared Taylor has been a good friend of mine for a great many years, since I was maybe 19. And I say a good friend. I met him then. And then over the years formed a friendship. And in my adulthood, we become close and hung out. And I've attended many of his conferences. I am the opposite, essentially, of what they look for at American Renaissance as an image. I speak with a vocabulary that wins for us, and that's not necessarily what they like to do at Amrin. They like to use the anti-white verbiage because they feel that is, gives them some clout, some well, of course, the dignity. They think it yields them, that the anti-whites are going to give them some leash and believability if they use their verbiage. And Jared is extremely intelligent, smarter than me, more educated than me. So I want him to succeed. And if he thinks it's going to succeed, he's going to succeed with that approach, then more power to him. I hope he does. But the other thing you have to be able to do to be a speaker at Amrin, if you have to be using anti-white verbiage in the anti-white narrative. And you also, the other thing is, if it's not an academic peacock, then you have to have a colossal following. And I simply don't fit any of those categories. So if you ask Jared nicely, perhaps, I don't know, perhaps he will. But I've always thoroughly enjoyed his company. He's a great man, and I don't hold anything against him for not having me as a speaker at all. He's doing great things for our people. Nothing can be taken away for that. His conferences are his house. And so that means it's got to have his aesthetic, and it's got to look the way that he wants it to look. I've always had a splendid time at American Renaissance conferences. and I always will. I was going to attend the one this year before it was canceled. So I'll be hopefully financially situated to go to the one next year. Spencer's thoughts: you need a special browser extension to capture DLive donations. If you get a lot of them, everything on there deletes after a while, which prevents anti-whites from cataloging us all. Right, but I think there's on the dashboard where other people can't see, I have something called an activity feed, and I don't think that is seen by the general public. So that if DLive wanted to make it easy for content producers to be able to speak to everybody's comments, they would maybe have that stay up for a week or so before it disappears, rather than instantly as soon as you turn off and not even log out. I don't even log out. I just close the tab and everything's gone. All right, let's see. Oh, yes, I finished the story. I tickled that anti-white, and you wouldn't believe how hard he laughed. Sega says, what about holding your own conferences eventually then? Yes, we're going to hold our own conferences, but what we are going to do in the meantime is we are going to have essentially piggyback conferences. So if there is a conference somewhere and we can get enough of us to go to that same conference, which of course the conference holder will be delighted about because they'll have more attendees, then we can, there's always time for private get-togethers at conferences. I've been going to them for so many years, and we always have things like after parties after all of the speeches are given, and we can get together and have our own piggyback conference at these places. As I say, it's a win-win for whatever group is holding the conference, because they get more attendees, they get more attention, they get more visibility. They might even make some more money out of it, depending upon their costs and their expenses and the income. And at the same time, we then, going free, get together, and the other group has done the legwork as far as finding the venue, providing security, all of that sort of thing. And that is really how Going Free needs to function, is we need to be everywhere and not one place. We need to be in all groups and not a group, if that makes sense. So Dan Salat says, is it going to be an 8-hour stream? I don't think we necessarily have. I mean, there's plenty of content here. Nathan's here. How about organizing a group of us going free to attend AMRIN next year, like you've mentioned before? I like this idea a lot. Nathan, that's what we were doing this year. And we had over 30 attendees of the AMRIN conference. And people were still signing up. We had over 30, though, that were attending the AMRIN conference because we were going to be having our, quote unquote, piggyback conference. They were going to be able to, of course, participate in everything AMRIN, have the protection of that location, and then we would all be able to get together as well, either in between speeches or after speeches that our AMRIN was hosting, and have our own conversations, have our own speakers, have our own get-together, and rub elbows, fellowship. So absolutely going to look forward to doing that next year. I say the piggyback conference, but that's only to give a concept to the action. It's not a conference per se. I mean, we are all friends, brothers and sisters, going free, and we want to be able to get together. And that is an opportunity. And essentially, we've done that over the years. I mean, so many of us in the white positive sphere are not members of any groups, or members of this group, or a member of that group. And we all know each other from over the years. And we say, well, are you going to this conference? We should all go to this conference so we can all see each other. So essentially, that's an organic thing. All we're doing now is we're saying, okay, we're going to get together. We could, talk about Prometheus rising. We could talk about going free. And that's essentially what's happened anyhow. Over the years, I can't tell you the number of times that after conference speeches, we've gotten together in a hotel room or where have you, and a bunch of us for an after party or what have you. And then like I end up giving essentially a speech, and maybe somebody else essentially ends up giving a speech to everybody in the room, and then it breaks intermittently into conversations. This is just a natural thing. And we can, I think if we put a little bit more effort and make it into something much more substantial, so that we are getting together and it's happening all over wherever white positive groups are getting together. There's no reason why we shouldn't see these different groups. Patriot Front, for example, there's no reason why that they can't have a conference with, say, 40 people, say, and have, say, 12 of them or something going free, that those 12 can't break off at some point and say like it's lunch and everybody's going to go have lunch, that 12 can go have lunch together somewhere and talk about going free, talk about Prometheus rising, talk about what we're doing and how to help other people to go free. That should be happening. And I will attend as many of those as I possibly can to help that process along. So thank you very much, Segas. It's a brilliant point to just pause on and speak to for a moment. Let's see. Eagle says, piggybacking Papa Taylor. I would think that he would want to, Jared Taylor would be interested in if we again at the next conference have 30 plus or more people, attendees to his conference, who are going free and are going to get together, for our own little event, our own little get together after the speeches. I have no doubt that Jared Taylor would be interested in, wow, this is amazing that a bunch of folks are coming to my conference and they're also doing this, and be interested in coming over and having a discussion with us. That would be fantastic. Hansa says, yeah, the Antifa anti-white laughed out of one end and did something else and on the other end. That's right. He did. He laughed out of the one end, and the other end wasn't fit for women and children to witness. Nathan, what position did you play in baseball? I could see you as anything but pitcher or catcher with your speed. Hopefully, I'm not off on that. I did not do I did a tiny bit of pitching when I was a child. And gosh, what was the league even called? I guess it doesn't matter because there are different names for all the different leagues. But I did a tiny bit of pitching because I had a very strong arm and they liked the fastball. Not a lot of control, but a strong arm. And I did do a little bit of catching. And that was kind of fun because the more than most people realize, the catcher can kind of run the show. Talk to the ump behind you. To a degree, you are informing and kind of coaching the pitcher. I would talk to the ump. I would talk to the batters that came up. And I would also, because of my speed, I was able to run down and back up first base. When there was nobody else on base, I didn't have to worry about anybody coming home. But yes, the majority of the time I played center field to make use of my speed. Anghara, the Celtic, supposedly is saying something about Taylor. Well. We'll sidestep that for the moment. And I don't know anything about, and I haven't seen any comments yet, but if I come across them, maybe we'll speak to them. Now, we do have quite a few other things. How long have we been going? This is magnificent. Okay, we have Mick G, financially gifting $5, was listening with my father earlier and had great discussions about the direction going free can take my budding family in these crazy times. Thanks. No, thank you, brother. Thank you so much for that kind financial gift of $5, but infinite more thanks for what you just wrote right there. Was listening with my father earlier and had a great discussion about the direction going free can take my budding family in these crazy times. Starting a family, going free is going to be helping that family. Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? Lives absolutely being changed. I was just, next Sunday when we're together, I'm going to show you all a very young little girl gave me, tiny little girl who is going free, gave me a picture, sent me a picture, a little picture she drew of a tree with leaves. I love it to pieces. She is the sweetest little thing. I love that we are actually making a difference in the lives of white children so that they don't grow up like the young man who wrote, and I read earlier, who had concluded based on all of the mean pathogens that non-white males were superior in all ways to white males. All right. Have you heard about contact tracers? I don't have a story pulled up, but I do want to mention this. The anti-whites, they're anti-whites, and let's see, there was a lawyer, and then I think there were 2 or 3 others. This is amazing that this is so little known by the American public and by the rest of the world of Western kind. I guess it was 3 anti-whites and some lawyer. They started a company. I don't want to say the name of the company because I know the AI is going to be listening for it, but you can look it up for yourself. And they came up with this idea that what needs to happen is there need to be contact tracers. So if you went to a party, the way this works is that you go to a party, say, for example, and someone is discovered to have had COVID-19 at the party. Well, what the anti-whites want to do and are doing, look it up for yourself. In fact, it was in the news this past week, but of course, only check with CNN or MSNBC, is they then track down everyone who was at the party. And these people who have been hired, they can be high school dropouts, but all you need is a high school diploma. But you can be a dropout and get a GED, which is in lieu of a high school diploma. They're being paid, these people, and this is what's being said to me. So I don't know, YouTube, listen, I don't know if this is true. These people who have said this to me, they might be lying. So I'm going to have to check it out with CNN once I'm done streaming here. And I'll definitely correct the record if these folks were not honest. But they said that these people are being paid $33 an hour, or that they may be being paid $33 an hour, high school dropouts. And they have the authority to demand your cell phone. It said that they may have the authority to demand your cell phone from you. And then they may have the authority to go through your cell phone to find all of your contacts and to see who you spoke with, where you went. And if you refuse to do this, it may be the case that they can then refer you to the courts on a national level all across the United States. And then it is up to the court. And in New York, it may be the case, you'll have to look it up, that they have already begun fining people $2,000 a day for not turning over their cell phone to high school dropouts who want to look through your contacts and look through your phones because you have been at a party or someplace at a grocery store and came a little too close to somebody who had COVID-19. $2,000. And then, and this is fines that may already be being assessed to people for not turning over their cell phones and other private material to these earners of GEDs and high school diplomas, and $2,000 a day. And then if you don't pay, the option may be to jail you until you do. These are the contact tracers. So if you want to look up the company, you might want to think of con with a T on the end, and then maybe race, like you're racing after somebody. And here's the best part, ladies and gentlemen, and of course this is really thick with the sarcasm. They have been promised, they may have been promised, you're going to look it up for yourselves, because me and YouTube and CNN, we don't know if this is true or not, and that is they may have been promised $12 billion by Congress. And they may have already been given $3.6 billion. So, you know, me, YouTube, and CNN, we don't believe any of this. So you all are going to have to go look it up for yourselves to see if that is true. But this is the kind of anti-white dystopian hell that the anti-whites want to inflict on you. And of course, the purpose is to track down everybody who is a heretic. That is what this is about, ultimately. All of this, let us into your lives, let us into your cell phones, let us into your computers, let us into everything in your life, is all about tracking down everybody who may be, and finding everybody who may be a heretic to anti-whiteism. We also have the story of the anti-whites. And where is this? I think I can swivel around over here. And I think I might have the story up. Let's see. Where might we have it? It is, oh yes. We are in your house, quote, we're in your houses, let's go. And this was a statement made by an anti-white militia member that was made outside the Confederate monument at Stone Mountain. NFAC leader, Grand Master, describing how we will build his anti-white ethno-state inside the United States, boasting they are all ex-military, extremely disciplined, and expert shooters. Gonna end really bad, I think is what he says. Of course, this is probably all not true as well. Please check it out. I'm sure the videos that you can find online, and this is the kind of thing that you should also be showing your friends, family, and strangers, of hundreds of these anti-whites. And remember, the important point here is that they're anti-whites, are marching all in black clothing, and they are saying that they're going to carve out an ethno-state. They want Texas, in fact, the whole state, for themselves, but they're willing to just take anything they would like. And maybe true or not, the group known as Not Foxtrot Around Coalition marched through Stone Mountain Park near Atlanta on Independence Day, calling out white militias, along with protesting one of the largest Confederate monuments in the country, reported by Reuters. So they're probably believable. I mean, CNN would probably believe them, right? Hundreds of heavily armed NFAC members, predominantly, and this is where their race doesn't matter. All that matters is that they're anti-white, were seen dressed in black combat gear with military-style rifles, quietly marched up a road in the park in two columns. Yes, and they were chanting something that you can watch for yourself. It's something power, and it wasn't white. One clip shows what appears to be an NFAC leader directing a right and left column of heavily armed members up a road. It does indeed. That's exactly what they are doing. Quite a spectacle, the kind of thing that you do want to show friends and family who think that, no, this isn't really happening. Nothing to be worried about here. Another video shows the group coming to a stop on the road with an unidentified man shouting into a loudspeaker. Pardon me. Challenging white militia. Interesting. He says, quote, "I don't see no white militias," he declared. "We're here. We're where you at?" I'm actually reading. It's written exactly, I guess, as it was spoken. So I'm reading. I'm not changing anything. This is exactly how the person spoke. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm reading it exactly as it is written. "We're in your house. Let's go." So, of course, in sports, you see in football, when you go to another team's stadium, you say we're in your house. When they come to your stadium, you say they're in our house. We can't let them win. They want to come to the other team coming to someone else's house. They want to win the game. This seems like a bit like less of a game, calling out white people. He's calling out. And you want to make sure to tell that to your friends, family, and strangers when you address this subject. Remember, the race of these people is immaterial. It's totally immaterial. There are going to be people of this race that care, or predominantly who compose this group, that care. There are not going to be many. I wish there were more who care about white well-being. But what matters here is what's happening to us, the victimization of our people. And that's what you want to talk about. What's important also is I tweeted about this in response to one of these videos. I posted a picture, I think it was from like 1964, of when a similar group took over the California government building. They went inside with loaded rifles and took it over. And they said, things are changing, Whitey. Now, why did I post that picture with this? It wasn't to say you have nothing to worry about. This is just always happening. No, we have said that if you don't understand, it's important to follow what I'm saying and ask a question if you don't follow this. This is anti-whiteism then and now. It is getting worse. We have predicted, and it is coming to fruition. We're not in July predicting. We were way before 2020 predicting this year and for this decade, that the cycles would increase in frequency and the violence would increase in those cycles. It is important to point out that this is not a one-off, or this is just not a symptom of a particular event. This is a consequence of anti-whiteism, which was present in the 1960s and earlier, to the level of armed militias and bombing. Most of us are too young to even know about all of the bombings, to have witnessed it firsthand. You may have read about it. But this is anti-whiteism. It's not going away. It is getting worse. The cycle, the frequency is going to increase, and the violence of each of these cycles is going to get worse. We have to go free. That is the only remedy. What's happening at Stone Mountain is not a hiccup. It's not in response to an event. It's not a consequence of being locked indoors. I saw, and I'm just going to go ahead. You know, Ed Dutton did a video that I listened to a little bit of, where he said that this is a religious revival. This is something that he predicts from people being locked indoors and the stress of being locked indoors. My answer to that is hogwash. This is anti-whiteism. We predicted that this would be coming in 2020, back in 2019. And we're going to keep saying it. And we have people, we have the clips. We predicted all of this. This is anti-whiteism. Now, Ed is a really smart guy, and he might be absolutely be right about the fact that a part of what is informing some of the angst and etc. is the nervousness about being locked indoors and family members potentially dying and family members dying from a disease that you can't see. That might be also fueling these individuals, but that is not the cause, and it going away is not going to make this better. Do you understand? That is why and I didn't get to see, so I'm admitting ignorance here. I didn't get to see the totality of the video. I might be totally ignorant. And later in the video, he might say, and you know, this is not a one-off. This is a permanent anti-white thing. If he said that, more power to him. I beg your forgiveness, good sir. If he didn't say that, then this is where he's wrong, because this is not a one-off that once the stress is relieved, the religious revival will dissipate. This is anti-whiteism, and it has been ratcheting up forever. This is not going to ratchet down. This is not going to abate. It may take and does take various forms. Remember how anti-whiteism is protean. So in 1 minute, it can be a orbicular female shouting in your face and, hideous as the day is long, fell through a tree composed of nothing but ugly sticks and shouting in your face about how heretical you are and how awful that is one day. The next day, it can take the form of a police officer filing a charge against you and an attorney for the county or whatever filing a charge against you that would not be filed against a non-white person. The next day, it can take the form of something else. The next day, it can take the form of people marching down the street with machine guns. I don't know if any of these were fully auto, but the anti-whites would say machine guns. So I'm going to say machine guns if it were us. We could all have muskets and they would call them machine guns. All right. So this is the reality. Each time as we go through these cycles, each time it ticks back around to the fat thing in your face, it's going to be worse. Each time it ticks back around to the armed anti-white militia, it's going to be worse. This is how it's going to continue for anti-whites, and they're going to get more powerful, not less. They're going to inflict more harm, not less. They are not going to be diminished, and yet we are going to grow in strength at the exact same time, parallel to what they're doing. So this is not a religious revival that is about to dissipate as soon as the stress dissipates. I get the argument that you have a stressful event, and in the moment you have to focus on survival, and then when the stressful event dissipates, the religious revival a religious revival ensues as a consequence of the inability to predict the future, what tomorrow is going to be like. I know there's plenty of evidence for this, but that is not what's happening with anti-whiteism. This is not a consequence of people being locked indoors. The people who are participating in these events weren't obeying the government already. You and I were obeying the government. You and I were the ones who were staying indoors. You and I were the ones wearing the masks everywhere we go. You and I are the ones who obey. These people were having big block parties, remember? These people were on videos everywhere getting together for the purpose of mocking the system and saying, here's the finger for you, not the index one, as Kurt Doolittle raised in obedience to the Black Lives Matter leader, but a different finger altogether. These people weren't locked indoors. They were doing their thing. Remember all of the videos of the police coming out and saying, you got to go inside. And all of these people just saying, yeah, right, we're not going anywhere. These people are not suffering from that. These people are anti-whites. This is not going to go away. I am leaving room, though, for Ed Dutton's argument that there could be some measure, perhaps impossible to know, of angst and etc. built up from COVID-19 that is informing or fueling to some measure some of the behavior. But the religious fervor, the asking people to kneel, this didn't just start. This religious-like activity of anti-whiteism has always been a feature of anti-whiteism. It has always been. When have you not seen in different iterations the kneeling of the forced kneeling of anti-whiteism? How many times have you all could give numerous examples of these, of kneeling, different forms of this sort of supplication and submission to the religion of anti-whiteism that have been present your entire life? How about just always having to mention MLK in speeches if you want to be taken seriously, if you want to be believed by the anti-whites? You always have to mention him. That is no less kneeling, a religious activity. That is no less than it's more, in fact, than kneeling. No less of a religious activity, always having to mention MLK. So there are a great many examples of this. It's not new, and as smart as Ed Dutton is, probably a heck of a lot smarter than me and better educated than me, as smart as he is, I think he's wrong on this issue, even though I leave room for him, for his position to potentially have exacerbated a situation a little bit. But nonetheless, this is a turning of a great wheel for anti-whiteism. And every time we come back around, it gets worse. And you'll see it getting worse until we go free. Stone Mountain. And of course, they're calling out white people. They want to fight with white people. And they have an excuse to victimize white people. And that's what you should also remember, talking about getting out of the anti-white narrative. Do not say, when they say, but your town was a sundown town, do not say, well, when it was a sundown town, actually, what they had was a situation. Do not do that. What they have just given you is a mispretext. It is an excuse to victimize you. You call out the anti-white narrative for what it is. You call them anti-white. You put an end to that conversation. It doesn't matter what town A, they'll have one excuse for town A that works, a different excuse for town B that works, another excuse for town C that works. We also have, in conjunction with this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, brought to us by Althea, a tweet by something called the Yellow Coalition, some anti-white coalition. And I don't know why they're calling themselves yellow. It might have something to do with maybe their peoplehood or something. I don't know. But they actually created a list of the whitest towns in America. And then they dog whistled it out on a tweet and probably Facebook and elsewhere, saying these are towns that you don't want to go to because they're just so white. And Althea brilliantly recognized right away that no, they have categorized the towns so that violent anti-whites know where to go rather than set their own community on fire. They now know where to go to get white people and to harm only white people and burn their businesses down, set their cars on fire, set their homes on fire. That's what that was all about. She was dead on. May we all be so sharp-eyed when we see things like that. And she called them out on it. They tried to brush it off, but there was no brushing it off. That was the absolute fact of what they were doing. And you damn well know that if that were reversed and we had categorized all of the areas that were most non-white and said, hey, wink, wink, don't go there if you want to do some, violence, the anti-whites would be all over that. So we know exactly what they're doing. They are trying to victimize those white people in those towns that are predominantly, if not entirely or nearly entirely, white. So that is absolutely the kind of thing that is despicable, because that's the kind of thing that this particular group here, I'm sure composed of very honorable, wonderful people just trying to do good things for their community and families. The NFAC, I'm sure a great group of people. NFAC, I'm sure are a great group of people trying to do wonderful things for their community in the way that they are allowed to do it. Good for them. But that is the kind of data sheet that this NFAC would look at and say, well, now we know where these towns are where we're not going to accidentally harm some of our own when we go and randomly destroy stores, banks, courthouses, cars, homes, schoolyards, school buildings. We know that it's only white people there. Absolutely despicable. And of course they choose Stone Mountain. Look at these. I see a, looks like that can't be an MP5, but looks like it. AR-15s. I see shotguns. Oh, wow. That looks like maybe that's maybe a semi-auto Uzi. Rifles. 30-06. These are real weapons, ladies and gentlemen. This is scopes on them. That's probably night vision right there. Yeah, that's Trishacon's scope right there. That's not inexpensive, my friends. He's able to put a bead on you at a great distance and you won't even know it. This guy. Isn't that nice? And doesn't look like there's social distancing. Wonder why the media is not complaining. They're all kind of packed in there, kind of close. No social distancing. Tragic. So this is a hush crime of epic proportions, a hush crime. It is a crime. Anything, remember, when it comes to hush crime, it doesn't actually have to be breaking the law, but certainly this is breaking the law. You are not allowed to get together several hundred people armed and demand that the federal government of the United States turn over territory to you and then call on another race and demand them to come out and have a fight. That is absolutely illegal. I guarantee you they don't have permits to occupy the roadways that they blocked and marched down. I guarantee it. So this was totally illegal, but it doesn't have to be illegal for it to be a hush crime. Remember, when it's a crime, it's a hush crime. It's anything that undermines the anti-white narrative. They don't want you to know about it. A rape, a banking scandal, somebody fleeing to a certain little country in the Middle East, anything like this, hundreds of anti-whites armed with powerful weapons, loaded and ready to roll, and calling out white people for slaughter. Any of this, all of it could be legal but it undermines the anti-white narrative, and therefore it's a hush crime of epic proportions. Make sure you use this on friends, family, and strangers. Talk about this. You can also make a leaflet. You can make a statement that you have online, put it on a Word document with a picture, take it out to all of your social media, put it on your friends' social media, post it on their pages, on MAGA pages, on Second Amendment pages, post it everywhere. You have a lot of people that are civ-nats in First Amendment, Second Amendment, etc. That's, of course, an abstractionist, and they want to believe that we're just all going to be able to come together and we're going to resist the tyranny of the bankers or whatever it might be as this giant multiracial coalition, and biology doesn't matter, only ideas matter. Make sure they see this, because biology is coming for your white ass. You might not think it matters, but they do. You might not be looking for trouble, but their trouble is looking for you. Make sure they know that. Share stuff like this with them. Create a document with this. Share it everywhere. Share it 100 times this week. Get excited about it. And then you could also even make a flyer. And remember, if you make a flyer where you show an image like this of the hundreds marching, you're focusing on our victimization, not on the races of the people who are marching. These are anti-whites. They are not anything other than anti-whites. Let white people know. You might not be thinking race, but they sure as hell are. So thank you for that. Ursa Major is here. Great to see you. What else do we have here? I want peace. I want peace and no hate and no white guilt. There you go. That's what we want. Don't say the no hate. That's too deep in the anti-white narrative. You can say you want peace and no white guilt. You want to just, it's very easy. If you say anything that immediately comes to mind, especially if you're new to going free, that's the wrong thing to say, because you're going to be speaking from their playbook, their narrative. So pause. It's okay to pause and have a think. What do I want to say here? Don't ever say that you're not a hater or anything like that. You call them anti-white. You say you have no white guilt. Hansa says, yes, I remember as a boy, the Black Panthers, the big cats that live in the zoo, said, quote, put a pig in a blanket, talking about eliminating cops. That was the slogan. Yes. DF says Amron has started to adopt some of the lexicon in recent. That's right, DF. Thank you for sharing that. And we have had others say that they are now seeing the lexicon that we are sharing here and empowering people with. And it's showing up in the Amran articles. That's splendid. You know, maybe if enough of it gets adopted by Amran and it starts showing up, people are having success. Suddenly it'll be, hey, Jason, why don't you come on over and give a speech? Hansa says, why in hell do you worry about, quote, making fun of the Black Lagoon monster? Which one is that? I'm completely missing the reference. Sloth says, calling out people who have no white guilt. Yes, we absolutely have no white guilt. Red Eagle, $33 an hour. Where do I sign? Oh yeah, I know it. People, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money to be paid, and they're professionals. You know, when they break down how much time they work, etc., and they see how much they're ultimately, it comes out to an hour. I mean, it's $33 is fantastic money. You normally have to go to university or get educated in a trade and work for years, and then you work up. But no, if you want to spy on your neighbors and you're anti-white, here's your paycheck that is footed by the white tax-paying livestock of the United States. I remember as a boy. Okay, I saw that. I don't know, did you put that twice, or is this thing screwing up on my YouTube? Probably screwing up. Because of all of the equality hires. Let's see. Somebody said something like, no white guilt still streaming. Oh my God. Of course I am. Sloth says 6-hour mark. It's going to go by fast. It has. Yes, we have to get to some calls. And I don't know that exactly. I'm kind of worried about like going a full 8 hours for that 2-day thing. I really don't want the shows ending up in like permanent screwed up, glitched mode. And I have to try to pull them down in a way that takes a long time. And I have other things to do. Red Eagle says, how old is your dog? I don't have one now. My best friend, my dog, my Ripley, my Doberman, passed away years ago, and I have her ashes, and I will probably have them included with me at the end of my days, because she was a miracle animal. All right, let's have a quick look at these links here. Everybody knows what it's like to have a dog a really good dog that you really love. Any animal becomes a member of the family, and she was something else. I don't know if I told you all this story. I don't think so. But she was still pretty much a puppy, but you know, if certain breeds, and certainly Dobermans, they grow to nearly full size pretty quickly. And I had a picture of her on my desk where I was working, but brand new, you know, like 7 weeks old, and she was just so cute. And she actually had a toy in the picture that was as big as she was, and then when she was full grown, the whole toy fit in her mouth. She was much bigger. She was German line Doberman, and those have a little bit more muscle than the American ones that are a little sleeker. So weight wise, she was a little closer to an American male Doberman. But a magnificent beast she was. And a friend came in, colleague at work, and saw my picture, and we got to talking about a trip that my dog and I had taken out to an area called Skyline Drive here in Virginia. Beautiful area. One of these areas where it's beautiful nature, and you see white people everywhere. And by the way, I'm going to just pause the story, because I saw this news story about the guy who's in charge, an anti-white, non-white guy of our nation's parks. He's as anti-white as you can possibly be, and talking about, from the point of view of a non-white person. I don't give a damn from the point of view of a non-white. You have a job for the United States of America. I don't give a damn what your race is. It shouldn't play any role whatsoever in any decision you make for the totality of the country. You got to make a decision for all the races that are here, jackass. But no, that's not what he's doing, because he's anti-white, and we're inside the anti-white narrative. So he wants to make a decision that's good for non-white people. And that is, he wants to make decisions, set up programs that are going to be funded by your tax dollars to pay. So free trips there, stays there, and trips back for non-white people to go to national parks, to go out into nature, because the anti-whites for a long time now have been making this argument that nature is heretical. There aren't enough non-white people out there. And specifically what they're talking about is just the general nature. If there is a spectacle in nature, a great waterfall or tallest tree or something like that, you'll see non-white people there, and more power to them to want to go out, and get photographs and videos of those things. Good for them. But when you're talking about like general nature, going out and sitting by the river and just, you get the pine trees, the birds are singing. I got the beautiful birds right now. I could tell you stories some other time. Some wonderful things outside. Oh, you know what I got to show you? Oh my God, I almost forgot. We got to get to the fox. Somebody's got to remind me about the fox in a moment. We're going to get several steps away from the original story of me and the dog. And anyhow, on the news, they show this guy saying this, well, we've got to make these changes because when you have just these generic, beautiful, serene environments in the nature, you just don't see very many non-white people. And I say, oh, well, they don't want to be there, so don't force them there. If they don't want to go out in those general environments as a group, then why are you trying to force their group? They're trying, you know the answer to this, because they want to take it away. They want to white erase people from those areas. And I'm going to give you a quote from a young lady in just a moment that is going to pop the top of your head off. But if non-white people want to go out and enjoy nature, just a serene spectacle, nothing magnificent, no great waterfall or oldest tree or whatever, then more power to them. They're just not going out. They just don't like it. Oh, well, the ones that do, good for them. Happy for them to enjoy it as well. We like it. Most white people like it, not all. So then they showed, to demonstrate the evil, the heresy of this and why it must be stopped, that you go to these national parks, you go to these just generally beautiful nature scenes and nature spots, in some places beautiful in how dreadful they truly are, the reality of nature, the harshness of it, because there always is like this dichotomy in nature. It's absolute beauty, but then right underneath of it, this raw sort of horror that, it can consume your life quite easily. That's one of the things I think that is artistically really beautiful about nature. And they said, to demonstrate, well, this has got to be changed. They had a non-white woman they interviewed, and who knows how many they had to interview to get this interview. Maybe they all said the same thing. And they said, well, what's the problem? And they showed a scene of people standing at railing, looking out at some scenery, some just natural scenery, and everybody was white. How evil, how awful. And they asked the non-white, this non-white female that was there, and they said, well, what's the problem with this? And she said, well, the problem is, when I show up, I don't feel comfortable because of all the white people. I don't see enough of my people. Now that says it all. What's the remedy there, ladies and gentlemen? The remedy there, to jump to the end of that book, is that she will feel comfortable when the white people are gone. And you know what? She will. She's not seeing her biospirit there. Just as uncomfortable as it would be if you showed up in, I think this young lady, she looked like she might have been a descendant of the country of India, that if you were someplace in India and you showed up somewhere and everyone there was Indian and you were the only white person, you'd feel a little uncomfortable. That's natural. That is the nature of the human animal. And the only way to fix it is to get rid of the group that is causing the discomfort. And that is at its core anti-whiteism. The only way to correct that situation is to get rid of the white people, or to make them so few in number relative to her people that are present that they will essentially be white erased, effectively be white erased. So let's get back to the dog, and then I will go to the fox, which is a bit of fun, and we will take a look at these links. The dog, the colleague asked me about the dog, and I said we had gone out to Skyline Drive, and I was driving down the road, and a great black bear, male black bear, kind of ambled across the road in front of us. And we had just pulled out of, there was this rest stop that I would pull in. So it's just this drive that has all of these scenic, these mountains are much older than the mountains out west. So they're much smaller, eroded down. And so the drive just kind of goes along, and it has cool overlooks. Like there's a raven overlook, and you can see ravens playing and in the air. And it's beautiful. There's a lot of beautiful scenery. And there's this rest stop where it's like a little cabin place. They got a kitchen. And I used to go back in the day, I would loved grilled cheese sandwiches. Don't eat flour and dairy anymore, so it wouldn't be what I would consume now. But I would pull in there. I would get a grilled cheese sandwich. I would get the dog something, and we would hang out there for a while. And we had just pulled out. She's sitting in the back seat, chin on my right shoulder. We just pulled out, going 5 miles an hour, and this big black bear. And most people don't realize they talk about grizzly bears. And they're definitely a threat, grizzly bears, especially, of course, a female with cubs. But that's really when they're a threat, when it's a female with cubs and she thinks that you're too close, maybe a threat to her cubs, and she'll run at you, maybe spill your guts or something, and then leave. She just wants to neutralize what she thinks is the threat. Male black bears, though, have been recorded hunting people. That's the bear that has been recorded actively hunting human beings. And so I knew this, but I wasn't thinking it at the time. So I was driving down pulling out and driving still like 5-10 miles an hour. Here goes this big bear across the road. And so I was elated. I wanted to get a picture to show everybody. I immediately slammed on the brakes, pulled the emergency brake, threw the car in neutral, and threw the door open, yelled at the dog to stay in the car, grabbed my camera, ran after the bear, not thinking. All I could think is, I got to get a photo. Nobody's going to believe that I was this close to a giant male black bear. And so I run in a couple steps into the woods, and I'm taking photo after photo, holding the camera above my head, trying to see. And it's all sort of sloping down, so I can't really see where he went. Possible I could lose my footing. And then it suddenly hit me. My God, this is a black bear, male black bear. They hunt people. He might have no problem turning around and having a little bite. And my colleague I was telling the story to, he had a good laugh. And I said, but I'm really just happy that the damn dog stayed in the car, because if she would have gotten out of the car and run after that bear, they would have found a dead guy and a dead dog in the woods. Because if my dog had gotten into a fight with a black bear, we'd have both been fighting that damn thing to the death. I love that dog so much. There'd been no way. So that's to tell you about the relationship I had with that great dog. And now let's have a look at these wonderful pictures, which I got together. You're going to love this, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a good thing we saved this for closer to the end of the show. Take a look at this. I'm not going to show you. I found a sleeping fox. I got a picture of it while he's actually completely asleep. But I'm not going to show you that picture because he looks dead. It just doesn't look good. But he raises his head, and there he is. Look at this beautiful fox. Isn't that a magnificent animal in nature? Look at him. And there he is. And then he's sort of waking up, and he sits up and he says, look, he's got a yawn going on. He's sort of coming to. Really hot this day that I saw him out there, and he's had to take a snooze in the middle of the day. And so here he is. He's finally waking up, and he's got a yawn. Probably wondering where the hell dinner is. And here he is. He's suddenly looking up at something. Probably thinks he hears anti-whites causing a ruckus somewhere. Maybe a bird in a tree or something, wondering if he can eat it. Finally stands up, gives a little stretch, He's going to mosey on here in a moment. Then he says, what the hell are you looking at? What are you taking pictures of? And I said, hey, Fox, look, you're in a public place. There's no anticipation of privacy. I'm allowed to take photographs. So, of course, he said at that point, yeah, you're right. I apologize. What can I do to make it up to you? And I said, well, if you could, please, give me your best pose of a stuffed fox. And he said, sure. So he gave me a best pose of a stuffed fox. There he is. Best he could do on a moment's notice. Then he meanders away. There he goes. Handsome little, obviously healthy, good-looking fox out in nature. Foxy fox. Yes, indeed. Then I found also this place in nature. You're going to like this. Look at that. Is that not lovely? We're talking about nature. Is that not lovely? Those big bushes with the purplish, pinkish flowers on them, they're about, I would say they're about 9 feet tall. You see they're about 9 feet tall there. So they're quite large. And maybe at some places even taller. But really what I wanted to point out is there's this little archway here. You see this? It's like this little tunnel, this little magical tunnel. And so I decided, of course, I had to go into that magical tunnel. And it was a really tight fit. Really tight. I had to back out a couple times and then try to work my way back in, back out again, work my way back in. But eventually I got in. And then got all of me in there. And there is a magical place back in there. But that's the beauty of nature. And that's what I wanted to say, ladies and gentlemen. And let's see what else we have here. We have a link of, this is JF. And it is from February 14. And it writes here, Nick Fuentes is gone from YouTube. Thanks to all the Antifa volunteers who have contributed to our campaign. Boy, that seems... Was he being serious there? Or was this tongue-in-cheek? That seems quite objectionable. Although, when it comes to JF, I think he's really amoral. And I think he prides himself, doesn't he, in being amoral? So I don't think JF has a side. And I think if you run afoul of him... Oh, that's right. That's right. Somebody told me that Nick said something very unlovely about JF's girlfriend, fiance, wife, whatever the young lady is to him and partner. Something really ugly. So was this the response? Did JF team up with some anti-whites to retaliate? Or did it happen in reverse? Did JF go after Fuentes, and then Fuentes said those things about his partner, JF's partner? Thank you for the link and the info. We got quite a few links here, my friend. We can't spend the whole day on all of these links, but let's see. Don't get me wrong, I like Jason a lot. And I appreciate what he does. I think he has the mind to be a critical piece of the puzzle in restoring our people to their prior pride and greatness. But, and it hurts to say this because I do like Jason so. Well, who is this? Who is this person? Before I read any further, let me see if I can figure this out. If we can disembroil all of these links and speak to exactly. And if you all have any stories to or pieces of news you want me to speak to or particular questions, do it now. We're going to have maybe a brief music break and then have some phone calls. I'm worried about going the full 8 hours because I want the video to go up. I mean, already, for God's sakes, we get maybe a couple thousand views. That is of the best people, without doubt. But I don't want to have the video hung up for 2-3 days or whatever in glitch mode. And so we'll see as we get close. So let me start with one of these links and try to unravel what our friend, Mr. Warrior, is talking about. You spend as much time. Okay, this is what show is this from? This is a thread somewhere. you spend as much time complaining about the size of your channel as you did explaining this new law. Okay, this is somebody saying something to someone. Looks like Red Eagle is talking with somebody. Okay. And then K Lake says, is that really surprising considering he creates accounts on Twitter to worship him? To worship who? Althea Promethea is the most obvious, and one of the newer ones is Nathan, which is created this month. Screaming Go Free Brothers, reeks of autism, guy needs help. Okay, this is some K Lake. Somebody who disagrees. Althea Promethea is a real woman, and Nathan is a real man. I didn't create, these are heroes in the white positive sphere. This person is obviously a midget wit, and I potentially jealous, I'm guessing. I mean, how could you make statements about these people? Nathan has videos. Althea has been tweeting forever. I couldn't possibly be both of those people. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. So that person is obviously challenged or just jealous. That looks like it's the same link again. Trying to just figure out what this is about, what you want me to speak to. Okay, hers said, because I do like Jason. He doesn't have charisma necessary to draw the numbers. You need to create an effective movement. This is a criticism of somebody, Maldronon or something like that, it looks like. I mean, you get people on here like Evil Charge talking about small minds are more easily amused than great ones. Oh, that's good. That'll save you when the time comes. The fact that you have no sense of humor. The drooling masses, minus our influence, will not self-select anything. The drooling masses are going to breed and get larger and larger and larger and more and more. This person has a very significant grasp on the English language, as you could tell, ladies and gentlemen. And mixed and less sympathetic. Yeah. To your cause as a result. And you're going to be left with what? 1,000 white people tops? Oh, come on. This is some midget wit somewhere. You can't possibly expect me to speak to the retarded ramblings of such individuals. This individual is trapped in the current moment as though that is going to be the moment for all time. I want you to think for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, about 20 years ago. And if you had 20 years ago said, you know what we need? We need X, Y, and Z. And those things that you need were based on the environment 20 years ago. How useless would they be today? Because the context has changed, right? So this is what people do all the time. Even some of the brightest, they do it all the time. Jason's strength is that he is well thought out, deliberate, and intellectual. His weakness is that it makes him boring, unamusing, unexciting. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry that I'm not more amusing for you. Because saving our people from oblivion needs to be more amusing for this person. Okay, that's the same. It looks like, did you post the same? Yeah, these are all the same links, brother. Everyone I click on. Who is this? What stream was this from? Oh, okay, now here you have one that says, this is Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. I guess this is a tweet. The West could humiliate China by simply allowing Hong Kongers residency. It would collapse the HK economy, Hong Kong economy, and leave China holding a useless dump that was once massively powerful, a BitChute exclusive. That's the dumbest ass thing. Pure fantasy. I mean, that's entertainment. And if you want to be entertained, you can fantasize about the United States saying to the population of Hong Kong, hey, you can come live here. And then that population saying, well, let's just pick up and move. And I'm not saying that this person, Sticks, Hex, and Hammer, is the same criticism that I just gave this opinion that he shared, or this, what can we go, this shtick that he just shared. He's putting on a show. He wants to entertain you. He's coming up with, I mean, he could take the next step. He could start talking about aliens, space aliens. This is not, if that's making him dough and he's entertaining you and that's what he's doing, I don't think he's ever said that he wants to save Western kind and Western civilization. So this is his job, is to entertain you, and more power to him. He's a smart guy. So if he wants to fantasize about America bringing all of Hong Kong over here, and enough people go over there and they give him money to hear him fantasize about that, then Barnum and Bailey did it. So why can't Sticks, Hex, and Hammer? Okay. Yeah, I think I got all of those are people talking about you from the video explaining the new law. I sent you the links to block these people. Thank you, sir. Which video are you talking about that explaining the new law? Go ahead and leave those up for me. Don't delete those. Which video was that on? And I thank you for that. Now let's get over and check out the Cash App and see if we've missed anybody over there. And then we're gonna play a magnificent tune. I think we're blank over here, so that's good. Didn't miss anybody. Let's see. Magnificent tune. We'll come back. We'll do some calls. I don't think we have any more news to hit upon. We'll do some calls, and then we'll wrap it up for tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes open. Things are about to get really good for those who have the eyes to see. Oh, I don't want to forget. Let's see. D Live on my activity feed. I see that Building the Realm gave me a diamond's worth of points. And a drum roll, please, also gave me a diamond's worth of points. So thank you both for that. I don't see any comments though. When you give points, are you allowed to make a comment, or do I see the points you give and then I have to look for the comment in the live chat over there? I think you're able to write comments, right? I think I've seen that. All right. A big hello to everybody over on D Live. And if you can, spread this going free to those who are on D Live. Let them know that we are making a change in the world. If we want to entertain, we will make sure to give that other guy a call because I know he's looking for some entertainment. And we will be back in a moment. That was Saint Friendship. Absolutely magnificent. If my mic is okay, please let me know, ladies and gentlemen. And before I touch the damn thing, let me ground myself. I don't know if that's still happening or not, but I just don't want to take a chance. We had, looks like some, no. Looks like this just moved. Oh, yes, we did. Ladies and gentlemen, please get your raucous emojis together, because a great lady has just shown up. Thank you, Zero Talent, saying the mic is clear. Donning Armor is here. Great to see you. Popcorn Poppers, the mic is good. Get those raucous emojis ready. Heidi has shown up with $50 US. Thank you so very much, my absolute wonderful woman. We love you so much. And she writes, hope everyone is doing well. Sorry we've missed you all the last few weeks. Been super busy. Stay going free and be safe. Well, amen to you. Working class folks. Ray, and I think Ray is here in the chat. Yeah, there he is. Thank you, Ray. I don't even know how long you've been here. Everything is a bit out of sorts because we've been rushing to try to do some things, and really amazing. If you didn't hear the news at the beginning, amazing things going on, real things. And even used the phrase that I hate, a quantum shift, because it's so significant. But great to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. Working class people, raising a family, and doing without something they like, some luxury, so that they can invest a financial gift in White Wellbeing. Wonderful people. You will be some of the heroes that will go, your names, into our hall of heroes that will, without question, be built in the future. God bless the both of you. And we did, I think it was a few weeks ago, Heidi, you gave a financial gift as I was wrapping up. And I hope you discovered that we spoke to that financial gift and the verbiage you shared the subsequent Sunday. So we certainly not going to miss anybody, but definitely not these two. We love Heidi and Ray. Wonderful people. Thank you for being here, and thank you for that fine financial gift and those wonderful words. And let's see, are we okay everywhere else? I think we are. We will go ahead and open up the phone calls because we're going to try to, where are we? Oh, we're almost at 7 hours. I definitely want to be wrapped up by the 30-minute mark, without question. Depending on how many calls we have, maybe even the 15-minute mark. I don't want to get close to 8 hours this time, and just see what happens on YouTube's and see how they process it. You know, for some reason, some people, and it's not just, I think, or maybe it is. I mean, I have no way of knowing whether it's the message that we're sharing, but some people, videos, they process right away. Other ones, they hold off, they hold people up. She says, I did see that. I listened to the stream. Thank you so much. Dryer sheets for static electricity. Yes, yes, I will absolutely bring some up and see if that will help the issue. Nothing else has changed in here. And the humidity tonight is in here in my office is 49%. So it is shouldn't be a humidity issue whatsoever. Nothing new on the floor, not running around here in my socks, not picking up my feet or something. I get dressed properly to do the streams even when I'm not on camera. Maybe one of these days, well, we'll talk about that some other time. Let's see, will you ever create your own private streaming platform? Sakis asks. I doubt we will. I mean, if we started having people like Mr. Pi donate financial gifts to us, then yeah. But until something like that happens, no, the money would be useful elsewhere. What's this? Twana says, Jason is very amusing. Well, take that, person who said I wasn't entertaining. And shouldn't we get the person who was looking for entertainment hooked up with Styx? I mean, let's introduce these two guys. Styx has got this great idea about bringing the population of Hong Kong over. He wants to talk about it, and he's a really smart guy. He'll be able to talk about it for hours. and lead you on this nice little journey of something that is totally fanciful and will not take place anywhere, or could take place anywhere in the real world, which doesn't mean that the entertainment isn't real. The entertainment absolutely is real. Jason is the real deal. Thank you so much. Southern Bloom says, Jason doesn't have charisma? Question mark, and then laughing. That's funny. Thank you for that. All right, let's see what else. By the way, I fixed my shoulder for those of you who were asking. Thank you very much. I didn't even have to have a beautiful young woman in a lovely little summer dress, the floaty kind, that easily float up, come and rub my shoulder. Didn't even have that happen. I fixed it myself. I'm just sliding through, and then I'll take your Red Eagle says about, I guess, the person saying he was serious that he gave me the link to. Thank you for that. Yeah. I mean, people, listen, it's okay to think I'm stupid. It's okay to think I'm ugly. It's okay to think any matter of things like that. People are welcome to their opinions. And if somebody wants to make a case, then and it's like constructive criticism or something, I'll listen. You know, I can juggle. I did do that in one of the, maybe I should juggle the whole time during the show. I can also ride a unicycle. So there are a lot of, I can ride wheelies on a bicycle and on a dirt bike. And I've gotten the front wheel up. I haven't regrettably owned a crotch rocket. Perhaps one of these days I will, but I've had the front wheel up on a crotch rocket as well. Can also ride a skateboard on a half pipe, even. Launch off skateboard ramps. All of these things I could just set up the camera outside, and since I haven't done many of them in a very long time, I could just break my neck for entertainment. Higgs Boson said, good job fixing your shoulder. Well, here's the trick for everybody, because I want you all to be healthy. So listen up. Lots of water. When this is ligament tendon issue, or it's specifically muscle issue, you can need a lot of water. You need anti-inflammatory, and I don't recommend, I'm not a doctor. I use turmeric with curcumin. It's an excellent anti-inflammatory, and you can supplement ibuprofen. I'll just say I supplement with some ibuprofen. I don't overdo it. And then one of the main things to do is to use a ultrasound device. They're very inexpensive. You have to use the gel for the ultrasound device. And this gets a nice deep heat. And the heat is, you want your hydrated blood carrying the nutrients and healing factors that are in your blood to be rushed into these injured areas. And so this is why heat is good. I far more often go with heat and light movement, flexibility than cold. Cold for me, ice is only for on-the-spot injury, and you have this instant swelling that is going to retard healing. So otherwise, getting the warmth to it. And I only actually did one treatment with the ultrasound wand and stretching and lightweight movements, hydration, anti-inflammatory, and I am back in fighting shape. Thank you. And you all can use that if you have that issue. Try it out and let us know if it works for you, or if you have a trick that works. Share it with the community. Timmy says, no white guilt, summertime. That's right. Sit back and have your favorite beverage. It's summertime in Virginia, ladies and gentlemen. 95 degrees at the height of today, 35 Celsius, and a warm one. Heat thunder going on. And let's see, what else do we have here? And we will take some calls as I also look at the comments in the live chat. Where is Skype? There it is. Okay. Did we miss somebody? Oh my gosh. We did. It was Donning Armor. Looks like he's gone to bed. Damn. We're going to have to start the calls earlier, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's asking if the fox was domesticated. You can buy a domesticated fox from Russia for $5,000. Oh my God. No, thank you. Oh, wait, Donning Armor is here. No. If I've seen a... I'll call you in just one moment, Donning Armor. I've seen a couple of videos of a family who had a domesticated fox, and apparently they feel the need to mark every single thing. So they spray piss everywhere. No, thank you. And here comes the call.
Hello.
Donning Armor.
How you doing, sir?
I'm great, brother. And you know what? I just remembered that right after you, I think it wasn't Spencer's Thoughts last week that asked if he could be first. So we'll do Spencer's Thoughts after you. But what's going on and what's going on in your mind, brother? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I had a couple things, but I'm going to get through them very quickly because I know you're short on time, and I apologize. But first and foremost, brother, not just congratulations to you, but congratulations to everyone on you getting 20,000 subscribers.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Dude, our community is growing, and this is a beautiful thing. I'm so proud to be a part of it, and I want to be a bigger part of it, as I mentioned last time. About that Mark John and the Doolittle guy.
Yes.
You know, they play a role, just as Jesse Lee Peterson, just as Stefan Molyneux. I think it's a part of a process of people. You personally, okay. I went from blue pills to black pills to red pills, and then finally at your channel I found myself white pills. And white pill is the goal. That's what we all need to strive for. And these guys, I don't find it too interesting. I subscribed to the channels about 6 months or so, and eventually I ended up leaving them because they're not on the same page as we are. Yeah. So, but as I said, it's going to take. I don't know if you recall the last conversation that we had. Which basically I was kind of, as you said, I had a sense of urgency. Basically, I was freaking out once I started getting emergency messages going off on my phone, and I could see what was going on in our nation, which is atrocious. But anyway, so you were right in that sense, but I still think that it's going to take us attacking and defending from all sides. And these guys, although they don't think like we do, they are very popular. They have a lot of views, and they do sway people in the right direction. Well, the right direction, literally.
Yep.
So that's all. That's all I was going to say, just briefly.
Well, I appreciate it. I agree with you, brother. That is, and thank you for taking the call tonight. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I applaud everything that, I guess, aside from these things that we're learning about, maybe these little battles that they're having, but things that like Fuentes is doing, and certainly, as I said, there's no reason for John Mark and Kurt Doolittle, what they're doing, to conflict with what we're doing. If they're making a constitution for the future, then more power to them. fantastic. I hope they come up with something that will work fabulously. Maybe Doolittle will really write something that is. I think it's going to have to be cyclical, and I think that what they keep saying is that this is something that would be, never need to be changed and be written for all time. I don't know that that's the case, but let's just say that I'm wrong and Doolittle is right, and he writes something that would work perfectly for the future. That's fantastic. Build a statue to this guy and not let anti-whites tear it down. I'm good with that. The place where I have to step in and intervene is when there are clearly things that are going to lead brothers and sisters down destructive paths. And so, for example, we had a guy who, if he had heard me, I don't know if he ever heard me, but if he had heard me and heeded me back several years ago, he wouldn't have ended up committing suicide for having participated the way he ended up participating and following the content and thought leaders that he was following, behaving the way he was behaving. That guy would be alive today and probably still in school and maybe even married and a father now. And so I can't just watch people being led to this perdition. And even if, a content producer thinks that, nothing's really going to happen, or this is what we have to say, or no, I've just got to, in those cases, I've got to intervene. But otherwise, I'm 100% in agreement with you that we need all of this variety, this heterogeneity, and this sort of plexiform of efforts working toward the recapturing of our destiny. Because if there is this variety, it's going to be harder for the anti-whites to shut it down, and it is going also to open up the possibilities that we reach somebody, maybe more than one, reach the destiny or the objective of recapturing our destiny. And also, quite frankly, human dynamism is so infinitely complex that you can't have one TV channel. The only reason we were restrained, for example, to 3 TV channels was because we really couldn't make more, and there were powers that wanted there to be only 3 so that they could control thought. But human dynamism just won't allow that to be, and so we need all of this variety. There will be plenty of different people, and they will be appealing to different groups, and they will like different content producers and leaders. So I'm for it, even if we at odds in some places.
You're absolutely correct, and I think we're in total agreement on that issue. And just for the record, personally, I find your message to be much more compelling and much more effective than John Marks and the Doolittle guy. They got a man crush on each other. It's a little weird, but if they're going to red pill some people, then so be it. That's good, and I'm not going to hate on them too much for it. But I'm calling into you for a reason. I'm not on their channel for a reason, and I also wanted to commend you. And it sounds to me like Jared Taylor and you are good friends. Mm-hmm. You get along very well. Perhaps you have some differences. I don't know why they have differences, because personally, I believe like you should be you should be a guest on that. But that's neither here nor there. But this is what our people do. We can disagree respectfully, politely, and still love each other because we're all driving and working for the same end goal, and that's white well-being, as you put it. And that is, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if you're black, white, brown, green. I don't care if you're gay, if you're straight. It doesn't matter to me. If you believe that white people should have homelands, that they should be able to exist and thrive as a unique, distinct people, well then you're my friend. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter who you love. I think we need to be much more accepting and open to different people. I see a lot of, and it's usually the trolls, but I do see a lot of these negative comments in the chat room. In your last video, I saw some negative comments geared towards Tina, your guest. And that kind of stuff is, it just, I don't know. I think for the most part, it's probably just young men that have been beaten down to the extent where they lash out in anger. And you can understand why they would lash out in anger, but we can't do that. We need to be accepting, inviting. People need to know that this community is the best community in the world, as it really is. My rant is over. I'm sorry.
No, that's beautiful. Beautifully said. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you so much for being among us, for being a great participant, and we will have you back on the show anytime you want.
Thank you, my friend, and keep up the good work. You're I call you the Terminator now, because you will never stop. You will never stop.
No.
Thank you.
God bless you. Promethean hails, and talk to you soon.
To you as well. Love to all our people.
Okay, bye-bye. Wow, that is fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. See, that's the real difference here in the advanced placement, is that we have actual heroes, people who want to roll up their sleeves, who want to get to work on recapturing our destiny, who want to be able to work together, and even if there are disagreements, we're all for that. And earlier in the show, as I said, when I spoke to a lot of your disenchantment and anger over what happened yesterday in Richmond, Virginia, I said that there is no reason why Kurt and John Mark, why they can't do their thing if it's going to be to make a constitution and for the future, and you all of their followers or observers of that can't also come over and go free and improve themselves, their lives, their families, their relationships, have families, and recapture our destiny with us. No reason to disagree there. But I am absolutely going, and did, as you saw, call them out on these statements of violence, honest violence, and all of the rest. That absolutely cannot be allowed to pass without a statement from us. And if the bottom line is, if we didn't say something about it as well, the anti-whites would say, they didn't disavow the call to violence against the federal government, so they're obviously participants, if by no other way than just being tacit. So let's see, do we have Spencer's thoughts with us? I think he was supposed to be first, and I don't see him on, or do I? Wait, here he is. Is he still with us? Let me see, because if not, we have Slots, I think, is ready to step up to the plate and have a few comments. We're going to try to get out of here, as I said, at around the half-hour mark. So I'm going to jump over to Slots. If Spencer's Thoughts shows up, we will speak with him. Slots, get ready for the phone call. Here it comes, my friend.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, dear brother. Thank you for everything, for being you, for everything that you're doing.
That's a mighty compliment. Thank you.
What would you like to talk about tonight, brother?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about sticks and libertarianism, and I guess it applies also to Kurt.
Okay.
And I just want to make a criticism of the libertarian stuff.
Okay.
The libertarian context does not exist yet where whites would not be victimized by mass migration or their advocation of that. And so while they get berated by anti-whites to give in to those policies on mass migration that supposedly comport with their liberty, they're never pressured to or have enough effectiveness to prevent the anti-white conclusions of those implementations.
Mm-hmm.
And then usually they'll end up attacking us as if in the anti-white narrative. That's pretty much it.
No, you're absolutely right. It's always a recourse to the anti-white narrative. They use the same anti-white slurs when they disagree. They retreat to the same anti-white precepts, the mean pathogens, and ultimately the best of the libertarian community, and I would assume the Propertarian community, because everybody who has tried to explain really the difference to me has a hell of a time. And so if there's somebody who can, then perhaps I'll speak with them about it. But it really comes down to the fetishization of hedonism, of property, and you can really see this in this really flaccid claim or rallying cry of reciprocity. And you're absolutely right. These businesses, bottom line is in these taking, first of all, they're not possible in a multiracial society. They're not. You look at these events and they're almost 100% white, and that's because of the kind of biosphere that we have. No better than the non-white peoples, but different. And you might be able to have a theoretical island where something like this could take place, but in quick order, short order, it would become something tyrannical. And certainly, as you point out, I mean, it is these private entities that are crushing us far more than the federal government. So we can't have this, and this is just an absolute fact, we cannot have an economic system that enables, by way of chance and by way of the system's structure and what it lends itself to, a system where mortal gods are created amongst honest working people. It's one thing to have somebody sit on their ass all day and just vote for a living, but there should not be a scenario where you have somebody who works for a living, lives like a dog, and then somebody else who has billions of dollars. Give me a break. The influence they can exert on that person's society and all of these other individual society is well beyond the power that an individual should wield. There needs to be a much more equitable economic structure for the future. But you're absolutely right. You're one of our greatest heroes, especially Lay. You're doing so many wonderful things. It's magnificent to have you on, brother.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you wanna add before I let you go?
I just want to say, well, I also never congratulated you on 20,000, so congrats on that. And also, I just wanted to emphasize that never accept an anti-white conclusion, because that's what libertarians give you.
Very, very well said, and thank you very much for the congratulations on the 20,000. It's been a definite hard road, but we've eventually got there. I don't know if tomorrow, if something happened and suddenly 200,000 subscribed, I don't know that YouTube would let us know. We might see it tick up to 21,000, but we would see in the comments. But you're absolutely right about libertarianism, and thank you for all of your service to White Wellbeing. You're one of our brightest rising stars, and feel free to want to be on the show anytime. Let us know, and we'll call you.
Yeah. No, thank you, brother.
All right. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
Bye-bye. Wow, how exciting is that, ladies and gentlemen? Sloth's calling in. Now we're going to have Spencer's thoughts because he's supposed to be first. And since we're getting late on time, he might end up being the last, but we'll see. We don't want to cut him off. Spencer's thoughts. The call is coming now.
Hello.
Hello, good brother. How are you?
I am great, brother. How was your 4th of July, Jason?
Well, I tell you, the 4th of July was I worked out in the yard, got out in the sun and in nature, felt the soil, got into the mulch and trimmed some things and worked on the tractor and listened to this tragedy in Richmond. that people started reaching out to me right away, and so it was an interesting 4th of July, but at the same time, really magnificent because to know what I know, regrettably, as I was saying at the beginning of the show, it's something that's real, and it's something that I can't, because it's real, I can't exactly spell it out. This magnificent thing that has happened and happening and will continue for us, and those with the discernment to see, as I've said earlier in the show, they'll be able to see that. But this is the most powerful we have ever been in the white positive sphere, bar none. I wish I could say more, but that is what we all need to be looking out for, and it is because of all of us who are doing the good work for white well-being in the way that we do it, with love and hope and redemption, focusing on us, focusing on our injuries, being a good people, being a strong people, and all of those who, like yourself, are dedicating their talents, their minds, their time, distributing leaflets, making content, making imagery, those who are financially gifting. It's because of all of you that this truly colossal thing, an earth-shifting, pole-shifting thing is going on. And as I say that right now it seems a bit inscrutable, but you'll be able to look back in time and put 2 and 2 together. So I'm just really excited about that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll all figure it out in time as it unfolds. No need to spoil the surprise. A surprise is always better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we also had Canada Day this week. That was on the Wednesday, July the 1st. I got up to similar things, just hanging out in nature. I went away to some local parks, some campgrounds, and just had a great time. Some nice sandy beaches and lots of fancy drinks, I suppose. But yeah, no, I actually celebrated the 4th this year with a buddy on stream. We did a live stream, just hanging out, having a good time, just laughing and all this. And I want to tie it in a little bit because we watched an older documentary about Ruby Ridge and Waco, and just seeing the NFAC marching around in the streets unopposed today, it kind of reminded me that if we tried to do anything similar to that, we would just they would send tanks. Right. They would come after us in absurd numbers and just gun us down in the streets, more or less. And once again, ask Susan if that would actually happen. You know how it goes. Right. But regardless of the situation, it's like we have a much more uphill battle to fight. Mm-hmm. But celebrating this 4th and Canada Day in question, I'm reminded that we've always had an uphill battle to fight. Our people have always fought the harder battle. We conquered the New World. We tamed wilderness. We fought off people who wanted to harm us. We fought during the Crusades against our people. So if there's any people that is able to take this battle on, I think it will be ours. And it's important to remember that what our history is, because the 4th of July is not about the dirt that is America. It's about the people of America. It's about Western kind coming together in a unified front against a common enemy, against just, in many cases, just the harshness of nature in a certain way. And that is what we must focus on celebrating. At least that's the lesson I take from our national holidays, that it's not about the country, it's not about the land, it's about the people, truly, and the people who settled these countries, which are our people. That's Western kind.
Amen to that. And beautifully, absolutely beautifully said. Clearly somebody who is going free and has a clear, a lucid mind about what is going on in the world, what's truly important, and a big happy Canada Day. I didn't know. And happy Canada Day to you and all of our brothers and sisters in Canada. Canada is in, just like you said, it's in our biosphere. It's in every Australian, it's in every German. And it's a beautiful country because Western kind created and carved it out of the wilderness and built Western civilization there. God bless every one of us there. Thank you so much for putting it as eloquently as you did. What else was on your mind? I know you had some thoughts from last week, brother, I think it was.
Well, last week I was feeling a little bit down because I had gone to go visit a town that I grew up in. Well, I didn't grow up in it, but I used to go visit there every summer for weeks at a time, and we used to always hang out. And it was a very small town, very few people going on in there, and it was always very Western. It was very white positive. It was a very white positive place. You would not see a single non-white in this town, and I hadn't been in about 5 years. But I went to visit it, and maybe only about 5% of the people are non-white now, but everything's changed in the town. Like they took down all their Canada flags and put up rainbow flags. You see Black Lives Matter signs in every window, which is fine if YouTube's listening. But it's amazing to see how quickly places can change, and how when I went to this town, it wasn't like physically nothing had changed, but the spirit of our people was no longer present in it. It was not the same place anymore. Everything was just a little bit edgier in a certain, like the traffic was harsher, the people weren't quite as nice. And if I saw that happen, I would never have believed it would happen in this town, but it can really happen anywhere. And so I was thinking about like how severely the presence of us can impact a place for the better, and how our lack of presence or our acquiescence to having our presence minimized can really ruin a place. And it had me a little bit on edge the whole time, but I'm over that now. It's whatever. I'll find somewhere else that's more pristine, I guess you can say.
Beautifully said, yes.
But nonetheless, it was just, I think I had some other thoughts last week. They're not coming to mind right now, unfortunately. Because
no worries.
That was a week ago, and
right.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a busy week for me up here. But I'm doing what I can. I'm just carrying on, trying to get my channel going a little bit here and there. The D-Live stuff. So you have to get there's a special extension you can get that'll allow you to see the activity feed and read the donations, but it's some weird stuff. The only other option is to have the chat open the whole time and read them as they come in live, but that's too cumbersome to do for 8 hours straight. You would just lose the flow of the stream, so I wouldn't recommend that.
Right.
I think Heinrich knows the extension, so if you want to email him, I think he knows. I think he has it.
Oh, okay. I'll look into that. Yeah, because just for example, while you're talking, I clicked over to see if there were any comments, any points that anybody had given that I would, with a comment that I would want to speak to, and I didn't see any. So I clicked over to the stream and then back to my activity feed, and the activity feed had been zeroed out. It was back to blank. So it's not built very, very well.
D-Live is extremely cumbersome. It's not as streamlined as YouTube at all. It's the only advantage to the place is that they don't censor our people at all. Like they'll let anything stay up as long as you don't break some very clear rules. Like you're not allowed to drop certain words beginning with N and K and F. But other than that, you're completely okay on D-Live. That's the one thing I will say about their platform. But yeah, it's not built for streaming like YouTube is, the same to anywhere near the same quality. Unfortunately, but there's a lot of our people over there. There's a lot of good people, a lot of people who are white positive, who know your stuff. I've met tons of people who know no white guilt. I actually I got my first 2 donations from people who I recognized from Going Free streams. So that was nice.
That is awesome. And I've been sharing your link on Mark Collette's show, PWR, which of course, we have upwards of 3,000 watching live, and a host of others who are, if you are a content creator, ladies and gentlemen, you know somebody who is, and that are serving White Wellbeing, Going Free, let me know. I will share, and if they have a history of posting that sort of content, and going free, not just maybe one video of it, but actually going free and living that life, not being the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, then yeah, I will absolutely publicize your channel and the work that you're doing to bring people to your work so that we can continue to build this community together, sort of filling the pool with the water, and we all rise because of it. That's what I want to do. I want to make sure that our talent gets out there. And you know what? There are going to be folks who, you know, whatever talents and strengths that I have as many weaknesses. And there are going to be people out there that have the strengths where I have weaknesses, and they will be able to serve those needs of the community and newcomers who will be looking for those things. So we want everybody to be present. This is why I am so adamant about not rejecting anybody based on, I mean, it's also just like the moral thing. There's like with those particular epithets that aren't allowed on D-Lot. I don't use those anyhow. And so that's okay. It's like people say, well, just think about how freeing it will feel if you get off of YouTube and you get over on some other platform. And I remember the first time that was said to me, and I remember thinking, no, this is, I mean, really the only thing that would have to change is I would be able to no longer have to refer everyone to CNN or MSNBC. But you know, that's really the only thing that would change with me. That's not, you know, my actual life is not talking in a way, talking with ideas that are objectionable to normal white sensibilities, and certainly not in a way that is inside the anti-white narrative. We need to remember that a lot of the language that we use to disparage anti-whites was given to us by anti-whites. Some of the really obvious ones are like bleeding heart or do-gooder. I mean, it's insane that you would ever call our victimizer a do-gooder. Would a child, would a little boy getting molested, refer to the molester in such a positive way? I mean, this is, you know, that's the way, you know, he just wants to pleasure himself. I mean, that's repulsive. He's a self-pleasurer. No, he's a pedophile monster that needs to go to jail forever. So yeah, these folks are just, they think that words are, and thoughts, this is what they really don't, so many people don't understand. And I know you do, I know many people who are listening right now do, that words are these frivolous things that are just the air passing over your vocal cords and your tongue and mouth forming shapes, and it's a way we communicate. But these are the tools you think with. And if you cannot think a certain way or think a certain, this is the 200 level, 200 IQ level of control. If you cannot think about the path that leads to your victory, because you cannot say it, you cannot reclaim your destiny. So that is why we are so adamant about not speaking with the anti-white lexicon, using our own lexicon, words and concepts that are readily recognizable and easily remembered. That's why they were chosen, and that's why new ones in the future will be chosen. And we will continue to bring that to the people so that their lives are improved and their families are improved, children protected, and that we build this people out of the deracinated race of the white race. So this is what, no matter what, all these people are so adamant. I see these people complain about the work that we're doing here, and they're like, I'm so adamant about using these specific words. And then they immediately go and imitate the words that the anti-whites are adamant that they use. I mean, are you kidding? Are you kidding? So you got a guy here that is improving white lives, and he says, look, you know, you should use these words instead because this will make everything easier for you. It'll make your life better. And they said, nah, he's too doctrinaire about this. But then the anti-whites say, you got to speak this way. And they say, yes, ma'am. What do you want me to call him? I'll call him whatever you want me to go. It's just ridiculous. But of course, you've seen this. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about, and it's pitiful. It's pitiful to watch. I mean, a lot of people, like, I have met some criticisms of what we do here, but the only criticisms that I've really heard are that, oh, no white guilt, he's too big brain. He doesn't like working class people like me. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? He loves working class people. He talks about it on every stream. And then eventually you get to the bottom of it, what they're really saying. And they're saying that, well, I've encountered other people in the broader white positive sphere who talked eloquently, and they didn't like my working class self, so I'm just going to project that onto somebody else. It's like, well, why don't you listen to a stream for a few hours and join in and see what's going on? But I haven't met any real serious criticisms that I can't dispel of what we do here at Going Free, because it is probably the best we have in this movement so far. We have our own language, and yes, it takes a little bit of time to learn. It takes a bit of effort to pick up because you've been taught something else your entire life that is designed to victimize you as opposed to help you. But learning that is something you would want to do. It's something that everyone will want to do. And if you want to use the old terms jokingly, okay, well, you can use the old terms jokingly, but when you're talking seriously, you better use words like anti-white and meme pathogen and and psychological defense. That's how we should be doing it. But by and large, I haven't really, on D-Live, like I said, it's a lot of our guys, a lot of good people who genuinely want to help each other. Like you were saying earlier about sort of filling the pool so that we all rise to the top. Like there's a lot of, when I started out on there, I had 3-4 guys spend hours and hours teaching me how to do this stuff and just telling me, get this software, do this, do that, buy this, talk like this, here's how you prep for a stream, because apparently it's actually harder than just talking into a camera. I didn't realize that before I got started, but it's a little bit more difficult than doing that. You have to actually put some work into it. So, but that's the only freeing thing about D-Live. It's not that we get to go off and we get to just start screaming about group X, group Y, or group Z. Well, we can do that if we want to, but it's more that it's a community of people who are all sort of on our side to a limited extent and are very receptive to our message. And if you bring something to the table, you'll get support. And that's like you have, I think, like over 1,600 followers on D-Live right now. You don't even interact with your chat. That's unheard of. So it's amazing. But yeah, we have it's a nice platform. I would recommend it. Other than that, I had one more question for you before we go. I don't know if you want to comment on that and I'll ask my question, or...
No, go ahead and ask your question.
So my question is related to the organizational entity. You've referred to it in the past in vague terms, in a certain set, about maybe one day creating one. How do you think we would go about doing that, creating an organizational entity that wouldn't fall for all the same pitfalls that the other organizations have? Because it's a known thing within our circles that organized groups tend to denigrate and they tend to fall down. If one way or the other, for whatever reason, be it poor leadership or subversion or infiltration or something like that, they get real big for a second and then something happens and they collapse. And this has happened all the way through, and that's what the anti-whites want. So I guess, how would you insulate an organization against that kind of problem?
Well, that is a fantastic question, brother. And what I'll do is I will let you go and speak to that. And then I think we will be wrapping up the show. Thank you so much for everything that you are doing in service to white well-being. You are, again, like some of the others we've talked about tonight, one of our rising stars. And we are happy to promote you work that you're doing as a consequence, and we hope that we can build your subscriber base up on D-Live as bigger than what I currently bigger. I'm sure Mark Collette subscriber base on D-Live is 10 times whatever I have. I mean, he had like already 10 times what I have on Parler in a day. After I have 300 plus posts on Parler. So we'll work to get you that big and that noticed. And thank you so much for everything. Thank you for calling in, and we'll have you again next week, brother.
I'm looking forward to it, Jason. Thanks for having me. Just for the D-Live audience, quick, everybody give me a follow. It's Spencer the First. That's all one word. That's the channel. Give me a follow. I'm producing some content, and I'm learning this platform as we go along, learning how to stream. It's kind of rusty right now, but I'm working my way up, and I'm going to keep trying. Got to keep practicing. Thank you again, Jason, for having me on. Have a great night. Hello to everyone in chat. And I look forward to interacting with you all next week. Cheers.
Cheers, brother. Promethean hails. Good night.
Promethean hails and God bless.
Absolutely magnificent, ladies and gentlemen. And what a great question to wrap the show up tonight. I think we're going to, I'll speak to this question, and then if there were any others who wanted to talk tonight, we will start with you next week, and we'll start a little earlier than we did start a little earlier tonight, so we're moving in the right direction. But I just want to wrap up tonight. Don't want to run into the same problem we had last week, which was quite a headache. YouTube won't speak to me, as you might imagine. And so there is nothing I can do when there's something wrong on the channel. And that is it's just left that way. So we want this to work per the way the software is supposed to work, and maybe being so close to 8 hours that time was the issue. But I've got plenty of other things to do, very exciting things. And Spencer's Thoughts has just brought up something here about the organizational entity. And in fact, I had a comment, it was last week, I think, or perhaps the week before, somebody asking about if it's going to be like the ADL, then it's going to need the support of the media, or it'll be crushed or something. I've referenced, I think maybe once, maybe twice, that one perspective of understanding the organizational entity is to think about the ADL. And the aspect of the ADL that I spoke to in those examples was, or intended to speak to or elucidate, was its service to the empowerment of the people who run and operate the ADL. And so that, of course, would be what we would be doing for White Wellbeing. Now, the organizational entity cannot be, that serves us, cannot be in any way like any of the entities that have gone before. The Antiwhites know how to very easily take these entities down. As a result, we can't openly discuss all of the, I guess, how can I put it? All of the facets and structures and how it might, or how exactly it will look, because we want to make it hard on the anti-whites to go after. But we can speak, I think, in clear enough terms about what the organizational entity is and how it will work and how it's coming together. I've been building teams for years to do this, and people who could work in different parts and aspects of this entity. And essentially, what we want is a distributed network that interacts with a centralized influencer. The distributed network are the nodes, and some of you, for your profession or education, might be a little bit more familiar with the verbiage that I'm using here. Some it might seem very alien, but distributed network functions as nodes. They can communicate with each other, influence each other, and yet there is a floating, or you could put it into far more nerdy terms. We'll just say floating, centralized influencer and an entity. Well, I think we'll just leave it at that. We'll say it that way. So that the primary centralized node is a bit of a shapeshifter. It can be in one version and element at one time. Its name is immaterial. How long it exists in one form is immaterial. It can take several forms. It can move through some, how can I say, what's the legal terms for it? It can have several legally recognized structures that it moves through. The heart of it is the doctrine. Can be, to a degree, the individuals speaking the doctrine. But effectively, how it interacts with the nodes on the ground where the rubber meets the road, is that it can endorse, and with its endorsement provide, if needed, financial assistance to individual nodes of the distributed network. It can celebrate people in those nodes. Those individual nodes can look in a number of ways that can comport with the doctrine of going free, the doctrine of Prometheus rising, which means that they can be multinational, they can be proudly Canadian and flying the Canadian banner in if the node is in Canada, and they can represent all things patriotic and purely Canadian from the beginning to the end of time, and receive potentially financial assistance, legal assistance when needed, help for doing different sorts of things. So one node could be there, and as you can imagine, it fits purely into that Canadian milieu, speaks exactly to the heritage of those individuals in that country. The same can be the case for all countries around the world, every Western country. This is the ultimate protection against a persecution of flag. For example, to draw up a flag and then promulgate it and say that if you're part of this, you have to wave this flag, or you have to do X, Y, or Z. You have to wear a certain uniform or comb your hair a certain way. This prevents that sort of persecution by being the milieu in which the node exists. So you're not dropping, say, an animal, for example, in a terrain where it doesn't belong, where it is really salient, its presence. And everybody in the environment can say, this really doesn't belong here. Polar bear in Sahara Desert really doesn't look right. Makes it easy to persecute. Makes it easy to persecute the participants in the node. Whereas if they look like everyone else in that country, and they are able to mesh with the sensibilities of their patriotic members, it's much harder to persecute them. They can ban certain things. They could say ban the representation of the Eindelen on the cover of the book. Say somebody wants to, we wouldn't necessarily recommend or not recommend this or dissuade people from this. But let's say that there was a node in Lithuania or Estonia, and they wanted at their meetings to have a banner with the Eindelen on it, and from Prometheus Rising. And the government there, the anti-whites there, decided, well, we'll just ban this symbol. So what? You can't take the story out of their minds. You can't take the pen from their hands. This is a story that is ours, that we write, and that's time has come. That is how the organizational entity will work. And it is something that the anti-whites have never had to deal with before. Ladies and gentlemen, it is always a pleasure going free with all of you. It is a joy of mine to be surrounded by such magnificent people at the top of the class. And while all of the riff-raff runs around in the hinterland celebrating the most amusing or entertaining or setting gas on fire or whatever they're doing for entertainment, we are the adults in the room who are making a difference, because we want to make sure that we do our duty, that we create the environment in which our babies are safe, and we are worthy. We are worthy of the title white men and white women. I love you all. Let's go free.